Okay, I was so close to actually getting this done properly, and then I blew it at the last second and didn't have Book of Hours tagged up. Anyways, I did make sure the audio was okay. I don't think I need to do too much in terms of pruning the VODs and so on. Although I should probably make sure that I've uploaded some episodes. But I am a little late in getting started today, partly just so that I could actually make sure I had everything in place. But thank you for stopping by. I guess I promised a rant about, not really about Shakespeare. It's a rant about people who have opinions about Shakespeare. Um, but we'll save that for another time. Let's say, well, not another time, but let's say that we will save that for a time when there's a little bit more of a pulse in the audience. There is one other thing for me to check out here. Cool. But yeah, the other thing is I will be jumping into the stream, which stream version of Book of Hours, or well, stream save. There's been another major update to the game. I believe this was the Cosley update. So I don't think there will be any. I don't think there's going to be any big problems. I think the game has been quite good at avoiding breaking changes. By the way, books are the memory that which does not die. Inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is a forgiving game. I don't remember what the, or maybe it was a. Let's take a minute here. There's a lot here. So I'm always a little on the fence about reading some of these things, but I think in this case here, I am going to start by talking about the Cosley update, and I'll probably do that for major updates because they're going to be calming down. And if you can give me a second here, I just heard my work laptop, and man, am I annoyed that I had to hear something outside of work hours. So if it's an emergency, fair enough. That's a borderline. Okay, you have all right, let's talk about the updates. So, welcome to Hush House Tips. These are in the loading screens, but from our FAQ department. One great shame is I used to kind of keep the Weather Factory stuff on my hard drive, but the thing is I've got a decent amount of solid state now, so I pretty much by default put games on the solid state, and it means that usually the game loads fast enough that I can't read the tips. But if you're new to Book of Hours, you may not realize just how far you can zoom in. Playing on Steam Deck, we're not verified yet, but switching from windowed to full screen will help. Read everything. Patch 2023-10C11. Cosley, zoom to cursor is back. I've reworked it from my eccentric experimental version to be more what people expected and switched it on by default. You can still turn it off in the options menu if you don't like it. Auto arrange improvements, undo button, separate merge and arrange, variant ordering on reclick. It's now possible to dream on a memory when night comes, preserving it for the following day. This is also kind of interesting because it follows things like the Wormwood Dream becoming persistent as well. So definitely, I've noticed that the tendency has definitely been to make the game a bit more straightforward for people. And I'm not going to be the sort of person, oh, they're just making it easier. The hardcore version was better. Some of this I don't find. So I guess the tricky part that I have is that I have sort of a conception of the game in terms of some things requiring some effort on my part and other things being very straightforward. And it may be that I'm just getting used to things, and so my impression is maybe counter to what was intended. Or alternatively, that the things that I'm getting used to are becoming kind of pain points for people. And of course, the point of Book of Hours is very much a much more approachable game. So I think probably my pain thresholds for things in this game are quite a bit higher. But yeah, I'm certainly not going to say no to an option to preserve memory. I was wondering a few things. So I've always started as the Twiceborn, so I can kind of understand why you don't go into the Mansus in Book of Hours, but I did sort of wonder why dreaming seemed to be completely absent from the game. And it does seem to be that this is at least the first gesture towards maybe a little bit more coming in. I think it's just mostly because I've always associated people who are sort of even novices, right? But people who know always seem to have some kind of connection to this world of dreams. And the librarian is actually the first character who I know doesn't do that. They have great knowledge of these things. In fact, they have a very important role to play, but they don't travel the Mansus. And at least in terms of my understanding, that's kind of the first character that I've sort of seen to do something like that. But yeah, I don't know. It's also kind of one of these things where maybe I'm bringing some assumptions into the game that I shouldn't be. So. I know CPO Williams mentioned really liking to see a series on lore, and I'm not opposed to it, but I have also kind of talked about what some of my hang-ups on it would be. So, dedicated verb icons for workstations added a small feature to make the endgame and rare scenarios in the mid-game easier. It relates to Numa. More performance optimization, still ongoing, still experimental. I think, by the way, this probably has to do with Porphyrion being something that can bring about Numa. One of the things that I have learned is that as these games change with updates, there's a lot of things that I come in assuming in a session that turn out not to be true. A great example of that would be the librarian run of Cultist Simulator that I did. So it's good. This is one of the reasons why I want to take the time to read these patch notes, because I am going to get tripped up by this stuff. There is now a second phonograph. Oh, sorry, more performance optimization. Still ongoing, still experimental. I know a few of you have mentioned that you have computers that are sort of on the margin in terms of being able to play the game, so I would love to know how this is working out for you. There's now a second phonograph in the house on new saves only, i.e. if you haven't opened the Severn Chamber yet in this playthrough. The Governor's phonograph also now accepts different aspects. Run something through it to update. Take note, if a soul card becomes contaminated after this update, it will sometimes be able to pass on the contamination to books. I like this change quite a bit because it feels like I think the game sort of has this implicit threat. I guess it's an explicit threat, but it sort of says, you know, oh, if you let this hang around, something bad's gonna happen. And I don't really know. I at least haven't encountered something that actually has the other shoe drop on that. It makes the threat, but it doesn't deliver it. There was a perception on the Steam stream that getting sick was actually really helpful because you could just sort of catalog everything. And I think I even said that in terms of sort of the feedback during the beta. But I guess the thing is that performing something that takes a minute each time you do it doesn't actually get you that much of an advantage in the game. So, you know, it's not... it's maybe not as big of an advantage. It feels like a really big advantage at the start of the game, and then later on in the game you sort of realize that it's not actually that big of a deal. But I do sort of like the fact that, I don't know, contamination sort of has a little bit more teeth right now. So you can now mute copied text pop-ups and or re-enable them in options. The harp and the Windlet gallery is a little different on new saves only. Your librarian can now burn correspondence. Now I haven't really run into that much correspondence, so I may be doing something wrong here. You will no longer get 2 simultaneous Numa incidents when playing on 6 times speed. We had the opposite problem, actually, where I didn't get a Numa incident. Or, no, it wouldn't be an incident. It would be the seasonal effect. So I don't know if that's a patch thing or if that's a bug. I've actually been really bad at filing bug reports, including typos that I found. So I do need to start... I need to start getting on top of that, because it sounds like the pace of updates is going to be slowing down a little bit. So I'm going to, I'm going to actually be able to send that off at a time when it may still be useful. One candelabrum moved in the nave of St. Brendan, so you can get a little more space in the window shelf. Entrance hall chairs now show in front of shelved objects. Added a visible path down from Earl Bryan's field to make the cliff link clearer. Should probably double check what that is. The mirrors in the Hall of Division now accept Grail. As usual, you will need to run a recipe through them to see this if you're playing on an existing save. You'll only see the Wisdom Tree tip once. Finally got around to this. Swimming in the sea is now possible, though not always wise, and swimmers should ensure that they know where their towel is. I'm hoping I have cultivated the kind of audience that knows what this is talking about. Examining fabric no longer destroys it. Clean, fresh linen now has restorative properties. Added an extra quarter-second delay to the room preview window. Added a revert button to the crafting helper panel, which returns the window to the first available recipe. Added a missing connection from Gulskry Logia to the jail bridge. Loosened tarot cards in the ending screen display at a better ratio. Well, I didn't have a problem with that. Fixed some Aranoscopy hint and recipe issues. Added a new recipe. Oh, actually, that's interesting. Just a second here. Okay. I'm curious if the stone stories will be related to the fact that we gave birth to we wound up with a second chick as a result of the effort to create the living relic. Options in crafting helper panel are slightly easier to click. Stone Stories is a bit of a weird one for me because I thought I actually had all the recipes for this. But fix an irritation where mousing over period aspect could bring up an irrelevant unlock preview tooltip. Father Schaller now admits that he reads Sanskrit. The Westcott room scroll cubbies now work. Fixed an issue where memories found as random gathers would sometimes only appear once, with thanks to MW. Wormwood Dream is persistent. Crafting is no longer possible in bed. It was rarely useful, usually confusing, always a health and safety issue. A terminological issue regarding scientific instrumentation has been addressed. I believe this is related to the astrolabe. Added a missing sound for some small things being dropped. Fixed a problem where detail messages weren't showing on consumable objects when they were considered. Clearer slot labeling on skills. Saves and backups button doesn't suffer from desynced text. Detail images for very small objects no longer pixelate. Hotfix key shortcut stopped working if you exited key binding without picking a key. Some resolutions would cause window full screen accidentally when you entered settings. Trays are being too finicky. Notifications weren't actually respecting timeout setting. And typos. Typos have been like the majority of things that I've been contributing here. And I feel like such a jackass sending them because my like spelling and grammar is atrocious. I can't even call them typos sometimes. Sometimes I'm really that stupid. But I don't know. It's something I can contribute. I'm a pedant, so I'll try and be as helpful as I can. All right. Note: even the menu screen has a secret. Problems? Mail us at support@weatherfactory.biz. Please send us your autosave.json and your player.log from your save directory, and as much detail as you can manage. If you are not sure where that is, click the feedback and bugs button or go to weatherfactory.biz/bh support. So I figure we've given people enough time to come in. As you can see, I've been very productive as far as YouTube goes. I suppose I should explain why I wasn't here. So, Canada's had a little bit of a weird... I was talking about how fast the loading is. This was actually a time where I could run through it. So, we've had a little bit of a weird season for national holidays. So, there's a National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. This was added recently to the calendar, and that is a proper day off, at least where I work. I know sometimes there's distinctions in terms of the types of holiday. I think one example here would be Remembrance Day, which I think would be the Canadian version of Memorial Day. So far as I can tell, is not actually legislated as a holiday. So I believe your employer can ask you to work and would not, give you the time and a half. Now, I think there is sort of this kind of, I think socially most people kind of accept it as a holiday. So the workplace may not be obligated, but they are going to, they're definitely going to, they're going to give it. And I think it just kind of comes down to the fact that if they don't give it, then essentially they're going to be the place where it's only people who can't get any other job are really going there. It's there's obvious reasons why it would be desirable for workplaces to just sort of follow along. And I mean, there are some things in pretty much any country with its laws. There's always going to be some things which probably should be enshrined in law, but because it is very difficult, or because it would create this whole mess, generally this sort of stuff just is sort of accepted until it isn't, and then there's usually some kind of a crisis. But we don't need to go that deep on it. So in any case, the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation fell on a weekend, so that meant that the day off for me was the Monday. And what I do normally try to do, because I'm definitely in danger of burnout, and I'm actually really feeling that now, even with the holidays, I have been rather strict about taking the day off. Sometimes I will really feel like broadcasting, and so I'm not going to force myself to not broadcast. But generally, if I'm feeling worn out, I'll talk about that later. But yeah. So we started with Day of Truth and Reconciliation. We had Canadian Thanksgiving, which is on October, not November, up here in Canada. I have no idea what the equivalent for Thanksgiving would be on the continent, so my apologies to all of you. We migrated to get away from all of you, so... So that was why I didn't stream on Monday. And then next week... basically around this time next week, there is a local game dev meetup. It's a very enjoyable group. It has actually been a while since I have played one of the games from there, but it's called Dirty Rectangles. A really cool group of people I am actually delighted to spend the time with. And one thing I will note too, I've been very delighted. I don't like harping on this too much, but I will say that I do notice sometimes, either for my style or my topics that I'm interested in, or sort of a willingness to try and roll around ideas, even if they're ones that I don't necessarily find savory, let's say. But also, sometimes, and then there's just the genuinely unpopular opinions that I hold. There's always a little bit of a danger whenever you're talking with people who you like, because there's definitely, it's a bit of a shame sometimes that when people hold certain beliefs, that they are going to be more or less prone to reacting a certain way when certain things come up. And it's obviously not always the nicest way. So there's the connection that they were talking about. I'm looking for the other... there's the hill they were talking about. unless this was the one that they were referring. This could in fact be the one that they're talking about. But yeah, you know, you, as with anything, right? Like you don't, I suppose I'd put it to you this way. You don't want to go and create unnecessary offense, because like why would you, right? Like, you know, there can sometimes be a little fun in winding people up for a better purpose, just so long as, you know, it's a good laugh, like not like you're bullying someone. But on the other hand, you don't want to be servile, right? You do not necessarily want to just have every opinion shaped or potentially shut down because of the fear that someone is going to take it the wrong way, particularly because there are a certain type of person who will always find issue with it and tends to make hay out of such things. And in the end, right, you know, you kind of have to judge yourself on this, you know. Don't be above apology, but, you know, don't necessarily just, you know, don't allow sort of bad actors to shape your thoughts or what you will give voice to if you think it's important. And one of the things I actually really appreciate about this group is that I have definitely, you know, like it's usually if I wind up, you know, doing some kind of like a slightly conservative joke or something like that, or in this case it was actually a serious thing, but like somebody had been doing a job interview and it was really obvious that this, you know, that this person had, this is going to sound like a really weird example, but I think the thing is, if you've been in environments like this, you can kind of know this isn't always going to be the response. But I was talking with one of the people, and it was really obvious that this interviewer that they were talking with had read Peter Thiel's book, 0 to 1, and like took the wrong messages from it and was just sort of mindlessly applying a couple of the job interview things that he said from it. And he sort of shared this story about his job interview, and I like immediately recognized the question for what it was. There's a couple other things about the job that made me think that this was going to be related to Thiel's book, but there's no real need to. Oh, hang on. There's a connection between the Gull Colony and the no. So this is what they're Earl Bryan's field, right? So this was the path that they were talking about. But yeah, so in any case, there's just there's a couple of other things that I'd rather not go into that led me to believe, but it was pretty, you just know it. If you've read something, you know it when you encounter it. So I was able to offer, it's like, well, I think I basically kind of told him, I was like, I think the problem here is that you were, you couldn't have known one way or the other. It was, but it was, here's what they were probably trying to do, and here's also where they really did not get the message from this thing that it came from. Now again, Peter Thiel is pretty libertarian, definitely big time Republican donor, certainly has very contrarian opinions on things, is not exactly the sort of person I would like to emulate in a lot of ways. But this doesn't mean that I am above reading his book. I think there was that congressional candidate that he was supporting was a co-author on it or something like that, or basically had taken some lecture notes that he did. Anyways, doesn't matter. Is it Madison Hawthorne? I don't. It doesn't matter. But in any case, what was encouraging about that was there was an interested response, right? Because if somebody came up to, so I'll be the first to admit, if someone came up to me and started talking about Peter Thiel, I would probably roll my eyes and look to extract myself from the conversation, short of some kind of an indication that this was a thoughtful or interesting person. But no, they were sort of sufficiently interested, and I think they kind of picked up the idea that this is the benefit of reading more than things that you necessarily agree with. It didn't help them get the job, and it was more just us kind of gaining a better understanding of what seemed like really weird behavior on the part of a recruiter. But I think I guess in terms of the groups that I've hung out with, I've kind of learned to appreciate that quality in people, because it's quite rare, especially in university and the debate clubs and things like that. It's exactly the sort of thing that depending on the country that you live in, you'll usually hear more right-wing politicians kind of complaining about in terms of people being indoctrinated in universities. I don't really believe that, but I definitely know the kind of mentality that they're talking about, because I've encountered it. But the problem is usually when you're talking about with people complaining about that, there's just this whole other suite of recommendations that they have that are appalling and you don't want to follow through on. So yeah, I think because I'm a little gun shy of the one, I learned to appreciate the other that much more. Now, why I got on this topic, I have absolutely no idea, but you've all been very patient with me, and I've seen all the new things that are added to the game, so let's try and figure out what we want to do today. We've got clouds, so not too much going on there. If I recall correctly, we had a stack of books. No, not in this one. Right, sorry, I'm forgetting that. I have a YouTube series which has a much larger collection of things that I haven't read but can read. Okay, so The Descent of the Shell and The Burning Woman. These are, I think I'd sort of said that these are like candidates in a last resort, so I'm going to work out the numbers for those. These are all crack track. Cured Charlie, hello. You've been loving the VODs for the series, trying to catch up to hopefully catch a stream soon. Thank you very much, Cured Charlie. And yeah, there's I'm sure you already know the distinction. There's the dedicated videos for YouTube, and then I have got an archive of this series, which I hopefully have been maintaining in a proper playlist. I do occasionally check every once in a while. I do very much appreciate you stopping by and saying hello, particularly when it's a bit quiet. So I know if you're watching the VODs, you're going to have to endure an extended dialogue on this, but I always appreciate the comments, and I hope you are well. Thank you for continuing to watch and support the channel. Okay, so I want to sort of work out what I need for the forge texts. I've got a package to open in addition to all the stuff inside this chamber here. If I want, I can go for the edge or the knock in the sealed vault, and in fact we do have the sacrament essite, so I think we would need to wait for the nun. But that is well and truly the last room that we can open with what we currently have. After that, we need to put metal and fuel into the pumps. And then, of course, the crazy thing is going to be if this doesn't actually wind up helping out with the submerged sea caves down here. But let's not even think about that. There's clearly a whole lot of stuff that I need to work out. So we have been finding some secret books from different areas. I'm beginning to think more that I might at some point try and read The Open Head. I'll try and read that again and talk about where I think I might have gotten wrong on reading the clue out of this, but I'll save that for a separate time. Weird note for the future: you've changed your name IRL, so you're going to be changing over to just Cured. So if you see that name, that's you. I appreciate that, Cured. I will caution that I've got a couple of viewers who have changed their names, so. We've got Skinny Man Gamer, Chunky Man Gamer. We've got he's Narkexy now, and I actually for the longest time kept calling him by another name. But anyways, I will confess that I have a bad habit for being able to recognize the names. I'm a little bit better at being able to remember the people behind them, but if I don't seem like I've recognized it, please don't take that personally. I am 100% okay having someone point out, actually, I'm cured Charlie. But in any case, I hope changing a name strikes me as a very stressful thing to go through. Maybe I'm just not good with bureaucracy. But I hope it all went well, and I look forward to seeing you in the channel under whatever name you use. So, but thank you for the update. I will do my best to remember, but the hard drive's getting full, so no promises as always. But yeah, so I think I have an idea in terms of, so I basically my an hypothesis that I'm working with here is that the open head referred to this room. There's a couple of factors that might be relevant towards that, but we'll see. That doesn't mean that there isn't something for me to solve inside of the chancel. It just may be that I was looking in the wrong place. So, but we'll talk about that when I look at the item. But just when it comes down to things that I've sort of looked at and I haven't really spent that much time reviewing. So we did get an item from the Altar of the Knot, but the altars are for more than just evolving elements of the soul. So we've got Malachite, Assite, Calcite. Now we have the Catacombs altar. We definitely know where we can get a secret from the Rowanarium. And I would be shocked if we don't have something related to the Kalembic sarcophagus. So needless to say, there is quite a bit, and I have a feeling that we will be getting this from reading certain books. So this is one of the reasons why when I'm looking for memories, I want to have a little bit more diversity in terms of the types of texts that I'm reading. But again, I kind of got to pick my battles on these things. So on that note of picking battles, what exactly are we going to do with the day? I don't have a whole lot to get out of clouds right now, let's say. I'm thinking, and then I will be honest, I haven't found that much of a use for the Sacred Spring, so I may also want to be, I may want to put some thought into that. Needless to say, there's a lot for me to do. One priority would definitely be for me to find some more text to work with. If you can just give me a second here, actually, I'm going to get a pencil. Yeah, so I think probably the easiest thing for me to do would be to get more books. Well, okay, in the easiest path, let's say, would be to get more books. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. I can basically get a book whenever Oriflammes offers it, and I have enough money. And we're doing a bit better in terms of money, but still, you can't wait, once a season, let's say, to make all of this work. I may be getting books by opening these various containers, so that's something that I want to do. Now, that's just naturally going to happen as I have elements of the soul available to me. Like I said earlier, these are texts up above, are kind of more flyers, but what I'm going to do right now is actually do a quick evaluation to see what I can bring to bear. So we've got 14 Forge. So I have 1 from Shapt. My strongest forge in terms of elements of the soul. We haven't actually read that many forge texts, so I would not be surprised if we are coming up short. Okay, 6 is not so bad. In fairness, I probably should have known that already, but I'll just do a quick peek to see. I'll look at the level 6 stuff just to make sure that we don't have a 7 hiding around, which we do not. Okay, so that gives us 7 to work with. Now we have a tool, which is good for 1 point. And then if we read a text, so our best example here would be Ambrose's task. We add the Shapt, so then we skill memory, papers, and width. So the papers is already taken up. If we can find an ink, then I would be able to get a higher level for forge there. What this is really going to come down is to the memory. So right now we have 7 in terms of the forge, then 1 for the tool, which brings it to 8. Now the table stakes would be 2 for the memory, but let's actually see if we can go a little bit further with that. So our best bet here is a winning move. This is actually quite tricky. So all told, we've got 1, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 out of 14. So the part that makes this complicated, and I see you here, Kali Commander. If you can just give me a quick minute, I'll finish the thought, because I've been quite scatterbrained at the start here. So essentially, what I'm looking for here, if I employ a winning move into reading this text, we will have 11 out of the required 14 forge, which means that I'm either expecting 2 memories, or a memory and one other item to come up in the, when we're doing the extended rounds, or I'm expecting to have another winning move ready to go right around the time. Oh no, we've got an earthquake name. Okay, that I can actually use. I forgot about that. Okay, so I will actually have 2 higher level forge memories kicking around. The only other thing I can think of is that I'm missing a forge-oriented ink, which may be true, but I guess the question comes down to, like, can I overcome this oversight in time? And I'm thinking no. All right. Sorry, it's Kali Commuter too. Okay, so glad Shake the Box raided you the other night. I started watching your YouTube videos out of curiosity, and you bought Cultist Simulator. Really enjoying the content. I appreciate that immensely. I know I'm not for everyone, so it's always a roll of the dice when people raid, but I actually very much have enjoyed Shake the Box's material. I felt like a complete clown to realize that Shake the Box was not on my following list. And I have heard from people, oh, for some reason, you weren't on my follow list or whatever. And I've always just kind of assumed that that's them sort of like, pasting over the fact that they unfollowed the channel. And like, honestly, this stuff happened. Like I trim my follows every once in a while, and sometimes it's just because I don't watch channels that much. I don't think that is a big deal. Like, expressions of preference in terms of following or unfollowing, that's a thing. People are allowed to change their minds. But the thing is, I really do seem to have run into... Oh, hang on. I think I know... Huh. So maybe that I actually have to properly run through a recipe here. But yeah, in any case. I don't know if I really did just not get around to following Shake the Box, or if I'd just been that careless and never followed. But I had an absolutely delightful time when I ran into their channel. I haven't had a chance to stick around for a really long time for their reading streams, but man, it was an absolute delight. So I was, of course, delighted to be hosted by them, just because And it always feels nice when there's a channel that you're a fan of. Actually, you know what? This gives me a chance to... I'm hoping I got that right. Oh no. Oh no. Another one like that actually was Sweeps the Pillow Clean. But yeah, in any case, I always appreciate a chance to sort of see new faces. Anyways, also, if you don't, I know I'm playing Book of Hours, but if you do have Cultist Simulator questions that the videos don't cover, or maybe you're just curious about things, don't hesitate to ask, because I do like talking about the game, and honestly, if people who are in love with Book of Hours wind up trying out and enjoying Cultist Simulator, that makes me feel all the better. I suppose I should have done this disclosure a little bit earlier. I have been given a key for this game for promotional purposes, so I genuinely enjoy these games, but if it gives me a chance to sell people on the value of Weather Factory's other stuff, that's just an extra perk. Oh, that's really cool. I'm glad to give back, because I think Shake the Box is definitely I get the impression that they are a larger streamer. I think they had been giving a very warm recommendation for Caves of Cud, which I didn't actually wind up trying out. I did install it off of their recommendation though. So. Also, sorry, I think I mistook Shake the Box on the reading streams. I think that was Sweeps the Pillow Clean, who did the reading stream. So I'm sorry, I got my my wires crossed there. But still, I don't want to say, I'm taking back all those nice things I said about the Shake the Box. Those still hold. Just don't go expecting a reading stream. That was Sweeps the Pillow Clean that I was referring to. Okay. So there is an outside chance that I can read the forge texts. What I think the best option there is, I think I should probably just try and get the winning move, and I'm going to do that gradually over time. So other than that, what do I do to make the most of the day? I don't think it hurts to try... Yeah, let's try and bring in another nun. Okay, actually, here's And my apologies, I meant the Audacity, not the winning move. But still trying to wrap your head around the aspects of cards can be quite confusing at times, but at the moment I'm just doing a lot of experimentation. And that is exactly what that game was meant for. So I think one of the original ideas for Cultist Simulator was that it would be the game that you learn by playing. And like thematically it sort of makes sense, right? Because you're this individual, I'm assuming an aspirant start here, but even then, short of the Suppression Bureau, I think it would be fair to say that most of the characters do not begin with any knowledge of the secret world. It's really the Apostle runs where you have that knowledge. But essentially you're given this glimpse into sort of the secret world, and you're sort of left to make sense of it. And like, I don't know, let's pick whatever religion you want, right? It's always kind of safe if you take things that are not like widely practiced anymore. But like, let's just say you have this vision of the cosmos being, being constituted in such a way that the Gnostics were right. And that's all that you've been given, right? That is that vision that you have, and you are now left to make sense of that. It's not like you can go to, in Canada, it would be Chapters Indigo would be the big box bookstore. It's not like you can just go to the store and pick up, Founding Secret Societies for Dummies. You are sort of left to try and find out what that means, and sort of how you live your life in relation to that. Which I think is a very cool idea for a game. It's why it's actually a more satisfying role-playing game than a lot that I've already played, because I really am taking those actions and sort of living them in the game. But it's also a very, very different kind of experience. Like it's something that a lot of games sort of deny us. A lot of times, we'll go and check out a wiki, or the game will just straight up tell us how to solve the problems. And so it can be something that turns a lot of people off. And the developers knew this. I think they very often talk about making Marmite games that provoke strong opinions one way or the other. And the good news for us is that the number of people that it provokes strong positive opinions for is large enough that they can continue to make those sorts of games. But yeah, I do encourage experimentation. I do discourage against trying every combination, because I think as you continue to go through the game, you're going to find out just how many possible combinations there are. But the hope is that through your experimentation, you find maybe just another handhold. And then what that will do is the process of solving some of the puzzles will give you a little bit of an idea about how the game thinks. And I do tend to notice that I can't tell you why in some cases, but I've just had some intuitions about where to go in a Secret Histories game, and they usually kind of bear out. So, and that's obviously some of the magic of the game. It's actually why I'm always a little reluctant to tell people to check out a wiki. Like, most problems you have probably can be solved in a wiki. But the thing is that sometimes the only skill that you learn there is to consult the website. Whereas some of the great pleasures of the game can be, finally having it click for yourself and suddenly realizing the implications for maybe 2 or 3 other puzzles that you have. So I'm glad you're sticking through it. But yeah, again, if you have specifics, I'm happy to. You probably weren't asking for advice there, but I do at least want to give the warm recommendation for what you're doing, which is definitely to experiment and try it out. Especially too, because it is a harder game in terms of fail states. So if you stay put in the game, you're just gonna lose, and you're not gonna understand why you lost, other than I just ran out of money. And then, once you start treading water, then you'll maybe find that you're not making much progress towards your dreams. And so at that point, maybe you'll feel like you can start taking some risks, because you kind of know how to right the ship in terms of making enough money to finding a job and so on and so forth. But everybody kind of finds their own way of approaching this. So I've really been holding off on making some choices here, because I'm trying to sort out exactly how I make the most of my elements of the soul. So I think the winning move actually, we can get one pretty simply from Auroral Contemplations. I was overthinking that. So that requires a memory, but I can probably use the clouds here. So let's see. I don't think I have any edge, which makes... That's a little bit of a complication, but... Yes, I need to find 2... I need to find 2 edge. Probably my best bet is to just get that from a memory. I need to cheer up, so I'm gonna do those. I'm gonna do the CROD text. And let's say I'm gonna use Whist for this one. So my first aim here is going to be to create that. Is going to be to create the winning move. Now, I actually don't recall if a winning move is permanent or not, but that will allow us to practice with the dreaming in the worst case. There we go. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So let's say we'll take our Faust. Very stubborn about keeping me out. Okay. So I need the Faust. Well, it doesn't have to be Faust. But yeah, we'll hang on to. So these will be to create the memory that we need. I am tempted to do some gardening. You know what? Okay, so I did really want to try and open up this room, but it's actually better if I open up the packages. So let's do this one at a time. Something shipwrecked. What ship lost this? There's nothing about spring that tells me I have to I have to hire someone right away. So let's just file this in one at a time. I'll get the memories that I need from the books and the various types of crafting, and then we'll move to the next step. I don't even need to use the clouds because I'm going to be getting the memory from the winter. By the way, I did promise rants. I know I ranted a little bit more than I wanted, but anybody who wants to hear the Shakespeare stuff, I can bring that up. But I was meaning to ask at the start of the stream, what is everybody reading, if you don't mind? And actually, this is also true if you're watching the VODs. I'm happy to hear that as well. And I hope people don't feel that they need to put on airs and say, you know, oh, you're reading, I don't know, Finnegan's Wake for the 8th time, you know, tolerable bathroom piece, you know. There is no judgment in terms of whether it's highbrow or lowbrow. Miss Salty Bones, I don't believe I know who that is. Be free, please. Is this somebody I should know? All right, those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of Obliviates. It is not clear whether CROD, who is identified only by his initials, was in fact an initiate of the Obliviate Order of Immortal Adepts. He wrote in the 16th century after the order, if he is to be believed, had passed the height of its power. 58. That they did claim inheritance from the traditions of the House of Leith, but they have disregarded both its most sacred and its most beautiful ceremonies where they were not found convenient. 59. Hello, Groovy Doovy. How you doing? I'm actually very slow in getting started today, so I don't think you've missed too much. You're reading To Sleep in a Sea of Stars. I am not familiar. Most things I'm not familiar with, so would you recommend it? Are you enjoying it? 71. The Glassfinger toxin is no mere assassin's convenience for the Oblividiots to confine the disposal of to the disposal of their enemies. It has higher uses. Certainly, it is a great matter of winter, but I have already outlined the technique by which it may be fitted for its ultimate destiny, which is, I believe, this thing. There's our contradiction. If there's one book that you can easily remember the result from, I feel that it's those indignities. Oh, for heaven's sake. All right, more lost packages. The label is smeared to unreadable fog. Okay, let's go work with the dummy. Okay, craft a winning move. Establish a synthesis of alternatives. Auroral contemplations with scholar level edge plus memory creates a winning move. Okay, now I'm gonna start feeling the pinch. Let's open this with the Shaft. Something lost. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. So this is me saying, okay, we're not going to try and read the book, but then again, that's fine because it's just we weren't going to try and read the book anyway. And Be Free says across the river and into the trees. I'm gonna have to be looking up. Feel free to include a synopsis or an elevator pitch if you were so inclined, but it's obviously my job to figure this out. I'm actually doing a quick search for this while I wait for this to pay off. Wait, across the river into the trees is Hemingway, right? Yeah, it says it right here in Goodread. Okay, so I'm not familiar, but I at least have read something by Hemingway. And To Sleep in a Sea of Stars. Okay, I see science fiction is already... Oh, okay. This is from the author who had done Aragon, I think? This is quite new, it looks. Yeah, so I think I had to do Hills Like White Elephants in school anyway, so Hemingway is one of those things that I would expect to be exposed to from, just from a normal education. Although I suppose I definitely didn't read everything that I was assigned in school. But I don't know, it's short, so I should be able to go through. But yeah, I should definitely read that. I generally have read a lot less Hemingway than I probably should. But I'm also interested in Across the River and Into the Trees. So were you a fan of his earlier works and came to that, or is that did you actually just pick this up because it was a book that that interested you? Mine are a lot less interesting than either of those choices. I'm still nibbling away at A Beautiful Constraint, which I'm enjoying quite a bit, but I had a hold from the library which came in, so I am rather ashamed to admit that I have not read anything by Martin Amis. So I've got a collection of his essays called The War Against Cliché, which I just started. And then, because I think it is a real shame that I don't read more fiction, a friend of mine gave me a gift. It's an old pen. And when I say old, I mean old. Like, this thing is... I believe the price is listed in like a fractional value. 3/6. I actually have no idea what that means. I'm assuming that I could probably buy it using this currency. Let me see if I can find a date on this. It looks like this actually predates ISBN numbers. So possibly 1961. But anyways, this collection of H.G. Wells short stories. I read The Time Machine for the first time out of this. Then I read the Land Ironclads. And it's funny, like, sometimes you'll read some older things and it takes a bit of work. But I am quite pleased by how easy I find it is to sort of jump into H.G. Wells. You'll run into a word that maybe you feel uncomfortable reading every now and again, but for the most part, it's easy to pick up and very enjoyable. Green paint. Trees are rarely this color. So I think we need to come up with another shelf in the storage. If you're being completely honest, not a Hemingway fan. This is for personal reading. Not a fan. His writing is amazing, and his technical skill that I aspire to. Yeah, well, I mean, there is the great tension, right, in terms of knowing that you are never going to be able to read all the books that you want to. And that would be assuming that you even have full access to them. It is quite often the case that, but more so now that I live in Ottawa, that the library just simply does not have it. But just in terms of time management, you there's always that really nerve-wracking feeling that you're not always going to be able to read all of that stuff. So it's tough sometimes to read things that you may not necessarily be a fan of, and yet I do sometimes find some value in terms of toughing it out. It's a little bit like what I talked about before, which is if you are hearing an opinion you disagree with, sometimes people are saying things that are beyond the pale, and you certainly shouldn't subject yourself to something really, really, truly unpleasant. But where possible, there is some benefit in being able to understand, even if it's a really bad case and it's being very poorly put. The better ones, of course, are when it is a bad case well put. Then you learn something a little bit more, or maybe it's just a good case overall, and you really do learn something. But where possible, I try not to. I try to make it so that there's a bit of a limit in terms of switching off, and that's true for like broadcasts as well. There've definitely been a couple of broadcasts where I'm like, all right, this is kind of irking me, but I'll let it go, and then inevitably there'll be a couple more, and then I'm just sort of like, okay, I'm switching off. Like, I don't need to announce I'm leaving. I don't need to announce I'm unfollowing or something like that. But this is not the place for me. So yeah, that's fair. I think probably I would have very little in common with Ernest Hemingway myself. I have not fought in a war. I am probably the exact opposite of a manly man. I will confess, this, I don't know if this is just the last couple of months or if this is the idea of Hush House. I have definitely been getting the feeling of, I should just, if only I could go and, leave it all behind, and do something for myself. I have gotten that feeling a couple of times. And, yeah, how do I put it? But like for me, my Hush House would be, there's a place in British Columbia, and I've never actually visited. It may be a place that I don't like at all, but I believe it's called Haida Gwaii, and it's this island off the west coast of Canada. Very, very small population. I believe they will finally be getting a cable to grant them high-speed internet in 2024 or 2025. But again, very remote. BC is a very beautiful province, so it has that going for it. But the thing is that there is the ideal. So Canada is going to be less likely to have, old manors, right? And the old manors we have are certainly not going to be centuries old. So the next best I can go for are, are the remote communities. Yeah. Okay. So the main reason why I was doing what I was doing here was to get the winning move. So if we bring in the we don't have to bring in the FOSS, but I've kind of committed myself now. And I add the winning move. We've got 11 of the required 15. And that creates some problems for me. Because I only have room... Ugh. So I only have room for... Okay, so actually there's two problems here, which is, one, well, okay, this is This is easier than I want to admit. I just don't like the option here. So I could say, well, let's just sleep on the winning move. You know, I'll try and get another edge another day. So the thing about that is, like, you sit down, you say, okay, it's a winning move. We get 3 edge. Those who've studied the hours of the edge often say the world is a war, the chorality. Every event that might happen differently is a battle in that war, a contention between alternate outcomes. The wisdoms can sometimes show these battles might be won. So in order to level this up, I need 15 edge. Now, none of my elements of the soul provide edge, so I will get edge from memories. I will get edge from skills. This is about as high as I can get in terms of edge right now. No, my apologies. Sickle and Eclipse. Okay. So I'm still 3 short. Although Cat's Claw. No, that's 2. I have a few options here, but they're most of them involve a little bit of pain on my part. So they're really going to make me use this thing? Well, I'd have to use the Tryst in that case. So the one that I'm trying to avoid would be to use the Perniculate in the recipe. It's a little silly for me to use the Nillicant in this case. I think one of the reasons I'm reluctant to do this is that I've already given up a Perniculate. But the thing is, that does actually solve all the problems. So I am curious how the dream works. Okay, well, I'm going to have to wait for dream. I guess it would be Consider that uses that. Okay, so let's say I'm going to preserve the winning move at the end of the day. So let's see what I can do about making a Perniculate. So Sickle and Eclipse is actually pretty good at making Perniculates. So here's what we're going to do. We'll find Moon. So we can use health in this case. And then I do need to add Leaf. But Cat's Claw does count. Ah, right. Okay. So the dispensary might help. No, because it takes Moth, it doesn't take Moon. So I think I'm going to have to rely on the jail. No again. This takes Edge, though. Okay. And it does still take Nectar. So Sickle and Eclipse. We should still be able to add the Cat's Claw in this case. There we go. Brew a notoriously deadly ink of power. So we're not going to be able to do that trick again with the Faust, but we should still be able to work through it. In fact, because we're not going to be going any further, let's open up one of these boxes. The Imperial Chest, a treasure stored by an exiled empress. Something exalted. What sovereign wonder? Might have been a good idea for me to keep track of. So we've got the attaché case, the scaled casket. This may have the numbering might have some relevance. So how did the Curia of the Isle begin? There is no evidence they began with the House of Leith, that society of unseen immortals bound by 3 O's. But this vault, much newer than the tunnels above, does seem to reference the oath called the Ivory Chain, which forbade commerce with the Hours, except sometimes with the Winter Hour, known as the Elegist, or the Ivory Dove. Solomon Husher remarked that this might be considered less an oath of rejection of the Hours, and more an oath of loyalty to the Elegist, but Solomon, of course, vanished into the snow. I do also think there's kind of something interesting with this, but you can't click on it or have anything happen, so. But I was wondering if this might be related to the librarians. Although there's more than 8 librarians. Actually, you know what? It would have been interesting to know which ones were empty as well, because this could also be about De Wolf's. Also Abbott's possibly, but yeah, the problem with the De Wolf's or the Abbots would be I don't really have an accounting for why this is referring to the Curia. It's a Curia period section. Anyways, a consideration for another time. I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to take this year tally, a chitty worth an additional year of life scrupulously obtained through carefully balanced thaumaturgic attention to the cindered tally of the Madrigad. Oh, I can put one here. I wasn't expecting that. I'm going to live with that for now. We don't have much else to do for the day, so we're going to wait for night to see if we can preserve this winning move. If not, it's a little bit of a shame, but I'll be better prepared for next time. We did at least read, we did open up a couple of our packages, so we have 3 more of those in this vault here. And I do have the option of opening up the sealed vault, but what I'm really looking for right now is trying to upgrade my memories so we can take a legitimate crack at the level 14 forge text. Alright, with keeper level edge, Perniculate is the precursor to serpent milk. I thought it might have been nice. For some reason, I thought one of my Newman might have an edge aspect, but I was wrong in that. But I should probably be reading one of the Newmans, just so I can get the memory. But again, that always kind of winds up being the sort of choice that I make when how'd I put it? Oop. That's the sort of choice that I make when I don't have things to do with my elements of the soul, so I don't feel too bad about, you know, like it's not the end of the world to me that I haven't like loaded up on all of the you know, all the different persistent memories. They're a nice to have, and it's a way of sort of making the most out of an element of the soul on a given day, but it shouldn't be considered essential, let's say. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? I wanted to practice the dreaming. Okay, so I can't consider that. So does the bed change at night? Nope. This is actually something I might take a look at the patch notes for. Oh, maybe I need to be in the right bed for it. Let me just take a quick look here. I think Reddit has the patch notes as well. Cosley update now on the main branch. It is now possible to dream on a memory when night comes, preserving it for the following day. You can't do this with weather. You can only do it after nightfall. Just going to take a quick second here. Okay. I mean, that's a shame to lose the winning move, but it would seem to me the most logical actions here would be to talk or to use it in bed, and I can see why it would not make sense to have a mismatching aspect in the bed. So that's probably something I should have thought about ahead of time. I'm curious. So I've always wanted to go to the librarian's quarters, but that wouldn't actually help me with my current dilemma. And there isn't the Kukerbit bread. The best I could hope for would be, well, you can sleep in one of these cells. Yeah, the long cell. Okay, I think I'll just take my lumps, and we will do the same. We'll do the same thing as yesterday. I think it's very unlikely we're going to get hail in spring, so I should probably just read another contradiction text, and then I suppose, yeah. So we'll use the Faust. Yeah, we'll use the Faust to generate the winning move. Sorry, one Faust to get the contradiction, one Faust to generate the winning move, 1 to, and we'll probably wind up using health to create the big one. It'd be nice if I can actually get another Perniculate created, but that's not essential. So yeah, let's start. We'll start with Whist. This one I'm going to read Honey, a Comprehensive Guide, because it's been a while, and I feel that that will have interesting stories. Nope, that's Beekeeper's Ends. Is it just a big H? There you go. Harvey Haddington, pilot polymath confectioner, writes with great enthusiasm about the marvelous work of the bee. Now, it would be nice to evolve the chimeric larva as well, but again, it's a question of, you know, what do I have the time for? What do I have the resources for? Oh, you know what? I did something rather silly. I can probably compensate, but so if I take Sickle and Eclipse, oh nope, that's Libidic Tincture. Right, because I have to add a memory. Okay, so I would need Sunny. Surely the governor's desk should help here. Of course, because Sickle and Eclipse doesn't produce what I'm looking for. So as it turns out, the memory still stands. I could have used Fear, but yeah, okay. I'm the rusty gears are finally starting to move. So one of the drawbacks that I have here is there's a little bit of a crunch in terms of the amount of time that I have available to do this. So it's going to take 90 seconds. So it's 1 minute to get the memory. It's 90 seconds to produce the winning move, and then I think it's 2 minutes to produce the keeper level recipe. So a lot of the day is going to be taken up specifically building this, but it's a permanent thing. So here we go. Haddington insists that all the primary aspects, nectar, scale, heart, lantern, moth, grail, are possessed by bees and expressed in honey. Clearly he points out there are only 6 primary aspects, as a honeycomb has only 6 angles. Ugal Link is prepared with these techniques, but so is Skinshuck Mead, and only Skinshuck requires honey. Just as any beverage or foodstuff can be improved with the addition of honey, so any garden is improved with the presence of bees, even those bloody Blomberendi. Okay, so we'll do the same trick as last time. We will take our it doesn't have to be Faust, but we'll take a contradiction. We will throw Auroral Contemplations at it. We have a winning move. Establish a synthesis of alternatives. I rather suspect I'm going to have to use this at something like the hearth. So I'm going to resist the temptation to use my elements of the soul right now. And this is just because I don't have a full game plan yet for getting what I need. I suspect it's probably going to be, actually, it's almost certainly going to be. So Sickle and Eclipse, so I get 9 edge out of there, and then I get 3 from the memory, so that brings me up to 12. Oh man, okay. No, we'd still need to use the... Okay, so I'm going to leave the Trist aside in this case. The Faust won't help me. So yeah, I can actually I can afford to start using this stuff for other items. So I know I'm not going to use the Faust. In this case, we'll open up the attaché case. Yeah, I can use the Faust. Something unregarded. What overlooked delight? This is in position 3, so I'll try and look at the position. So for number 3, this would have been Walter de Wolf. The bust is carved from serpentinite, a striking local stone. We don't have much on Walter without examining. The third librarian would be Solomon Husher, so that's one that, again, doesn't exactly lend itself to an obvious interpretation. And I don't think we have an ordering for the abbots and abbesses, so there might be something there. I just don't have what I need to bring it all together. So we'll leave that aside. Okay, Sickle and Eclipse. We'll put the Trist because that's accepted in Ava's desk. We'll bring in the winning move, and then I'm going to have to make another Perniculate. But for now, we'll work with... Whoa! I really got this wrong. Okay, so Disciplines of the Hammer is not going to have enough, I don't think. Yikes. Aha. Auroral Contemplations does. So. And that gives me exactly 15, so this all turned out in the end. Extend your understanding into a potent edge lesson. Auroral Contemplations with Keeper level edge plus winning move creates invisible audacity. Okay. It would be nice to create another Perniculate. The other thing I would like to keep in mind, though, is if I am relying on Cat's Claw, I should be farming it when I can. And it is indeed spring, so I'm going to harvest the Cat's Claw first. Gather in summer, Trumpeter's Lily Flower. It's summer. Never mind. Okay, so we're going to do the usual thing. Brew a notorious deadly ink of power. Sickle and Eclipse with Scholar level edge plus leaf creates Perniculates. So I've replaced the items that I need. Tomorrow I'm going to... I'm probably going to try and read one of those forge texts, although we'll probably have a new visitor, so I might hold off on that. So I think we'll just use the shot to open another box, and then once we're done opening the boxes, there'll be two things that I try. One, to get a Traveling Nun again, and then number two, I'm going to be going back to Crowcross Sands and the Moor and the the Gull Colony. So the Nun will be so that I can open another vault and start opening packages again. The elements of the soul that are not relevant to collecting items from the environment are basically opportunities for me to get a visitor. Oh. Porphyrion. So this is one that is actually fairly important. The Incastum Terminale of the Second History. It's glowing crimson mauve of the Secret Histories. Porphyrion. This, incidentally, I think is the first reference to Secret Histories as an aspect? Or maybe it's not referring to it as an aspect. Maybe it's just referring to it as a concept. Porphyrion was venerated in secret by a confraternity of corresponding Cluniacs and Benedictines. Use an Incastum ink with your journal to make determinations and record histories. If the hours listen, the world changes. Porphyrion might be used to compose a petition for the Labyrinth season. If you can provide at least 20 of Nock, Rose, or Moon, no Edge, Heart, or Winter at all, and suitable writing material. Now that's interesting. So I don't think I want to try this. So when it talks about bringing in the Labyrinth season, I think the idea here is that, provided... So, like, I think the most likely approach for me here would be to take the Nock path, because I have 7 here. I could add 5 from the Newman. So I suspect probably the 20 limit is like, well, you're probably going to want to bring in Numa so that you can make, like, a Newman happen. Or like a determination happen. So with the 5, that would bring you up to 12. So then you'd have another 8 to work with. 2 of that at minimum can come from an element of the soul. So then you'd be left with 6. Now that becomes interesting then, because if you're doing this at a desk, so let's take a look at what the Nock desk would be. So we've got a soul, a skill, and memory papers. Oh, right, skills. Yeah, so at a minimum, you could bring it down to 6. So yeah, if we wanted, we could bring about a Numa. Now, the main reason we would maybe want to bring about a Numa would be to get more gold Spintra, but that's probably not... Like, okay, I have some ideas about how that could be useful, but I don't really think I really don't think I want to be using the ink for that. I don't think I have space for these. Hey, there we go. I should actually be ordering these for this. So we've got a third history here. First history. Second history. Third. This can't be fourth. Yeah, fifth. Details matter. All right, let's go and check out our packages. A scaled casket, a treasure left behind by an explorer on the eve of his final voyage. Something dark. What midnight gift? So number one, I want to get the living relic. Number two, we have a bunch of eggs kicking around that I'd kind of like to hatch. I was a little disappointed that the gull egg wound up hatching a gull rather than the living relic. I don't know if that's a bug or if that's intentional. Because the thing is, all of the eggs I'm running into do actually seem to be geared towards hatching a particular type of animal. Alright. There is our replacement verniculus. And in 25 seconds we will have a more permanent memory, which is exactly what I wanted. Now the important thing here is this is a lot of effort that I've been putting into... Oh, black sapphire wash, nice. The color perhaps of the doors of the House of the Moon. So, what I'm looking for... Like, so I'm putting a lot of effort into basically making memories that are only going to be used to... they're going to be used to get me a chance at something. It's actually a fairly remote possibility that I'm going for here. Oh, Cali Commuter, thank you very much for your Prime subscription. I do hope... So first of all, I tremendously appreciate the support, but I do hope you take advantage of whichever... I've actually been using a bunch of these, and I don't remember which ones are in the start, but please do feel free to avail yourself of these emotes. Some of them are my favorites, for sure, and not just because they're mine, I just think they look nice. But if nothing else, I do appreciate the support. The funny thing is I actually have room for more, so I always sort of felt that System Dumb should be one, like I should be creating a financial penalty for wanting to insult me, and then I figured that System Sad would be one of the like higher level ones just because if possible it would be nice to have sort of expressions of sarcasm and joy over expressions of sadness, and I think people can pay to unlock these things anyway, so it's really just a question about putting little speed bumps in. But I'm always delighted when I see them in the channel. So sorry if it sounds very needy, but I just like seeing them. So thank you very much for that, though. I'm glad that you're enjoying enough to do that kind of support. All right, the Colonel's lessons and the Lionsmith's lessons have been unkindly and reductively rendered as stab versus thump. A general says, when I make the right choice, I win. An illuminate says, when I win, I determine which choice was the right one. And Natalie Berlot. So again, these do count as... You can evolve with these now, but that's certainly not what we're looking to do here. I would rather like to get some more Cat's Claw, but we know we're going to have to wait for that now. I guess at this point I kind of need to decide, is it harder for me to get an Earthquake name, or is it harder for me to get the Invincible Audacity? Because it's not like I have a lot of scale to kick around. I'll have to think about that a little bit. but we are rather close to a point where I'm going to be using 1 as an input sooner rather than later. And the black sapphire wash. Well, you know what? Let's just put that in the put that on the shelf. This is starting to look a little bare here. Unless I don't have a black sapphire wash. Yeah, we do. Yeah, I think the plan for tomorrow is pretty clear. I think we're gonna try. Well, so first of all, we'll see what the weather and the season brings. I think we'll take our chances with reading a forge text. Okay, current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? An upcoming production of an opera with a very ancient pedigree indeed. Visitors with interest in Grail or Sky mysteries will want to talk about this. Another sunny day, but we are in fall now. So, there isn't a benefit to me sitting idle. So let's try our best at Ambro's desk, excuse me. So we'll take our shot. The highest forge that we have is Disciplines of the Hammer. We have an Invincible Audacity, which right now is the best forge I've been able to come up with. I suspect that there are probably higher level forge memories, and it's just a question of us not having, you know, enough forge to kind of get to that that higher level. I suppose one Hail Mary I could try here would be a Shaft, Disciplines of the Hammer. Copper might get me... Okay. And then there should be a pretty high level petrol. I think we've had stronger flame than that. Kerosene, there you go. Aha! I don't think this is gonna get me. That's not even close. Huh. Well, to satisfy my own curiosity, I am actually going to try and put together a few more of these forge items, and this is mostly just to make sure that I don't have some path to a higher level forge memory that I've been ignoring. There's no shortage of, like, essences and... Actually... No, it has to be a fuel, so I don't think we could use iotic. I'll double check, but... Well, that's interesting. Why should we settle for mundane fuels? Okay, we'll try that again. Didn't change for the keeper level. Oops. Fair enough. Nothing we don't already know. I'll admit, I would be a little surprised if it was this easy to get a high-level forge memory. I kind of feel like I would have found this by now. But there is some value in testing assumptions like that. So I think it would be fair to say anything that would use Iotic Essence as an input, we're missing some other level to work with, which is, again, completely fine. But yeah, so I think the best that I can hope for here is we go to Ambrose's desk. So we take the Shaft. I'm going to use the Invincible Audacity, just simply because we've been able to create that before. We've got a bit of a system in place for creating this. I will combine it with a tool because so far as I can tell, we don't have an ink that will provide me extra forge. I suppose the other thing I could do to verify this would be just to click on the, or not click, but like mouse over. And just any inks that I've sort of been ignoring for the last little while now is not a bad time for me to find it. But I think it would be fair to say I've gotten... Oh, actually, there's one that I don't... Yeah. Yeah, I haven't been trying inks on this one because I don't have a recollection of a 4G ink. And again, this might just be a reflection of the skills that I have and, you know, what I've been working with so far. But this is the kind of time where I'm like, okay, if like something that gives me more than one forge will actually have a pretty significant impact on my ability to read this given text. So I wanted to take the opportunity. Your therapist called. Anyway, I'm back. So I hope everything is okay, but happy to have you back. Be free. Okay, but yeah, so far as I can tell, we don't have anything we can work with. So we are going to read books in their natural form, which is with spanners. Better still, we'll put a square. Have a square on the desk and make us feel really good about this. So I guess the last question would be, what of these books am I going to read, right? So I have two that I've set aside. We've got Descent of the Shell, a treatise on eggs, light, and optics by Abbess Melissenth, dazzlingly illuminated with renderings of the Abbess's visions. And then we also have The Burning Woman, a transcription of the play by Menander the Victor, possibly the dramatist of that name, into Frisian with commentaries. Both of these are interesting. I think I'm going to read The Descent of the Shell first. And again, we need 14, so we are quite... we're really behind the 8 ball when it comes to this challenge. Now, there's a few things that I can do to try and angle it in my favor. So, for instance, I can already try and hire Denzo, let's say. But the ideal is that it's going to ask us for a memory, and with that, we will use the Earthquake name. If it doesn't ask us for that, then what we're hoping for is a combination of elements that we can conceivably bring together, and that may mean I have to give up some valuable things. I think the most likely outcome here is that I'm going to lose the memory and not have anything to show for it. But this is the point where, you know, I don't mind putting a little bit of effort in here just because we don't necessarily have any new. We don't have any new books on the horizon. Essentially, we need to wait for the event to finish, given the way that I've been playing so far, so that I can learn a language. Or I need to get lucky with Oriflammes, and Oriflammes is actually quite expensive right now. So, let's see. Forge the Wavering Spark, perhaps. The other thing, I need to be sure that I keep a very close eye on this. Now, I got to be a little careful about this, but I don't want I don't want to be completely idle either. It's actually not a great time for me to be trying to hire someone. Well, let's go for it anyway. So seek unusual help, what visitors might be passing through. And I will take the opportunity to use the Whist with Consider to open the records box. A treasure stored by a musician's spy. What overlooked delight. So I've got a Health, a Faust, and a Tryst to apply towards Crowcross Sands or possibly the recruitment of help. But as always, I want to be pretty careful with what I see here. Okay, we have Mr. Agdesis. We'll read his description when he's ready to ask us for something. So again, I'm a little reluctant to follow up on the request right now. So first of all, in terms of languages, I believe we already have Fusine. We do. So this would be purely for the event. But I don't want to lock up the talk verb quite yet, because if we wind up with a traveling nun or something equivalent, I want to be able to follow up on that. So I'm happy to offer him a place to rest if he needs it, but I'm going to focus on other priorities for now. All right. Oh! We got it. In fact, no, I can't. I was thinking it's like maybe I try to sneak out a couple of quick memories from books, but there's no way I'm going to have that done in time. So we'll use the earthquake name. Again, it's costly, right? We're giving up 2 powerful, persistent memories, but man, that is worth it. Oh, another porphyrin. All right. I'm very happy about how that turned out. And then we're going to get a nun, and I'm going to be even happier. Consulting engineer. I don't think we need that. Yeah, we have an edge and a knock, neither of which will be helped. I am going to try once more before we talk with Mr. Agdesis about the day. So we'll give up the gulls for today. So I should be able to manage one more. I almost blew it. Should be able to manage one more round before I have to give up on my my dreams of a future. No. Okay, good. It's the element of the soul. Oh, I was about to lose it. So opportunity element of the soul, increase relevant aspects by adding an element to the soul card. So I'm gonna have to recover the shaft, but if we do wind up with, say, one of the nuns, I should still be able to. I should still be able to buff them in time. There we go. So yeah, if it doesn't turn out after 26 seconds, then we'll use these to get items. Forge the kindled flame. So it's going to take us a while to recover both the earthquake name and the invincible audacity, but we may also be at a point where we have a stronger forge to use for reading next time anyway. So, Descent of the Shell, A Trees on Eggs, Light and Optics by Abbess Melissenth, dazzlingly illuminated with renderings of the Abbess's visions. The book is unexpectedly challenging to read. The bright glitter of the gold leaf illuminations acquires a migrainous quality. The eye aches and tires. This is most likely the certain vivid book that Melissenth once sent to Gunhild, daughter of King Harold, which provoked in her a dream of eyes, but also caused her to begin to lose her sight until she was healed by the Saint Bishop Wulfstan. To complete it is a kind of test. Its double thesis, at last, seems to be that the sun is either an eye or an egg, and so the second dawn will be either its opening or its hatching. So there was a dream of eyes. I think it was Fraser Strathcoyne that referred to that before. And we get a foresight, so I'm going to add that to the list. But more importantly, we have some skills to play around with, so let's... Oh, that's right, I'm running out of book space. I'm going to settle for putting them here, but I do think I'm going to need to just straight up find a proper room. Okay, purifications and exaltations I almost certainly have already. Yes, so I need 4 forge or 4 sky. Now this is a little bit of a shame here. God, they're really making me work for it. Oh no, hang on. It's lantern and sky. So no, foresight still helps. So it's probably better for me to use the health and the tryst to generate the memories, pay for the Foss to get back, and that way we only need to worry about leveling up purifications and exaltations. I don't know if it really gets me all that much. But I'm not going to say no to leveling up a text. So let's go for 1 lantern, 1 sky. Let's do a light in the inkwell for the revelation. The drawback is I can never remember, 1, if I own it, and 2, where I would have put it. Shouldn't be that hard to find, though. 4 letters. I don't think it'll be on this lower level, but I always give it 1 pass, and if I can't find it on the 1 pass, I want to be a little more careful. Okay. So it is possible I don't have it. A light in the inkwell definitely sounds like a text that I've read in this run, though. Just because there's a couple that make references to inks, and I remember distinctly saying, "Oh, that just solved a whole bunch of problems for me later down the road. I'm really happy I read that." So, I don't think it would be one with a special sign. So the Amalgam of the Red Rose is. I mean, there's a possibility maybe it's called L.I., but they don't know, like, so Gospel of Zacchaeus is G-O-Z. So I think I'm just going to settle for... I think I'm just going to accept that I've been bested on this one by my own insane filing system. Colors in the liver. I kind of want to check this one out just to make sure that I I wrote this. Sorry, I wrote this correctly. Because the other funny thing is that with this, with this other playthrough I'm doing, I'm not actually recording any of the stuff that I found. I've definitely got books that I haven't read in this playthrough, in that playthrough, and I remember thinking to myself, what a shame it is that I'm not recording all of this information that's going to prove useful later on. But I very specifically want to keep a separation between those two playthroughs. But there are two books now, which, and I mean, there is the possibility here that what's happening is I'm mistaking some I'm mistaking some texts that I read in the beta for ones that I've read in this playthrough, but I feel that I've made this mistake enough times that there's something else going on here, and I'm just missing out. I would also like to read Letters to My Successor again at some point. Okay, well, actually, Letters to My Successor gives a revelation, so let's take that. Advice from Gervinius Van Loren, the 11th librarian of Hush House, to the one who will come after him. Next up, health. We're going to use that at Solomon's desk. I'm looking for Sky, so Solace would help here. Do the Rose of Hypatia. Actually, yeah, Rose of Hypatia should work. I think that's a Greek one. All right, that was a lot more effort than it needed to be, but I'm happy enough with where it's going. We will renew my Faust at the Sweet Bones so that I can boost my purifications and exaltations. And if I have a... Okay, good. I don't need to worry about hiring anyone special. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal in a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. So I have nothing to do with the talk verb now, so we're going to have a chat with Mr. Peter Agdistis. Musician, mystic, impresario, Agdistis was a dancer once. One cannot see him without knowing it. The wound in his thigh keeps him from the stage, but his every movement still has the cadence of a prayer. And we will talk to him about the affair of Apollo and Marsyas. Apollo and Marsyas, the score had been thought lost, and I am pleased to say that I played a small part in its recovery. It is rather old. I have been asked to help arrange it to suit contemporary expectations. This work is very special to me, librarian, very special also to the hour I serve. I want to be certain that the work is worthy of him, and that I do not disgrace the orchestra nor disappoint the audience. That always. So we want Sky. Their Sky interest is 4, and they understand Fusine, Phrygian, and Aramaic and Greek. So we should have a level 4 Sky text that will satisfy them. It's always good to remember that this will be the last of this layer that we can do this with. Everything else will require 6 or higher from that point. Unless there's odd-numbered text. I have not yet seen an odd-numbered text in the game, but, you know, it's the whole... I feel like Nassim Taleb is obviously a smart guy. He's also completely insufferable, which makes this difficult sometimes. But I mean, you know, his most famous, and from what I've heard, I've not actually read it, but it does appear to be a very worthwhile book. Like, people whose advice I tend to follow have spoken very highly of it. But you know, ever since the you know what, we'll give him Locksmith's Dreams. Um, but yeah, like I've noticed since that book has come out, like everybody loves talking about black swans, and it's helpful. It is a very useful analogy, but in this case, I cannot help but refer to black swans, right? Because it does happen in the Weather Factory game. So you say there is no text in Cultist Simulator that when you read it, you get to keep it. Well, that's not true. There is in fact a text that is also in this game that when you read it actually remains as a tool. It is the only text that does that. So then you can modify it. I'm thinking specifically to my librarian run here, right? There is no text in Cultist Simulator that you can get more than once. Again, not true. And I have done that. I will say, even with the changes that have been made in the game, there are actually a couple that have slipped through, and it is possible to get that text more than once, which means you can read one for the memory and then one for your collection. Now, for the most part, those are true, but basically you can always, like, it's one of these cases, right? You form an expectation based on all your previous observations, and Cultist Simulator has a really good track record of providing me with exceptional cases that don't fit the normal pattern. So I'm always quite reluctant to say, up to this point, I have not seen an odd-numbered text, but I can also imagine situations in which perhaps they would give me something that is like a text but isn't exactly, and as a consequence, it winds up having an aspect of an odd number. I knew that that I would not regret coming here, and not only for the knowledge you've shared. I could grow to love this place, librarian, even at its grayest. Perhaps I am coming to understand why you've set aside the world and made Brandkrug your home. Me too, Peter. Me too. All right. We've got Be Free. Have you considered librarian as a part of yourself, but in that it's a part of a bigger whole, sort of like an aspect? So have you considered librarian as part of yourself? So could you unpack a little bit by what you mean by that? Because I when you mention aspects, I think I have like a half idea of what you're saying, but I think I need a little bit more. Hello, Sophia. I should actually mention, I apologize, Sophia. I'm going to mix the game up. Is it Fae Farm? Anyways, it's the Phoenix Labs game. Phoenix Labs used to be Vancouver-based only, but I think they've opened another office. But I am rather ashamed to admit that I was unaware of Sophia's broadcast until quite late in watching Dendrian's stuff, and I had a very nice time. Fae Farm, okay. I always feel very nervous about names of things. But in any case, definitely a stream I don't just feel obligated to recommend because of the oversight. It was actually a very enjoyable time with a very enjoyable game. And someone who also broadcasts at hours that are a little different for me, so I know there are a number of people who tend to come in at the end of a broadcast and maybe feel a little disappointed they don't have something to watch. And so that's another good recommendation for yourself. Oh, you got kind of bored, and NPCs are kind of personality-less. Gameplay is good, though. Okay, are you going to be moving on to another game? I know you've played... sorry, actually, I don't think you've played Book of Hours. I think you said you watched Book of Hours, and that it didn't make a whole lot of sense, for which I apologize. So if you do need a hand with any of the concepts in the game, and I've done a poor job of explaining them, do feel free to ask, because I do like explaining the game. Potion Permit. I've not heard of that, but I have a feeling that the actions might be a little bit similar to some of the things I've been doing on this. Fair. In any case, it's always a delight to see you here, particularly because I always feel a bit bad whenever I run into, people like Dendrian, who are very nice people and, have a chat to match, and my chat self is quite different from my broadcaster self, because my broadcaster self is an illusion that I can only maintain 3 times a week, if that. So, as in if you were a pawn, a sim game played by the hours over time. That's what you got from Cultist Simulator. Interesting. So, I mean, I suppose the one thing is, and this may not be apparent from the way that we've been talking about the game now, because we haven't done a determination, but there's the idea of the multiple histories, and particularly sorting out the contradictions between those histories, and the librarian has a role to play in that. There is actually a special status for the kind of the branches of the Watchman's tree, the libraries. I'm also rather intrigued by how often the gods from nowhere wind up being associated with the libraries. So, in one sense, it's a little difficult to see the librarian necessarily as a pawn of the hours, because there is actually a role that they're playing in terms of giving them information that they may not necessarily know. I think even from the trailer, there's a line that, the hours are not all knowing. Perhaps we shouldn't call them gods. But it's very clear. I think people run down the visitor aspect of the game too much. It is kind of neat to get these glimpses of the world as it goes by. Actually, okay. I'm always on the fence about talking about this sort of stuff, but yeah, so I mean, I suppose it would just be the question in terms of how much the hours are advocating for certain things and how much of it is the fact that there is actually genuine enlightenment, that the or maybe enlightenment is too strong a word, but like that there's genuine information that the librarian's providing. Because at least what I've been seeing here, I am actually inclined to lean a little bit more on the side of saying that there is actually added value that the librarian is providing through their actions, which makes their role rather important, and so your role rather important. And the idea of you being some kind of a pawn of the hours. Now, again, I mean, I have no, it's just my opinion, man. Like, I don't have a particular, I don't have any special access to how the game works or the world of the game works. I'm figuring this stuff out alongside everybody else, and chances are there are people who are paying closer attention to what's going on. So I may not necessarily, I wouldn't even rank myself as a particularly knowledgeable individual in terms of the setting. But I suppose I'll go from two angles, which is one, the evidence that I would use to try and suggest that the librarian is being nudged in a particular direction by hours to make a particular determination could be explained in other ways. And there are enough people talking about providing guidance, not orders, not directions, not eternal truths that must be followed, but quite specifically suggestions. That's the sort of thing that we can actually take at face value from the game. So I am less inclined to that particular reading in the absence of other evidence, but that shouldn't be, again, I do really want to stress on this. My opinion on this matter counts for absolutely nothing. So, my general feeling on this sort of thing is that if it makes the game more interesting, or if it makes you happy, or whatever it is, probably you should play the game as if that's true, and then there may be evidence to the contrary at some point. Like, the reason why I say evidence to the contrary is that I've been thinking about a game called Starflight for a while, and I really like the big reveal at the end of that game. I like it a lot, and obviously that kind of a reveal doesn't work if you are not willing to change your opinion about what's happening in the presence of evidence to the contrary. It's I also I think it's kind of missing what makes the game interesting. I think if this game wanted to be really clear in terms of what was going on and just tell you what's what, it would, right? I think Weather Factory is perfectly capable of telling you how this world works in a very straightforward way. And I think they've very specifically chosen not to reveal certain things, sometimes just for pure fun, and sometimes because there is value in leaving some spaces for people to sort of figure things out on their own, even years later. So yeah, with that in mind, like I've never wanted to be too strict in terms of talking about where things go. But yeah, one thing I did want to say about this idea of determinations. Everybody kind of wants to make a game nowadays, right? And one thing I'm always reluctant to do is talk about game ideas without a clear plan of implementing them. And generally, to just not really talk about them at all until they're out and ready to be played, because it's easy to get the enjoyment of people telling you good job, or oh, that sounds so cool, or whatever people say. I tend to find is usually negative stuff is like, oh, so it's like, and then basically say reduce your game down to something that already exists, as if you don't have original ideas. So I have another reason to not mention what I'm thinking of working on. But I never really got that far in Sunless Sea. I got far enough to know finally why people really liked it, and I'd like to return to the game. But I was always really intrigued by the Great Game. Now, obviously, the Great Game isn't an invention of Fallen London or Sunless Sea. That is that's a bit of history that's been transposed into the different world for Fallen London. But I was kind of intrigued by the role that the player would play in that, and specifically what the dark spectacled admiral's kind of view of the world must be. It's not like you have telegraph lines that are going, across the Neath to kind of tell everyone what's what. So I was rather intrigued by this idea of a strategy game where you wouldn't necessarily worry so much about, like, so there's a bunch of different things that you can kind of worry about in RTS games. And I was intrigued by this idea of maybe not doing Fog of War in the way that most RTS games do it, in the sense that like if you play, let's say, StarCraft as an example. I haven't played StarCraft in years, but hopefully when the Blizzard deal closes, I'll reinstall the launcher. But like basically the part of the strategy can be that you actually move out single units, so that number one, you kind of know where the resources are, and then number two, so you know what your enemy's up to and basically what they're building. This can be tough, especially when you're starting out, because you really are only focusing on one thing. But one of the more intermediate and advanced strategies is kind of managing those sorts of resources to give you an idea of what your opponent's up to. And if you don't have that information, it's very likely that you are going to be overrun just simply because they've built something that completely counters your defenses, particularly if they're the ones with that information. But the thing about Fog of War in these games is that there is always going to be instantaneous communication between your units and what you see. And that includes even historical games like Age of Empires. Fog of War has always been that if it is applied in the like in a real-time strategy game in the first place, it will always confer instantaneous advice, even if it's like one person out in a field reporting back to a base that's without power. I guess in Command and Conquer, if you turn off if you don't have enough power, like your minimap goes down, but you still are able to sort of see what the person's, like, you're still able to see the person in the field. And in fact, the Command and Conquer games, at least Command and Conquer and Command and Conquer Red Alert, I think those are the ones that got the remaster. Those, if you had someone in an area once, right, you would have full knowledge of what happened in that area for the rest of the map. So in that case, you didn't even need to have you could have like suicide patrols that would just get as far as they could into the map, and that would give you vision to that area for the rest of the scenario. So, instead of this, I guess it would kind of be, I don't know, temporal Fog of War. So this idea of being a participant in the Great Game, and you'll send out your orders, but you have to make your orders and you have to make your decisions based on information as provided to you at a certain time. And you can send people out to get information, but again, that's going to take time. They're going to need to go somewhere, and then they'll come back, and you'll get a bit of a flash of information on what goes on. And this is the problem, right? This never exists. This never went beyond just sort of a fleeting idea in the back of my head. So I didn't worry about implementation. So like the question would be, well, do you have like an old image that's always on the map to sort of sort out where things are going? Or do you just have this sort of sea of blackness and sort of these flashes that then go away? What is this adding to the strategy? How is this fun? Is it actually fun to sort of send something off into the darkness, hoping for the best, and then just not really understanding why you got, why you got clobbered, right? All of this stuff is completely unexamined with this idea, but it was one of those ideas that has never really left my head. And so the reason why I'm mentioning this is that this idea of making the determinations with the hours actually makes me think of that stuff again, where I sort of think it's like, yeah, you've got these glimpses in terms of what's going on in the histories, and you've got these contradictory things, and you need to rely on other people providing your information. So like, who are the people who are providing you information? What are you giving them in order to achieve that? What do they get out of informing you, basically? Are they interested in the information that they're giving you? Are they working for someone else? So on and so forth. But I'll probably never wind up making something along those lines. I'm not. First of all, I don't really have any skill as a game designer, and number two, it's not the sort of thing that immediately says, "Oh, here's a bunch of interesting gameplay that falls out of that immediately." Right? It's more. I feel like there might be something there, but it kind of needs to be attached to something appropriate for it. Okay, Rose of Hypatia, a volume of collected teachings of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories, but in some was very powerful indeed. This was recorded by Hypatia and dedicated to Saint Nympha. Saint Nympha is described as not born but cultivated, the sentience that became a saint. Hypatia indicates inhabited a sinner's corpse in order to enable that sinner's redemption. Not all the dead enter the mansis by the winter door. Not all the dead enter the mansis at all. Letters to my successor. So this is one I want to pay close attention to. Advice from Gervenius van Loren, 11th librarian of Hush House, to the one who will come after him. Some of the advice is practical. Don't worry about losing the house key. Always close the seaward windows. Make sure you feed the cockatoo. Much of it is more rarefied, specifically about the inks of revelation, and some of it relates to Van Loren's own doom. When I was another, I made a foolish wager with the hooded princes to solve 7 riddles. I had not realized the riddles would be set by me for the one I would become. 6 are resolved. The 7th will be the end of me. It waits now in the cellar of the jail, where Collars still believes I can keep it confined, but the first riddle told me I would not see the second dawn. I forgot this last bit, so I suppose this is the... these are sort of the final moments before the fire. Okay. I really made a meal of this, but let's go for purifications and exaltations. I don't know why, but I took one too many. Huh. This is not going to help me at all, and I do not yet have my effort to throw in anyway. Alright, well, look, that's a shame, but what am I going to do about it, right? Like, there's... Well, actually, there is one thing I can do about it. I can test this sleeping mechanic. So if I try and keep the Solace, that has a heart. So yeah, let's see if we can make that dream mechanic work. Frost, Foresight, Sunny, Revelation. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Improve this skill to level 4. So we'll move 3 down. This is eventually going to turn into level 5, so we'll move Watchman's Paradox down. And here we go. Bronze Spintria for our trouble. So as the day closes out, we've got the production Corso. Corso improved his knowledge of stains, hopefully enough to identify the Savor Arts book he hoped to acquire in Paris. What Essen learnt at Hush House convinced him that the production would not trouble the lower skies, especially perhaps with his intercession. Azita wanted to ensure that the production got every detail right to make it the best possible bait for her dearest enemy, Merad. Princess Coquille was confident that she would be the best-dressed woman in the audience. Hokebald, after visiting Hush House, Magister Hokebald believed he had determined the most suitable gifts for the performers. He almost thanked me for it. And Mr. Agdistis helped arrange the score for Apollo and Marsyas. So, there are a couple of feelings I have about that, Be Free. So, in one sense, probably because they're both very well read, so they're at least familiar with it, but I do think to a certain extent this is a reflection of the quality of the writing. And I'm not necessarily saying that just to like be nice, because obviously I do think quite highly of Weather Factory and their skills. But there is a lot in these games if you look for it. So if you are into history, there's not just a lot of history, there's a lot of history where like locals to certain areas will say, how on earth did you know about that, right? And I can tell you, at least as far as Exile is concerned, it's because Alexis specifically put out a call for, interesting local trivia for places that is more than what you would find outside of Wikipedia, right? And this is an important one. Like, I really do not want to run down Wikipedia. Like, Wikipedia is a wonderful resource. There have been papers on trying to evaluate its accuracy and such. And, as with anything, you want to be careful about what you're reading, and there is a benefit to, the proper types of reviews that other encyclopedias do. But okay, yes. So the problem that I had before was I didn't have the right aspect. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doing. Dreaming on a memory will preserve it past dawn, allowing you to keep it until the following day. So this will be helpful for leveling up purifications and exaltation. But yeah, so I mean, again, you take it with a degree of caution, as you would with anything. But I don't like the type of people who just reflexively run down Wikipedia because of some ideal of exclusivity or something like that. But yeah, there is a lot of work and a lot of detail that goes into the game. All right, I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. So on top of that, whether it's sort of works of philosophy or literature, that breadth of reading also comes across just in terms of the things that are represented. And these can sometimes take the form of inspirations. Sometimes these can be direct references. But the thing that's also worth remembering is that a lot of these subjects are also ones that are sort of very old in terms of the kinds of stories we've been telling ourselves. And so to a certain extent, some of the themes that are being dealt with here are ones that, they're the big ones. They're the ones that you will find coming up again and again in some of our best literature. And the reason why I highlight this is because I like coming back to this specific example that I have. I noticed that Cultist Simulator and the type of thinking it promotes does tend to infect a lot of the oh yeah, well it's, I mean, looking up Weather Factory on Wikipedia, I actually don't even know what would come up about, because they're like a relatively new game developer, right? I'm probably old by the standards of game developers, but not like, they obviously either founded or worked at Failbetter first, and then side gigs, for lack of a better term. I think there's like one company previously that Lottie had worked at for a very brief time, but yeah, I mean, this has basically been it. So as far as like companies are concerned, like in terms of game developers, they made 2 computer games, 1 tabletop experience, and then presumably some kind of contract work maybe. But yeah, there's just not a whole lot there. I'm thinking more just in terms of like the contents of some of the things. So like if you look up certain characters on Wikipedia, you will find Ibn al-Adin. It's not just a creation for the setting. And then you have, I know there was like a codename project Procopius, and Procopius is the author of a work actually called The Secret Histories. He was also a historian who covered, wrote a traditional history, but The Secret History is kind of notorious for its very scandalous details that it offers. And then there's references to Pliny the Elder, and there's lots of material. I believe one of the people who's mentioned in the special thanks actually is a classicist at Oxford. So Lake Fusino is in fact a dried lake. So and it is a site where there has been some archaeology. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that almost seems like it would be made up, but is actually does in fact come from history. But the example I like to pull is the idea. So if you think of Cultist Simulator, what's going to be the main inspiration? Well, the occult, right? Secret societies, something that's probably a bit bigger, I guess, around like the Victorian era or something like that. So you've got figures like William Butler Yeats, who are participating in these secret societies. You've got like the Freemasons and or the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, and then you've got like Aleister Crowley, who are, or sorry, it's Crowley, not Crowley. Aleister Crowley, who, he's running around being a nuisance in some of these secret societies and such. But like this is a thing that was going on. But those, so that on a surface level, right? In the case of cults, one challenge that I suspect, well, actually, I think they've mentioned that they, I suspect one thing that they've mentioned having a little bit of difficulty with was, for Cultist Simulator, there's a very different kind of reaction that you get when you hear someone talking about a cult. So if you are in North America, it's quite likely that you are going to think of something like the Branch Davidians, or essentially you have this very sinister idea of what a cult is, whereas it sort of seems to be that in Britain you have sort of this idea of maybe a group of people who wear silly outfits and have these mysteries and such. And I would say that probably it's in the case of Cultist Simulator, it's something a little bit closer to that second category rather than that first one. But yeah, at that surface level, that's one that it would be very hard to say that it's not an influence, right? Like, of course, if you're going to make a game about cults, you're going to want to be aware of a time in which that was a a normal thing. In fact, I seem to remember one of the, it might have even been the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, but I think one of the secret societies actually had its foundation in the idea that it was kind of expensive to be a member of the Freemasons. So essentially, you have this, you know, you have this, like, I'm not paying your dues. I'm going to make my own secret society. We're going to have our own handshakes and we're going to have our own mysteries. You know, like you can see how you can make some good comedy out of that. But the thing is that this stuff is inspired by a whole other set of things. So William Butler Yeats kind of found out about Plotinus from another Irishman, Stephen McKenna, who I've talked about a couple of times. And if you read his biography, it basically reads like a Cultist Simulator character playthrough, including like the poverty and the dedicating one's life towards this strange project. And I mean, like, Plotinus, like, I don't know Greek, but I do know, one of the things I know about Plotinus is that he is not an easy read in the original, and he's definitely not an easy read in translation. Apparently he has got a very particular way of writing and referring to things that probably made a lot of sense if you were in his lectures, but none of us have attended a Plotinus lecture. And so when I say Stephen McKenna quite literally dedicated his life to translating Plotinus, I mean it. Like, that is not exaggeration. That was truly a life's work that he did at a time when people didn't necessarily have the level of respect or interest in the Neoplatonists as there might be now. In fact, the edition that I have next to me doesn't even necessarily consider itself a replacement for the McKenna translation so much as just an effort to produce a specific kind of scholarly work that has the benefit of some later discoveries and scholarship. And that work, incidentally, is the product of a team of translators, not a single translator. So I cannot overstate how huge that project that McKenna undertook was. But again, you've got this influence from you know, on someone who is an occultist, and among other things, right? And certainly that's not the only, you know, that's not the only connection that you have between Neoplatonism and the occult, right? In fact, it very much seems to be that whenever you have a number of whenever you have sort of a number of these texts either being rediscovered or getting a popular translation, you will generally see it associated with sort of mystical practices and such. And again, there's other things like, you know, there's the Emerald Tablet, you know, as above, so below, and, you know, alchemical traditions and things like that. I don't mean to just try and put this all to the Neoplatonists. But the thing is that the Neoplatonists are themselves this really interesting subject of study. So that brings you back to the classical world. It happens to bring you to a period of philosophy where the lines are being blurred quite a bit between what would sort of fall under religion and what would fall under philosophy as sort of we understand it. So, for instance, Hildegard von Bingen, we would probably consider to, I mean, a polymath, so it's someone who sort of defies easy categorization. But certainly we would consider a religious figure. You know, an abbess is generally someone who would say, yeah, you know, we have a pretty clear idea. But again, very accomplished, both musically, I think did a work on botany, if I'm not mistaken. Had visions, and I think is considered a Neoplatonist. But of course, in terms of the Neoplatonists, as far as they're concerned, they're getting the correct reading of Plato. Right? They don't necessarily see themselves as innovating. Whether or not this is a sincere belief or not, this is, I suppose, a question for scholars. But the reason why I make that connection is that you can see how far we've gone now in terms of references, right? We've gone from secret societies, which, you know, might have their primary founding in not wanting to pay the dues to the other guys. now to a student of basically is almost self-taught. Actually, I guess it was Ammonius Saccas who might have been self-taught. But anyways, student of Ammonius Saccas who wound up sort of being kind of the last hurrah of classical antiquity. And again, Plotinus is clearly not the only Neoplatonist. You have like Iamblichus, you've got Porphyry, you've got Proclus. But again, when you start looking at things like the aspects, right, the principles, it is very difficult to escape the idea of Plato and the forms. So you don't have to be a Platonist, you don't have to be a Neoplatonist, you don't have to have heard of any of this stuff for it to have an impact, right? This stuff does kind of wind up informing the game. And the thing is, I can't tell you, right, whether or not I have a feeling as, educated and quite clever people, I would be surprised, if Weather Factory had not read Plato, was unfamiliar with the theory of forms, who is this Stephen McKenna guy? Plotinus? That sounds kind of like Plato. Oh, funny, he did Neoplatonism. He must have really liked the Matrix. Like, maybe that's the case, but I would make a guess that probably they've done the same sort of reading that anybody with a university education might reasonably be expected to. But to a certain extent, it doesn't matter because again, they're taking on the big themes, and to a certain extent, the question may just be, how much of this is a reflection of a series of things that have been a preoccupation among the types of people who really are the influences. And how much of this is, me just really connecting with the quality of the writing for this game, and that translating into, my particular take on the game, because I'm largely unfamiliar with occultists. There's a few that kind of creep up in some of the reading that I do. Like J.F.C. Fuller is kind of an interesting character. You always want to be careful with that. I certainly am not interested in his allegiances with regards to, who won the Second World War. But, someone who was a military theorist, a very forward-looking military theorist, who was also an occultist and didn't necessarily see those things as distinct, a little bit like Newton and his alchemy, would not necessarily consider his alchemy to be just a thing you can kind of carve off of his other work. But certainly we do, because we found it much more beneficial. But yeah, I mean, it's just one of these things that, like, I don't know, I suppose somebody with a better education in terms of literary criticism can talk to me about like the death of the author and things like that. But I suppose in the end, like to me, the quality of the writing means that it has enough hooks for me to find the things that I'm interested in and like go off on these long tangents like I do about the game and some of the things that might have been an influence for it, without ever knowing whether or not the authors have read the same books that I have. It's almost kind of beside the point, because in the end, this is a game that has left enough spaces for people to be interested, and you can sort of hang whatever interests you have on it. And in the case of Cultist Simulator, for me, a big factor of that was, the great work, right? I don't know for people if that's, a game that they want to make, or, a book that they want to write, or, a performance, or, maybe you want to become the biggest Twitch star, like it's not my place to say. Cultist Sim, yeah, actually that's really funny. So apparently the inspiration for that one was a Netflix series called Ozark, which I started watching specifically because of that. But yeah, I actually called Exile, and on the Steam broadcast for it, I actually called it kind of like the James Bond DLC for Cultist Simulator, because it's such a big and like globe-trotting expansion that it was really fun. So then I found out what the. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks that. And I mean, again, that might have been it. But I mean, again, that's a perfect example, actually. So thank you for bringing me down to earth, so I stopped talking about a bunch of classicists, or maybe not classicists, but a bunch of classics. Again, like, you're going to bring your own experience to it. To a certain extent, the qualities of Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours are the same things that make me like radio plays or reading books in the first place. There's a very active playground for your imagination. If you just let it, you just let it free and let it run around. There are lots of nice empty spaces for your imagination to go to town when you watch when you listen to a radio play or you read a book. And I like that even though these games are interactive entertainment, that they still have enough room for my imagination to sort of run and kind of go around. Go around in the empty spaces to have a bit of fun. And again, I'm inevitably going to assume that my particular set of readings are going to lead me to say, this game is about X, and when in fact this could not have been further from the the designer's thoughts at the time, and yet it's still communicating a certain kind of big T truth. That just happens to be, you can kind of see the through line through the way that we've tended to think about things. So, make of that as you will, but I should probably get back to some of the game. So the rain's not going to help us today. I probably want to deal with purifications and exaltations first. And I know here I'm going to need... Now I'm properly going to need 4 elements of the soul. So I can get a foresight. I can get a... We've already got the solace. Maybe I'll go for another revelation. Well, let's do this one at a time, actually. You know what? I think I'll actually get so I need Lantern and Sky. So let's actually go for a Bittersweet Certainty, because I haven't gotten one of those. I will read the Black Book of Brittany if I have it. That's the red book. Shame on me for not putting those together. There we go. Moon the Cycle. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, let's go for the Shapt as well, because I don't see myself trying a Forge book today. So let's try the Moon's Egg again. And the reason I want to read the Moon's Egg again is because we did have a reference to the sun as an egg. So I want to see if maybe I have a different perspective on that now that I've... I'm going to try reading the Iron Book, because I don't recall offhand what that would grant me. So I can use a Faust, but I want to be careful that I don't use... oh, you know what? I shouldn't have used the Shaft, because if I wind up with the Nun... that'll be a problem. Anyways, I'll worry about that later. Oh! Need to read it in the right language. Alright, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So, I'll use the health and the tryst to see if we can hire someone. What visitors might be passing through. Find out what unusual passerby might be looking for employment. If I didn't have to use the Faust for purifications and exaltations, I might try to turn this into some kind of edge or scale memory. But for now, I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. I think for now I'm going to settle for leveling up the relevant skill, and then tomorrow we will put a bit more effort into rebuilding our memories so that we can try the other forge text. There's of course the possibility that we'll be opening up this vault, and at that point we direct a little bit more attention towards hiring and a little bit if we open it, we've already hired, but a little bit more attention towards opening the contents and a little bit less towards trying to generate the memories. Okay, The Moon's Egg, the third and last volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. Abbot Thomas speaks of the coming death he hears in the sound of the waves, but rejoices that his blood will water the egg of the moon, by which he seems to mean the future. The last chapter was dictated, not written, by Abbot Thomas. When Thomas's old sword brother, Trigreave, returned to raid the abbey, Thomas had broken his monastic oaths and taken up arms to defend the abbey. The two had both been mortally wounded. Thomas's last words are, "The wheel turns, the moon sleeps." So, The Black Book of Brittany, a volume of ink lore gifted to St. Brendan's by Brian of Brittany, who was made the Earl of Cornwall after the Norman Conquest. The black flower lies heavy, but the roots of the watchman's tree run deep, and they may not be hidden forever. The black flower, spoken as of doom or guise, can be held at bay with the last ink of power, brewed from the pale mixture, in the presence of sufficient winter and with the arts of containment. So this is the recipe for Nilicant, I would suspect. There's my bittersweet certainty. Eventually the sun in rags always brings its beautiful ending. So we should have one more text that I'm waiting on. 5 seconds. Okay. The Iron Book, a manual of the Order Limea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia in the Roman province of Hispania Gallicaea. The manual was compiled by one Milari Yivni, who claims to have traveled to join the Ordo from the crossroads of the waters. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the Iron Chain, that required them to remain hidden from the world. This manual includes presumably long obsolete addresses and passphrases that could be used to find the Ordo's contacts in the town of Iria. The final part of the manual describes the punishments for Ordo members who break their oath of secrecy. This includes an invocation used to summon the spirit called King Crucible as an agent of vengeance. Yivni cautions that this must be a last resort when the oathbreaker would otherwise go unpunished. Summoning King Crucible might draw the personal attention of the Forge of Days. A marginal note suggests, in any case, that King Crucible, in the most transcendent sulk of sulks, no longer leaves the Mansus. I wish I knew when that book was written, incidentally. The Surrealist Painter doesn't help me right now, and I don't know if it's worth it to try the Sweet Bones again. I think I will. But it's going to be a pretty narrow window if it comes to that. Okay. So satisfying to have come so far and improve this skill to level 5. I don't recall if I've actually gone that far on purifications and exaltations, so I'm going to take a second to consult my spreadsheet while this counts down. So surprisingly, I'm missing the sky recipe. The only sky recipe I've been able to work out is with an Ascendant Harmony, which I'm not opposed to trying to work with, but it's just not that big of a priority right now. What I really should be looking for is something else that will push me up with the... Gotta love a game that needs a spreadsheet. Yeah, one of the things that they changed, I don't know if I can show it off here. Yeah, I do need an Element of the Soul. But the crafting menu was a later addition. But I've been maintaining the spreadsheet since the beta, so it feels like it would be a shame if I stopped using it now. Okay, we get a chance to sort of relax for a little bit as the game's going through. So, let's see if I can get my rant in before the day is finished. I know it's been a quieter day, and I have to assume that at least part of this is just a function of the fact that I haven't been streaming as regularly. So, I know, you know, that we will be getting to the end of that. So again, maybe just a reminder for people who are hanging out. Next week, I am going to be at the local game dev meetup, but that will be the last of the days off that I take for a bit. If there's a holiday in Canada, obviously, you know, that's I'll probably take that day off. I think the next one should be Remembrance Day, in fact. I'm going to lose my ranting time, which is exactly 1 month from now, and it does look like that falls on a weekend, so I will probably take off in fact, it may turn out that I have to take the Monday and the Wednesday of that week off. So I might try and do some kind of a makeup day. But yeah, in any case, I will do my best to communicate in advance when the stream's going away. But I will be back and a bit more regular in terms of Book of Hours. Friday I will likely do a bit more Cyberpunk, because I think that might be the last week where people get a chance to gift subs to the channel and get their sniper rifle skin. So that's just kind of an indication that that's sort of the promotion period that CD Projekt had in mind. And I figure at that point it's kind of okay to loosen up a little bit on doing the game. I think I'll probably go back to mainlining Book of Hours until we're finished with it. Okay, so this is going to be more about reading rather than about Book of Hours, but I figure that probably there's a good overlap between the two. So I have not read the whole thing yet, but I have read a bit of Michael Lewis's Going Infinite. This is the book that he did about Sam Bankman-Fried, who of course is currently on trial. And there is a fairly notorious quote about Shakespeare from SBF, whose name is way too close to SVB, and I really wish the financial collapses would have the decency of not having similar names. But has anybody come across this Shakespeare quote, because my God, it is astonishingly ignorant, but it is the kind of ignorant that I know a lot of people really like today. I mean, in general, this is not a guy with a good relationship with reading anyway, but I am curious, if this is just me reading stuff that pisses me off, at which point I really should stop doing that, or if this is a like a thing in the ether, as it were. This old H.G. Wells book smells really nice. If you don't mind, I'll just take another hour and get high on old book fumes. Okay, Oriflabs, established 1776, Sense Sign Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase The Scar in the Sky, a Fusine text. 14 Winter, not the easiest text, but it's one I bet I can read. Oriflabs thanks you for your custom. Ooh, fog. Okay. Normally this would be a big opportunity for us, so the one thing I want to keep in mind is the possibility of brewing another Sacrament Asite. I think my go-to for that one was Edict's Liminal, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Okay, let's see if I can pull this off. Edict's Liminal Shapt. Fog. Oh, do I not have Glassfinger talks anymore? That would be interesting if that's true. Oh, did I really use up all my Glassfinger? It's not like I need it if it comes down to that, but I am a little surprised because I seem to remember making a surplus. So I don't think it was here. Yeah, I've got Ichor Auroral, Ichor Vitreous. These are the Xanthotic Essences. There we go. Yeah, I need this more than the other one. Okay, induce a change in the toxin to make it more knock-potent, but safer. So that's 2 minutes spoken for. Now, I think I do want to be fairly aggressive in terms of trying to get the to get a hireling. But what I think I will do, so there's two things that I'm going to try. Number one, I'm going to see what I can harvest in fall, autumn. Very little, it turns out. Okay, is this all really quiet? Huh. I love this icon, by the way. I think that's a new one. Oh, Vagrant Chalice. Okay. So it's not summer, but that counts. Scar Jasmine. Trumpeter's Lily still flourishes. I think we're done. Musician doesn't help me here. But I don't have any need for the Faust, so we will carry on. I do have the options of beekeeping and vegetables and such, but I think it's fair to say that I don't need to renew the heart. Yeah. So, more Crowcross Sands, possibly to read this text, but unlikely. And I may need to restore the shaft for the... I may need to restore the shaft for the visitor if it comes down to that. We'll see. I actually suspect if we get the visitor I'm looking for, I have a whole lot of work ahead of me in a very short period of time. But I'll worry about that later. It's either knock or edge, and I think it's quite unlikely I'm going to take advantage of the edge. Because I don't think I have... Like, I think I can eventually develop memories that are necessary. I don't think I could develop memories that are necessary within the time that I would need to. So I think in this case, we're really just waiting for the knock. But I'm also not going to put the playthrough on hold for getting that. Like, we are going to do things in between. Okay, yeah, so... Well, I will go through the motions. I will see if I can make the fugitive work for me, but I don't see this happening. So, Sacramentasite in the name of the two blades that are one of the threshold, which has two sides. All right. So, I'm going to take some notes here. So we have a fugitive, which I believe would be a starting value of 4 edge, and we need 16. Now, I don't believe I have any high-level edge memories. Yeah, nothing, so I'll say 2 edge for practical purposes. So, in addition, we could give them a tool. This is already not going to work. I don't have an element of the soul with edge, so that's not going to help here. The onions... I think the onions are my best bet. Oh, that's not true. The cuckoo honey gives 2. Okay, so... And that does count as sustenance, not as a beverage. So the big question here is, do I have a fancy edge drink? We've got the callicite, we've got the malachite. Oh yes, it's the serpent's milk. I keep forgetting that. That might be enough to tip the balance, so let's just work this out. So that's 4, 6, 7, 9, 15. Oh. You're joking. Okay. Man. I'm gonna do something really dumb. So, the fun observation is if I take the whist... No, I need a memory. Well, I could put an earth sign in, though. Oh no, but I still need another memory. Okay, damn it. I don't think this will work. This is just getting weird, but so I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't thinking I would do it this way, but my last cat's claw. Okay, so the winning move gives me 3 edge. Yeah, we're going for it. I better hope my timing's right on this, though. Okay, so we're gonna hire you for a crown. I'll hire this one for a day. I'm gonna feed them everything I can. Hired. All right, so things that I can give them. I can give them elements of the soul, memories, tools, beverages, and sustenance. So, and the big problem here is that I'm going to be coming right down to the wire on all of this stuff. So I'm probably going to have to give them some pretty valuable stuff before I'm kind of ready to. But I don't know. I don't think I'm giving them anything I can't replace. I'll be a little cranky, but I'm not. It's not fatal. So we'll start with the saw. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. Yeah, so it's basically, of the things that I'm giving up, it's rare stuff that I'm giving up as opposed to irreplaceable stuff. So Kukuhandi the Blumberendi were rogues and trickster heroes among the Carapace kinds, ingenious, brave, prolific, untrustworthy. In Numa, their children might yet bring their gifts to ordinary hives. Offer something to eat. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. So, hold your noise, called a terrible voice as a man started up from among the graves at the side of the church porch. A fearful man, all in coarse gray, with great iron on his leg. A man with no hat and with broken shoes and with an old rag tied around his head. Dickens. All right, The Scar in the Sky. Nin wrote this and came to regret it, so we will try and read this tomorrow. In fact, I should try and find something to do with the rest of the day. Do I feel bold enough to try a winter? So I can get 7, 9... Holy crap, I can do it. So for this one, I believe I will want to read Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic, or The House of Glass. Julian Cosley considered this his masterwork. And then I need to read it in Aracapean. For those of you unfamiliar, Aracapean, a language of surpassing beauty and elusiveness, revealed through the ecstatic apprehension of the Orphics, the Eleusinians, and the Sibyls of the Rhine. Aracapean, these mystics claimed, allowed the elaboration of hues, sensations, and states of mind too subtle for grosser tongues. I'm going to feel a little foolish making the Sacrament Essite on the day that I don't need that knock, but you know what? Bird in the hand and all that. Okay, next up. Drink the serpent milk. It does look almost like milk, and it is drinkable, but don't give it to cats or babies. Drink the milk! I can offer my assistant something to drink. So this brings them up to 13. And that is what this business is about. So again, I had to give up a plant which I'm not going to see until spring. But it did get me a vault, which I wanted. It also occurred to me I chose a rather bad time to try and read this book. You know what? I'll just save it for the morning, because the Newman is permanent. Alright, those who've studied the Hours of Edge often say the world is a war, the chorality. Every event that might happen differently is a battle in that war, a contention between alternate outcomes. The wisdoms can sometimes show those battles might be won. Down to the Greshams. Alright, so we add the winning move. That gives us 16 edge. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. And that means the sealed vault, a heavy iron door sealed with black wax, a triple lock of unornamented iron. As long as I had 16 edge or 16 knock, we would be able to get in. And yeah, so I was sort of thinking that what I would do is I would study the scar in the sky. If I read it through the night, well, I'm just trying to think. So if I read it through the night, what does that get me? I guess that gets me the same place as if I read it during the day. I guess the one thing I can get out of the day is I can get the earth sign back. Yeah, I'm going to be a bit of a wimp and get the earth sign. Hello, Tempmine. How are you doing today? Okay. Techniques for the perception and analysis which permit invidious and apocalyptic conclusions. Probably the most assiduously suppressed book in history. The entire run was destroyed. Even the presses were melted and dispersed, but the manuscript edition has survived. The perfect hegemony of the Hours is perhaps eternal, but Coseley proposes and describes confinement inescapable, aesthetic and optical techniques which might contain even an hour, profoundly disrupting the order of the Mansis. He presents this as his own work, but there are hints here and there that he received inspiration or even assistance from the Nowhere Hour named Snow. Now, interestingly enough, I do not know of a Nowhere Hour called Snow. Off the top of my head, the Nowhere Hours that I can think of are the Rising Spider, the Mare in the Tree, the Crown Growth. Crown Growth, I think, is one of the first hours I actually saw over the course of development. So, sorry, it was Rising Spider, Mare in the Tree, Crown Growth. There was one that I actually felt was The Witness. Is one of them? I feel like The Witness was one that I was actually kind of interested in. And is the last one the Chandler? I can't remember if it's the Chandler or the Witness that was the one, if I've got this right. Anyways, neither here nor there. But yeah, I haven't been able to connect Snow to a specific one. Okay, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So we have the 16 Edge Fugitive. Please unlock that door. And I'll put my newfound... you know what? I normally would put them over here, so we can restore it. I have The Witness. I have not yet played it, though. It does seem like very good. Have you heard of The Looker? Which I think is a very fun idea for a game, but from what I understand, Jonathan Blow takes his work very seriously and perhaps did not see the humor in The Looker in the same way that the rest of us did. Which is, like, it's a shame. I say this as someone who has definitely... Like, I'm going to say unfairly, but, you know, there are a couple of times where I've given jokes where they don't land. And, you know, like, I gotta own it, right? I'm certainly not above apologies, but I also tend to notice if the, there are more and less performative ways of expressing that anger. So again, I also want to keep certain ideas at arm's length. But yeah, it's hard not to feel bad when you're in a situation like that. But on the other hand, like I am not entirely convinced that Jonathan Blow is the target of attack for the Looker. Unfortunately, that kind of reaction makes me more inclined to think that this is someone who might actually be a appropriate target of satirical attack in some cases, which makes me feel really bad to say, but just as is always the case, right? The puffed up inevitably wind up being a very good target for satire. It is like the main reason people write satire. So yeah, it's hard to navigate that sometimes. Hey, we got him back. Well, Jonathan Blow does have... So keeping in mind that sensitivity I mentioned, the last thing I would want is somebody to... Oh, that's interesting. So this is the opening for the vault. Cool. The last thing I would want would be, like, people to annoy... Like, okay, so I'll put it this way. I think he's a very, very talented game designer, right? Like, Braid is a wonderful game. The Witness is a wonderful game. At least the limited amount that I've played of it. He is obviously a very bright guy, but I do know he is also very opinionated, and I do think sometimes his opinions exceed his expertise. I can remember watching that stream, and he did not care for Doom Eternal and proposed his own opening for Doom Eternal, which sounded like an hour-long cutscene about some guy getting like a Tesla battery charger installed in his house, and there's like a reveal of the evil company logo. I didn't actually realize it was an evil company. Presumably there's some kind of a evil company logo. And it was just like this really, like the thing about it is I know this guy is capable of doing better, but it was very much like a first draft, this is the first game I've ever written kind of an intro for Doom. And I'm just thinking the whole time is like, there is one purpose for that introductory cutscene, and that is to get you from I installed the game to I'm shooting demons now. And like, this ain't it. Now that none of that takes away the how you doing, Panzer? None of that takes away, what I felt playing Braid and what I felt playing The Witness. And look, this guy knows far more about computers than I do. So I'm not going to go toe-to-toe with him on language design or, I know he has some opinions about why, PUBG was not, experiencing like multiplayer issues and that. But like, yeah, he is someone who is a bit touchy on certain subjects. And like I said, sometimes, despite his gifts in some domains, often will allow the strength of the opinion to outrun the, what those gifts are better applied for would be the diplomatic way of putting it. But with that in mind, like it is actually, it's interesting to watch him work on some stuff. So I believe it's J_Blow on Twitch. I just offer those caveats, like, number one, please don't take what I've said and use that as an opportunity to pester the guy, because I'm certain you will be banned. But number two, if you were interested in game development, this person does actually stream on Twitch somewhat regularly. But yeah, the Looker, I don't know. I like the idea of the Looker. I'll see if I can find Steam link. But yeah, I don't know. Like I was saying before, I understand the idea of making a joke and winding up. Like the biggest thing I always note is that when stuff that I do doesn't land, it is almost always because people haven't necessarily followed the target of attack. And I do try to be accountable for the sorts of jokes that I tell and how they'll be received. So I can't always, like, so I do try and not, I try not to go on the really easy side, which is to say it's like, oh, you know, these Philistines didn't understand my intent. It's like, well, you know, like, maybe it just wasn't a good joke, right? But on the other hand, I also know how carefully people read stuff. If someone has a track record of, you know, either taking the worst interpretation of what I write or not paying attention, and they choose to read it in an uncharitable way, I have considerably less attention. Like, I have considerably less empathy for that situation, just because it's hard not to perceive this as somebody who's trying to be annoyed by things. And it's sometimes hard to get a read in his case as to exactly where it's going. I rather suspect, like, my impression of looking at the Looker is that this is from someone who quite liked The Witness, and wanted to do something that made people smile. And so in that sense, I think it is actually rather unfortunate that the creator of The Witness didn't care for it. But I share it with you, and you can make your own choices. It is not a game that costs anything. I'm doing okay. I'm Panzer. I've been a little slow in terms of playing the game, but we've actually made some progress. So we've got the last room that I can access through normal means. We just unlocked that. In fact, I'll read the description. The Iron Vault. Where did the Curia of the Isle come from? Across the Western Ocean from Noon, where the Ordo Lumea made their home? That would raise more questions than it answered, but this vault would seem to be of their making, and it would also seem to reference the oath called the Iron Chain, which binds every resident of Noon to remain hidden from the world, so that the Calyptra might not look upon us, so that the Chancel might not hear our names, so that the Hours may not devour us. But yeah, I'm still feeling quite overwhelmed by the number of projects that I need to do, but I am trying to put a brave face on it and push forward. Another foggy day. Interesting. I don't think I'm going to be able to take advantage of this, but we'll take a look. But I'm glad to hear that you're getting a little more sleep, Panzer. So I'm going to... So we'll definitely read the winter text. Was it Sights and Sensations? That should be enough. We'll take the Newman. So everything ultimately comes down to a choice between eternity and history. There's only one place you're safe from both, and it's not a place anyone would want to be. It's a prison that can only exist in certain histories. Okay. I don't want to craft an awakened feather. Right, I've got the book here. The Scar in the Sky. Nin wrote this and came to regret it. And this is in Fusine. I can master this mystery, enough winter to match mystery winter. Now, I'm not going to lie, I don't feel great about this, but I'm actually going to wait out the day before I use the rest of these elements of the soul. And that's because I might want to level something up after reading this text. And I should have enough time in the day to sort of sort out what I want to do. So a minor goal now is to work with the lower level pumps. So I believe in this case I need to find one other metal. I am not going to unspool the tin spintria. In fact, I don't even think I have the option, because I haven't found a place that will actually take that. Ductile. Well, hang on. Do I have a heart workbench? Yeah, see, it doesn't take it, so... So I suppose, like, if it really comes down to it, I've got the copper wire here, and I have the Gervenite. But that seems like this is a fairly hard to come by item. So I do feel a little weird committing that to these pumps. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I've got things that I can read at this point, so I'm gonna try and give it some time. In fact, one thing I should have done, if I was a little smarter, I should have tried to read these texts. In fact, I may actually just go ahead and do that anyway, because we don't have Numa coming up. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this. So this should do the trick here. A child's treasury of golden afternoon. Yes, golden afternoons. Once upon a time, a very bad man encoded very bad secrets into the charming illustrations of a book of charming stories. Wake the pictures and you will see. This book houses a Numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. So the good news here is I can use Auroral Contemplations. Actually, Disciplines of the Hammer... No, Auroral Contemplations has higher edge, but Sickle and Eclipse has even higher. Then we can combine that with Hyksos, which should have 2 edge. The Shepherd Kings brought this speech west from Canaan to use in their wards and snares. Had they never come to Egypt, they might never have found a way to write it, given its addictive qualities. That might have been for the best, but I was wrong. It's only 1 edge, which is why Sickle and Eclipse is so helpful. And in this case, I do need to add a tryst. So edge, a conquest. I can master this mystery, enough edge to match a mystery edge. And once more with Amaranus Betelli, except that I need Fusine for that, and I may not have the relevant forge. I've got 6. I can get 2 from a memory, so that's 7, 8. Okay. Okay, so Disciplines of the Hammer with Shapt is 7. A tool is 8, so a memory is 10. Okay, we're good. So I will use a Faust to generate a Foresight. I'm going to try the Chandler's Wish in this case, assuming I can find it. Now, if we get hit by Numa, I'm going to be a sad, sad man. But, I don't know, I'm reasonably confident that I'm going to be able to bring this home. If it's all, like, high-level stuff, so if it's like Edict's Liminal Sea Stories and Sacralamea, I may be in danger, but otherwise I should just be able to digest it all. I'm not gonna lie, I'm baffled at how many books I seem to be losing. There it is. The Chandler's Wish. Formula and instructions invoking Moth, Lantern, and, exceptionally, paradoxically, the liminal and theoretical hour called the Chandler. The author is anonymous, admitting only that they are one who is not yet nameless. I already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So this is in preparation of reading this forge text. Okay, the Scar in the Sky wrote this and came to regret it. Each page of this book contains 1 word only, but as each page is turned, a knowledge creeps in. I always like the description of this one. Although I forgot that it was written in Fusine. The final page is crowded. Each reader of the book records the same word. Now it is my turn. So, quenchings and quellings. So that's not going to be easy for me to level up. We got regret. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to wait on quenchings and quellings. I don't see a way that I can get 7. I mean, the good news is it'll be another level 9. It'll be another level 9. Um, it'll be another level 9 skill for me. That will in fact give me 10 winter and 9 heart. So those are also 2 aspects that I don't currently have the highest levels for. So this is actually a really big deal that I've got it. But I am definitely signing myself up for a lot of work. So let's put this back in the library. And I will now use my Shapt to... No, I won't, because I've got 24 seconds to read this text. And it may even be night by the time we finish it, but that's the price we pay. I suppose I could try and hang on to one of these memories in bed, so I need to make sure... Yep, the regret will work. Okay, the author makes a passionate argument that the hour named Chandler is in fact the oldest, even though he does not exist, because he is supposedly the culminating event of a plan that precedes even Grail and Moth. Where the Chandler has passed, the understandings of the Colonel and the Lionsmith will wrench open truth. Where the Chandler will pass, Moth will pass before him. So we got foresight for that. Ooh. Okay, no, that's good. So now we go to Ambrose's desk. Shaft is the only element of the soul that I have with Forge, and I'm going to kind of need everything. It's kind of all hands on deck for this one. So if you see, a people lived east of the lost Lake Fusino. Horus warned that theirs was the land of witches. This was their language, called by some the Dry Tongue, and by others the Tongue of Witches. So we will apply... is it Sacrilame? No. Right. Disciplines of the Hammer. Oh, of course. Then I need to add the Mortar and Pestle in this case. Right, the Kindled Flame. I can master this mystery, and a Forge to match the Mystery Forge. Myrnis Batelli, a fragment of iron alloy meteorite, carefully inscribed and polished. So we'll see what we can get from the Hyksos, the Hyksos text before I go too far with the rest of the elements of the soul. We only have health and fast at this point, so there's not a whole lot that I can do in general. All right. Lord Jacob Gristwood, surgeon, ethnologist, philanthropist. There is no proof that he ever kept children in hutches beneath his bed. There is no proof he vivisected cats at dinner with his penknife. The Suppression Bureau keeps its secrets. Here is your paint, whispered the wolf to the pale girl. Here is your knife for scraping, and here is your face. Okay, interesting. So for some... Wait. This book houses a new... Okay, it does house a Newman. A merciless alteration. Oh my god. A fundamental flaw, the irresistible shortcut. The haste that heats, the change that mars, the scar that opens. These are the foulest histories. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the artist and the archaeologist can win a particular victory. So this is also interesting because of the archaeologist. This is the second Newman related to the archaeologist, which means that you can actually go for multiple... It appears that you can go for multiple endings for a that are sort of tailored to your particular legacy. This really does not. This feels pretty uncomfortable to read, to be honest. So probably not going for it. But oops. Let's lock in the information. Now, more importantly, this is a huge one for us in the sense of what it enables. So definitely for getting some of these higher level edge memories, it'll be very helpful to have a 5 edge. But more importantly, the 5 forge makes all the difference. So, excuse me. We bring in the Newman, which is a renewable resource for us. So that gives me 5. Now, just on its own, nothing else left. I've got disciplines of the hammer, so that brings us up to 11. Then we add the shaft, which would bring us up to 12. 13 with the mortar and pestle. So we're not at the point where I can read the last of these forge texts that I wanted, but if I'm only missing 1 forge, that is very likely that I'm going to be able to generate a memory or, find a thing to include. Basically, it's put us on the path to making a little bit more with that. So that's good news overall. Now, I'm going to do something that seems a bit weird here because Sharps is quite low. I'm actually going to use this very powerful Newman to level up Sharps. And the reason for that is that if this text also houses a Newman, I believe you can only have 1 on the table at a time. So I want to use this in a productive way before I lose anything else. Actually, I can't because of the regret. It's better that I don't get too clever with this, so I'm going to use the fog and the Newman to level up Sharps. Oh, but I used up the Tryst. Oh no! I may lose the Newman after all. Oh, I have 0.2 seconds. Ooh. I better hope I'm quick on the space bar. I can try and generate other memories using the health and the fast. In fact, it might not be a bad idea for me to try and do that now. So I believe if I go for Edict Martial, I gotta bring more with the edge. I can't just get that for free. Drat. You know what? I'm gonna wait it out then. The only thing is I can't think of a use for the health. Yeah, so the problem here is that most of the stuff I'd want to use the health for takes 90 seconds. Well, let's give it a try. Glass leaves toss and scutter. If we wind up with metal somehow, I'd be delighted, but I don't know if that's a possible item you can pick up. But yeah, we'll make an effort with the Tryst. It's a long shot, but I want to take it. And then we'll see where we are after that. I'd still like to use the Faust, even if I just get the money back. Woo! I don't think that could have gotten any closer. All right. So this will be a level 4 by the end of everything. So we'll move you there, and you go there. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. All right, who gave us fire? Who gave us steel? What is the sound of dusk? Of what alloy is wind forged? Esoteric secrets of metallurgy and resonance are revealed, including directions towards the creation of a terrible bell. So that is of interest. Okay. I would be astonished if we don't get bells and braziers for the skill on this one, but you never know. Who could have possibly guessed this? All right, the bells of Ys. Ys, by her arts, found the strike tone that shakes the hours. For this reason, among many, the hours discourage traffic with Ys. But a bell cast with this secret could speak the Ys note. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the prodigal and the revolutionary can win a particular victory. I should write that down. So actually, this also... Oh, this changes a lot. That rose might be a big deal. Now the good thing, I guess the good news here is that this one's a little bit more permanent than the other. Okay, so what am I up against as far as these? So I guess we're about the halfway mark in terms of like the really tough one versus the really simple one. Quenchings and Quellings is going to be a bit of a... That is going to be a bit of a journey. The others, not so much, though. So, say... Applebright goes here. Hieroglyphics. There we go. This will all sort itself out over time. But I'd say overall, so we don't have a Newman related to my particular character right now. But as you can see, we do have some memories that will make it a bit easier for us to take on certain challenges. So a few that I would consider. We've got Newman that will give me 5 rows. Well, we've got History of Inks, which is 14. I am kind of curious to see if we can pull that off, given that we don't have Fett. So I think my best bet was still Path and Pilgrim. So yeah, we can get up to 10. So it's actually not too different from... It's actually not all that different from when we were trying to read those Forge texts. Because the Forge texts required us to get 2 memories. But we have a fairly easy to regenerate memory, so it's not a hardship to get that either. If I feel particularly desperate, I could try the Porphyryne as well. The thing is that this is not an easy ink for me to get back, and it does have the benefit of creating a Pneuma if I want. So it might be wise for me to hang on to that. Now, last question would be, what do I want to use my Faust for? So I'm going to Sleep with Regret, so I can move that up. I can't see a situation where I generate enough memories to be able to level up. So like Bells and Braziaries would be kind of interesting to move up. So we've got the Newman here. We've got Regret, which has got a Forge. But I can't, like if I were to try and get the Sky, okay, that comes from the Faust, but what book do I read to be able to level it up? I'm basically 1 short. So in this case here, it's not the most exalted use, but given that I'm already preserving a memory, I'm gonna help with Letters at the Sweet Bones. We'll get a little bit of money for hiring or restoring my Elements of the Soul or whatever. You know, sometimes you just need to make a little money. So help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So I think the way I'm going to handle this, I'm probably going to prioritize quenchings and quellings first. This might seem a little weird. Hang on. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna prioritize quenchings and quellings, and that's just sheerly because of the difficulty of doing this. I'm going to need to generate 7 heart or winter or some combination of those skills. I am missing an element of the soul, and I don't know why. Here we go. So 7 and then 8. So I do need to do a little bit of an audit of my my different skills for that. Sharps and Bells and Braziaries, not as difficult. It'll still take a couple of days, but like the really difficult one of quenchings and quellings should be the top priority. Granite Slab, Long Cold Volcano Blood. I'll just carry that around as one does. I think we've actually used up all the storage space in... Oh, no, there you go. Okay, so I don't know how much of this I'm going to get through today because I'm actually 45 minutes past my normal finishing time, but I also know I spent a lot of time chatting. So I'm going to take a minute here and write out the heart and winter things that I can use. All right, this is always a tough one for me to do just because I need to talk into the mic and look at the laptop, so I may fade in and out. So for quenchings and quellings, it's heart and winter. So a song is probably the first thing we can work with. No, bittersweet certainty. Then a cheerful ditty. Hindsight. So I'll say one Newman. It doesn't, like, I'm not going to be able to have more than one, so I don't want to individually record them, but say back into balance. So satisfaction we've got, sorry, regret we've got down, satisfaction gives us heart. Solace also gives us heart, so that's our 7th at that point. And storm will also give us heart. So we quite literally have just enough to be able to level up the skill that we need. Now, the other challenge that we run into is that I'm going to need to use either health or the whist to be able to level this up. So I can generate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 memories naturally. That's assuming that I regenerate the health, so I'm 2 short. Now, the good news is that I have 1 with the regret right now. Unfortunately, I can't use the Newman. In fact, one thing that might be tempting to do here is just use the Bells of Ease to, just clear it out. But I think that would wind up dedicating myself to generating other memories that I don't want to do right now. So I think I'm just going to accept that one as a loss and generate what I need. The other thing I'm going to do is take a flyer and bring in Reverend Timothy, because he will be able to generate memories, and I'm going to be able to work around him so I can generate stuff like Solace at the end. So that means I give up a memory, so I'd technically be 3 short, but the hope is that Reverend Timothy is going to generate at least, ideally he'll generate 2, but at the very least he would hopefully generate one memory that's useful to me. The other thing that I'm going to do is serve some water, and that's because I can regenerate more than 1 element of the soul. Okay, so our focus for today is going to be leveling up Quenchings and Quellings. That'll also be tomorrow's priority, and then after that, we'll focus on finishing off Sharps and Bells and Braziers. So, first things first, we'll get the Fost with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. So that's 10 seconds, and then we can start renewing that at the Sweet Bones. And the first moves that I can do here, so under the things that Reverend Timothy won't get me, I've not seen a situation where he grants Bittersweet Certainty, Cheerful Ditty, any of the Newmans, Satisfaction. No, sorry, he does generate Satisfaction. I don't know if he's generated a Storm. So the priority first is going to be things like the Bittersweet Certainty and the music and so on and so forth. Now I'm going to use health first in this case, because that's one that I'll want to restore for Quenchings and Quellings. So I'll use Musgrave's Sketches this time. It's been a while since I've read that. Again, I was hoping to... So one of the drawbacks is as I search through the library for certain texts, it does take a longer time. But to me, it's kind of important to do this because it keeps me on top of the texts, and maybe there are things that I didn't pay as close attention to at the time that might be relevant now. So I do want to sort of shuffle it up a little bit. So Musgrave Sketches, we'll read that. I'll read the full text as kind of part of doing my rounds. The other alternative is I should use the Whist right away for the same reason that in a pinch I can use the Whist I can regenerate the Whist to be able to level it Quenchings and Quellings. For that one, we'll get the Cheerful Ditty. We'll take that from Instruments of the Heart if I can find it, because I keep reading the Perugian Diaries, but I couldn't tell you anything about Instruments of the Heart. I have no idea why I thought that was Instruments of the Heart. And again, the catch on this is that if it takes me too long to find the book, I will skip. This may be such an example. There we go. Okay, music accounted for. Okay, I'm going to read The Inescapable Confinement here. The logic behind this one is that it's one that I'm just familiar with. And obviously Timothy's not going to just come up with a Newman out of nowhere, so... Okay, the other thing I'm going to do, this probably isn't the time, but I'm going to move these to the potential pile. That's because I need space for my big scary texts. Okay. And yes, I am that annoyed by where this wound up. So there we go. Plenty of shelf space for our Newman books. All right. I feel a little uncomfortable with the Faust and Trist just hanging out here, but if I commit those now, that just means. Wait, where did my regret go? No! I forgot to sleep. Oh, well. Oh, that works really well for us. All right, Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So we're gonna start talking with him right away. So yeah, I'm one memory down because I forgot to keep that regret. That's a little frustrating, but I'll live. It is autumn where the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. So essentially the idea here is that I kind of already know that there's only going to be one level up that I do, so a lot of this is going to be about how many elements of the soul can I keep to do other things, whether that's, Crowcross Sands, whether that's opening up containers. Essentially I want to see, I want to make sure that I'm guaranteed the memories that I need. And then the time with Reverend Timothy is going to be spent seeing what kind of surplus I have to save either my my pence or to save my my effort. And you know, something may happen. It may turn out that, you know, I get enough memories to help out with like bells and braziaries or something like that, and I change my mind. But that's a lower, kind of a lower level consideration. So as you can see, the old Newman went away with that. Okay, there's our bittersweet certainty. Musgrave sketches. Musgrave, 4th Baron Brandkrug, was widely mocked as the Bleeding Baron and the Lamb de Wolf, but these sketches reveal a complex, somber inner life. Art begins in colors, grows dappled, finally is either mostly darkness or mostly light. Musgrave discusses the temptation of the perfectly minimal palest painting. He has so far managed to resist this temptation, but does guiltily describe success in using sights and sensations with winter aspect to create a first chilly elixir from flowers, which he believes can refine further into a final pigment. Of course, this is a tip that we have already taken advantage of, but I'm certainly not going to say no to a reminder. The Instruments of the Heart. Sister Isabel, then the precentress of the Abbey Church of St. Brendan's, engages in dialogues with a heart-long of a kind called Duendrazon that has taken partial possession of her body. The Duendrazon, like all its kind, usually dwells in the Mansus, but can enter the physical world by manifesting as music and take possession of a willing or semi-willing mortal who hears and loves that music, like Isabella. Isabella records her dreams of the High Mansus, where she is accorded the Duendrazon status and titles. In return, the Duendrazon enjoys what it calls Caesura, a welcome oblivion. Our mostly blessing is that we may never cease, except in Caesura. There is something more that Isabella refers to as the Caesura Magna, but she laments that her Duendrazon will not tell her exactly what that might be. The Great Silence, or something like that. That's actually the name of a documentary, The Great Silence. I think I might have talked about that the first time I ran into that bit of writing. Okay, so this is one of these times where I want to take stock. I've got 10 seconds before I can recover an element of the soul. So what are the elements of the soul that we have that are relevant to our main goal, which is leveling up quenchings and quellings? So we've got a storm, we've got a bittersweet certainty, we've got a cheerful ditty. But in order to level this up, we are going to need... sorry, hang on. We also have the Newman, so let's not cut ourselves short. But I am going to need 7, so I need 3 more elements of the soul plus either the health or whist, neither of which I currently have. That's actually kind of interesting. So I technically have everything that I need already once 10 seconds goes by. So I'm just going to regenerate the whist in this case. Or no, health. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter, but... Okay, rest and refreshments. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal in a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. Okay, so the idea here is that if I get another storm, if I get a solace, if I get anything from Reverend Timothy, that frees up like a Faust or a Trist or whatever. And again, if we get to the end of the day and we haven't gotten any of that, that's fine. I just commit the 3 elements of the soul to reading like books that'll get me like a regret and things like that. But right now, Reverend Timothy's job is to kind of have a conversation with me as much as possible and see if he can generate any useful memories. So... foresight is not helpful in this case. Hindsight would be, but not foresight. Nighthawk says, it's funny to think about, I don't want to know what will happen. I want to know what happened. One of many sentences that really only makes sense if you like, I know exactly what you mean, but it's actually also one of those sentences that makes perfect sense in a secret history setting, but absolutely does not make sense in any other context. Okay, so we're leaving the Sweet Bones alone. It may even be that Reverend Timothy doesn't even kind of cover his original cost, but I still think it's a good call to do this with him. There's that hindsight I needed. So we've got an element of the soul that I otherwise wouldn't have been able to work with. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of 7. Okay, so I actually only need 2 more. Right. Okay. No, we're on track. So in this case, I'm going to open one of these caches. So a treasure stored by a visionary apiarist with Blombardine lineage. Or we've got the coppery casket, or we've got the morbid casket. We'll go for the hive casket. We will use our intellect to open the beehive. A treasure stored by a visionary apiarist with a Blombarende lineage. What overlooked delight. Oh, we've made quite some progress, Groovy Duty. I don't know when you headed off, but we opened the last remaining vault. We wound up with some Newman texts. If you are not familiar with Newman texts, they're ones that give me very powerful memories, and as it happens, particular memories that they'll be useful for some other tasks that I perform. So it used to be that we had 3, we now have 5. I feel like we should have... No, because this is the Kilisimi one. No, we have 5. I'm on my path to opening up these caches. The only real... I have a little bit of nervousness with the idea of trying to level up Quenchings and Quellings and Bells and Braziaries and Sharps all in one big go. But the answer to that one is just batten down the hatches, keep my head down, do my work, and we'll see how it turns out. So essentially what I'm waiting for now is the sound of sort of like the bells and the birds and things like that. At that point, I trigger the Faust and the Tryst to get the last memories that I need. And then before the end of the day, we'll study for our next level Quenchings and Quellings. I can't bring myself to put Auroral Contemplations in a secondary position, so... Okay, there's the Solace, so that's opened up yet another element of the soul for other tasks. Now, I think the likelihood is that I'm going to start conflict... No, I should still be able to open a cache. Like, I kind of want to go to Crowcross Sands, but we should still be able to make this work. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We just need one more memory, which I will use with my Faust, or maybe I'll use the Tryst for that. So then I'll now use the Faust to open up another cache, because that's sort of the secondary concern. And we'll keep doing this with Reverend Timothy, right? We keep talking with him. If he winds up giving us something that's useful, great. We just use an element of the soul. We free up an element of the soul, and if he doesn't give us what we need, that's fine. We just use the element of the soul for the thing we planned for. But in this case here, Reverend Timothy sort of paid for himself in the sense that he gave not just the memory that would have been generated with the Faust that we used to bring him in, but he gave us an extra memory. So. And generally, I tend to find, particularly when you have lots of skills to level up, that usually pays off. So, Janguary Sanguinary, also called Sanguis Sultandus, or, by the ignorantly superstitious, the true blood of Saint Januarius. Okay, so another Faust. We will open the Coppery Casket, a treasure stored by the doomed child of 2 immortals, seeking sanctuary at Hush House from the terrible hunger of their parents. Something bright. What bright treasure? Let's find a place for the goodies. There we go. probably have one more conversation with this will be the last conversation with Timothy. I'll probably just commit the tryst right now. But I will allow for... Okay. So I'll give it a couple seconds. Alright, so that was another solace. That happens. So I'm going to keep talking with Reverend Timothy because he may give me a useful memory that I can use for sleep. But at this point I want to use the tryst to get a regret. Ivory book will help with that, which means I'm also probably going to need to translate. So essentially, we just wait the minute for the memory. Oh, Chronsicord. Fascinating. All right, this gives me something. This is almost certainly something I'm going to be able to build. A music box that only performs once. A typewriter that can only send one message. A clock that can only strike now. 3 forge, 6 knock, 3 sky, 3 winter tool. Fascinating. I feel like I need to put this in a special place. Unfortunately, we've already got the Mazarine Fife. Well, maybe we can make space for both? Feels a little inappropriate in the music room. Don't want to put it in storage closet. I might have put it in Christopher's Nook once upon a time if I didn't kind of turn it into... And yeah, it would be wrong to keep it up here, so... I guess we have to keep it in the jail. I'm sure that the inmates will do absolutely nothing bad with such a device. They will certainly not turn it into an infernal device. I actually don't think I can fit it on the dining room table. So I was debating on. I think it might have been this one you were talking. It's tough, right? Because it's the refectory, and then there's the excuse me, the Hall of Division. But I don't think I can actually put things on that particular table. We can test. Where was it? It's a conversation piece. Normally you get a little bit of a shadow for where you can put stuff. I'm sorry, I'm sneezing all over the place. Oh, it could take off the vase of lilies, but yeah, I don't want to mess with the arrangement. But I'll commit this to you today, chat. If I ever come into possession of a Chronsicord on my of my own, I'll put it on my dining room table. I might need a dining room table in the first place, but that's what the donation button's for. IKEA actually, I got a really funny email, so I still get I'm really bad. If you get me to sign up for a marketing email, I'm like never gonna unsubscribe from it. I am that much of a chump. So I still get emails from IKEA, and I mean, clearly if they're doing this sort of stuff, it's gotta work. But there was in the afternoon on Thanksgiving, they sent this message, which was not flash sale, but like limited time only. Um, order like $300 or more now and get free shipping. Only available for the next 6 hours or so. So it's like the second half of Thanksgiving Day. And it's like, if you order a bunch of stuff now, you don't need to pay to have it brought over to your place. And I'm just I'm thinking to myself, like, what is it about Canadian Thanksgiving where, people are smelling the turkey getting ready to go or something like that. And, the email comes in and someone immediately shouts, "My God, I need to buy some furniture right now, free shipping." But the funny thing is I almost actually bought something because I still don't have bookshelves in my apartment. And I need a lot of them because I have a lot of books. So I was almost the idiot that did that. And then I sort of thought to myself, I was like, I have not priced out bookshelves. I'm sure the old trick of like wood and some cinder blocks probably will work here and be considerably cheaper than not that IKEA's like gonna break the bank in terms of bookshelves or something like that, but like the number that I need to order is not trivial. So yeah, like I almost did, and I reflected on exactly how much I would be spending to actually store the books that I have, and the idea of free shipping perhaps was not enough to entice me into such a reckless purchase. So I guess I kind of asked and answered my own question about who makes impulse furniture buys on Thanksgiving. But like I said, I mean, they wouldn't do marketing like that if it didn't have some expected success rate. But I could not explain to you what the reasoning behind that is. Although, if any of you did buy impulse buy furniture, please let me know. Particularly because I think this might mean that you're the main character in Fight Club. But all right, the Ivory Book, a manual of the Order Limea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia in the Roman province of Hispania Gallicaea. This manual was compiled by one Kurenai, who claims to have fled the tyranny of the Chrysanthemum throne to cross the world and join the Ordo. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the Ivory Chain, not to have commerce with the Hours. Followed literally, this would be almost impossible for an adept, so the manual contains numerous clarifications, exceptions, and processes of indulgence. Kurenai describes the Order's burial rites, which include spells to ensure, in theory, that the souls of the dead long are not given to the Hours. The Hour, called the Ivory Dove, who memorializes and commemorates, is to be invoked in secret in these rites, for with that Hour we have made an understanding. Okay, so we need to hope that we should 30 seconds should be sufficient, but we will now take quenchings and quellings. We'll put our heart into it. There's the lesson. Storm, bittersweet certainty, tearful ditty, Newman, hindsight, solace, regret, start. Next question, do I want to keep any of these memories? It's unlikely, but it doesn't hurt to hang on to any of these. So, so yeah, none of these have heart, which is what I need. Edge, Moon, Sky, and Forge. I think I'm going to hang on to the Foresight. One, because I can. But also because I think Bells and Braziers will be the next goal. So there's a specific pattern, there's a specific strategy that I'm employing here. So whether or not it is likely that I'm going to be hit by a Numa, the most useful way to me, let me be a little more careful in what I'm saying. The most useful strategy in the absence of a clear motivation one way or the other. So what I mean by that is, if you have a Newman text and you need 2 more rows and you have an opportunity to level up one of your rose skills 2 points, clearly that's your priority. Being able to get the thing that will allow you to make progress is the priority. I'm not really in that situation. Like, what do I need to be able to make progress in the house? Well, effectively, I need 2 pieces of metal, and I technically already have that. What do I need in order to make progress in the books? Well, I already have what I need with Forge. And as far as the rose is concerned, I basically need Newman and some luck. So nothing that I'm doing here is going to change what I need to be able to read these books. And these are the only books that I can read and get something useful out of. Everything else is in a language that I don't understand. I can verify that later. So it is fair to say that the reason I am putting effort into leveling this stuff up has nothing to do with my progress in the game, and everything to do with the idea of just getting rid of these lessons sooner rather than later. So the way that I work this out is do the most difficult one first, because, well, actually, even then, there are situations I can imagine it working a little bit differently. But for the most part, I do the most difficult one first. And that's basically because the more you do that, if you do get hit by a Numa, it is considerably easier to try and generate 2 memories to like level up that one, that one skill that you need, than it is to try and generate 8 of the exact one that you need. Especially if you're playing like me, where you know that you have a limited number of elements of the soul. So in Numa, I'd be able to maybe regenerate 2 elements of the soul, if I was lucky. And even then, I may not be able to get the lesson in time. So that's a whole other question. But yeah, so that's basically the main idea here, which is that with quenchings and quellings, I'm prioritizing that one because I cannot see a situation in which I would be able to successfully level that up in a Numa. So I do not ever want to have lesson quenchings and quellings kicking around during Numa. Particularly because this is something I do want to take up to level 9 because it will give me the 10 winter and the 9 hard. Both of those are very useful for being able to just get stuff done. Now the next priority would be bells and braziers, and that's because I'm going to be taking this from level 3 to level 5. And so, I need 3 memories on one day, then 4 memories on the next one. And what does that leave me? Well, that leaves me sharps. So in the worst case scenario, what happens if I'm left, if Numa hits and it's sharps? Well, ultimately I spend, 3 elements of the soul plus my Trist to turn sharps into a higher level. Like that's trivial. If that's what's sitting around, I'm not going to feel bad about it. And more importantly too, like if it really comes down to it, I'm also not going to be in a situation where, how do I put this? Like if I can't turn sharps from level 3 to 4, I'm also not gonna go to my room and sulk for half of a day over it. Sure, I'm not going to be able to get it as high. Well, I will be able to still get it up to level 9 if I want. It's just going to be quite a bit more difficult than it would have been under normal circumstances. So, yeah, it's, this is also the thing that's fairly minor in terms of trying to level it up. Whereas I'd feel kind of bad if I couldn't get that level 9 quenchings and quellings just because it's immediately useful to me. Whereas with sharps, well, if I want the moon, I get that from Tridia's Mahaira, and if I want the edge, I get that from Auroral Contemplations right now. So that's the reasoning that's going on behind this. Whether it's appropriate or not, I leave it to your judgment. But okay, so Gossip doesn't really do anything for us. It'll be going away in the morning anyway. The skill is now level 8. Its power aspects have also increased. So essentially, tomorrow is going to be the same story as today. I would be over the moon if we wound up with another storm, but I think we got very lucky with that one, and we are going to have a rather tough day ahead of us. But this is what we signed up for, so we'll make do. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. So as before, our first priority is to get bittersweet certainties and cheerful ditties, because those are and the Newman, because those are the things that Reverend Timothy won't be able to provide no matter what happens. So forgive me for not reading not reading Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic each time. It's just one that I wind up repeating over and over again, so less of a need there. I am, however, going to try and bring in some variety with the other texts. Although I did read the Black Book of Brittany, I think, already, so we will move on to Glimmerings again. That one is... okay, yeah. Forged work accomplished. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, so it's really, other than the recording, it really is Perugian Diaries and Instruments of the Heart. So in this case, I will use Perugian Diary. Like, I'm not going to be militant about the text that I read. The aim here is more about variety in the text so that I can learn more about the world, particularly texts that I don't read on a regular basis. And it's mostly just, it gives, it's like, it gives me a recipe for something that is actually really useful and I'd forgotten about. That's the sort of scenario I'm looking to capture. Okay, and this is the last time I'm going to do Art in Winter, so I can do my checklist. So we've got the Bittersweet Certainty, Cheerful Ditty, the Newman. So we're looking for Hindsight, Regret, Satisfaction, Solace, and Storm. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Basically, I need all of my elements of the soul back. I may not be able to do that. Let me just reason that through. So 1, 2, 3... nope, we'll be fine. Yeah, I'm probably overthinking this, actually. Okay, and again, the foresight isn't necessary, but you never know. Okay, that fog doesn't help me, but we might use it with sharps, depending on how the memories go our way. Okay, the Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company, so we're gonna talk with you all day. Reverend Timothy, Rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. For those of you who are new to Book of Hours, it is important to note that every other character in this game takes 30 seconds to complete the talk action with. Reverend Timothy takes 45 seconds. And as anybody who's had to endure a meeting with me can tell you, or indeed a stream with me, I feel attacked. But yes, I feel a certain affinity with Reverend Timothy, let's say. Here we go. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal in a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window room. So the next step is going to be to evaluate restoration, basically. So it's going to take me 3 minutes to get back every single element of the soul. I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to use my glass of water or not. I think I do. Hey, that's a good start. All right. Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Allopoli left Strathcoyne's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoyne. For 4 years, since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Allopoli served as Strathcoyne's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, "I still think Fraser's intentions are good, certainly he agrees, but I never understood the final goal of his investigations. He was never prepared to enlighten me, and good intentions or not, I can no longer bear this dream of eyes. We have agreed to part almost amicably." Allopoli left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long lost interest in his studies, and the latter half of the journal is concerned with his studies of Umbrian folk songs and notes towards his own compositions, which are widely varying quality. One of his better ones, In the Marshes of Night, suggests he visited the site of Old Lake Fucinus near Ortuccio. So again, so far as I can tell, that lake is a real lake. Or, well, former lake. You know what I mean. Okay, let's read the others. So we only get one Newman on the table at a time. Okay. Glimmerings, an anonymous prison diary written by a dreamer convicted of oniric irresponsibility and confined to the Cucurbit. The prisoner is plainly terrified and bewildered by their situation, has been unable to wrangle a coherent explanation out of anyone, but the dreams keep coming, and they keep writing them down. Snow, broken mirrors, half-heard sky music, flowers of white, red and black, a blood-strewn winter dawn, the most notorious signifiers of oniric risk, fantastically vivid and detailed. No wonder they were locked up. Their final recorded dream is of a worm jewel beneath Brandkrug Isle, which they open with a key carved from their finger bone. I don't know. There's a reason I've been holding off getting that one. Okay, so what are we looking at here? I need 8 memories. I have 2 elements of the soul available. I need 4 elements of the soul plus a health or a whist. So next question. How long is it going to take me to do all of this stuff? So in 1 minute, we'll be at midday, and I'll have 3. Yeah, you know what? This will probably be a waste, but I'd rather lose a glass of water and be secure than try to get clever. So a quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. All right. And I'll restore the whist first just because it winds up, you know, it's a backup for the level up. Tuppence, how about a thruppence? I expect change though. I was going to try and do the Shakespeare rant, but I know I need to focus, so consider yourself warned. That's not even the Shakespeare rant. It's the people who don't like Shakespeare rant. I even don't care if you don't like Shakespeare. I care for the reasons why you don't like Shakespeare. Beautiful. Okay. So this is the sort of thing that I'm waiting, like I'm using Reverend Timothy for. I'll probably be able to open one of these at minimum. I'm probably get a head start on memory foresight. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Better now. So again, this is probably overkill, but I'm gonna push this ahead just because I might be able to get a sneaky sharps improvement in, and it's not that expensive to restore my my elements of the soul. It's going to get very crowded at the end of the day. That's the only thing I'm worried about, but... Okay, Revelation doesn't help me. Alright, I deserved a little quiet time. So here's one perfectly natural question for me at this point. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need three more memories. If I'm interested in, let's say, pursuing sharps or, you know, bells and braziers or something like that, it might be an idea for me to try and, you know, try and earn a few of those memories already. So, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I set aside 3, I want to leave the shaft behind. The memory storm. Yeah, let's go for hindsight, satisfaction, and solace. I'll probably regret going early on this. No. I'm going to wait till I get the Tryst back, and then I'm going to do that. But maybe as a starter, I'm starting to play with fire a little bit here, but this, I think, is okay. I am going to open up this Morbid Casket, a treasure bequeathed by a death-haunted merchant prince in his last days. What midnight gift? So I'm kind of giving up on sharps or bells and braziers here, but we'll see. Some of this depends on what Timothy winds up giving us. Okay, Revelation is kind of a status quo. How long till I get my Tryst back? 0.1 seconds. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3 that I need. Let's go the Fost, the Wist, and the Tryst to generate the Satisfaction, Solace, and Hindsight. Do Orchid Transfiguration's noon this time. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Rose of Nuriel will provide satisfaction. Should just take a second here. Okay, so Whist only provides something for quenchings and quellings, and Health only provides something for, yeah, quenchings and quellings. So there's no advantage to using one or the other. So I think I said Rose of Nuriel. It's this one. And Hindsight. If I can find in Memory of Gods, I just want to know what that is. Where are you? You've seen it is. Already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So, we've locked in what I need for quenchings and quellings at this point. The hope here is that Reverend Timothy is going to generate some things that will have Edge, Forge, or Sky. Sorry, Edge, Moon, Forge, or Sky. In fact, if he produces something with Forge or Sky, I would be able to level up Bells and Braziers using the Shaft. So it's a very, very narrow path in this case, but it's not outside of the realm of possibility. And then the drawback here is if Reverend Timothy generates one of the memories that I'm currently generating by reading books, it's technically a waste. Not like, again, not kick up dust and go to my room or something like that. Although why there's dust in my apartment is another question. But more just like, you know, if you can get the best, you know, wouldn't you want it? Millicent, the Encastum Terminale of the Third History. It's the bleak white-blue of winter. It has spawned an itinerant order of secret celebrants who regard worms as semi-gods and who are sometimes called on to celebrate difficult funerals. Use an Encastum ink with your journal to make determinations and record histories. If the hours listen, the world changes. So, something of an unusual situation to have spares of Encastum Terminale, but I'm not going to complain. But this is a good example here. We've, like, beyond the visit, so there's plenty of things that we want to check out beneath the house. But as far as opening areas are concerned, like, we've sort of plundered all of the vaults. We've opened every area that we can. If we want to make progress in the house, it's going to involve using the pumps. Or that's the current hypothesis. If it turns out that there's something, you know, I'm coming up short somehow, so much the better. Like, I should probably learn that ahead of time. Like, I should definitely be I should try it and find out that no, I do actually need to use like an altar or something like that. So this is not a priority right now, but I do just want to have in the back of my mind, okay, so it is now important for you to try and find ways to generate metal, or you need to find a good excuse as to why you should not use the metal that is currently in your possession. And the main reason for that right now is I have no idea how to get it back. Okay, a shame about the Solace. That did wind up being a bit of a waste, but yeah, that's life. These will all come online at the same time, so there's no way for me to sort of recover it. If it was actually, hang on, Bells and Braziers. Currently 3, so I use Bells and Braziers, Solace, Foresight. I'm 1 short though. Why did I think I could do this in 2? I can't in good conscience give up the regret. That screws me, but why did I think I could do this? The earth sign doesn't help. The fogs doesn't help. Yeah, I think I fooled myself into thinking that I had an opportunity. We were close, but unfortunately, in 7 seconds, it's not going to matter. All right. The Orchid Transfiguration's Noon, the 3rd volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. A long dialogue between the Mountain Mother and the Vigilant Storm describes the ways in which both mountains and storms end and the protections they use against those ends. But we must use the knife, said the lion-throned one, the noose, the flame, the waking word, against those who have passed the 3-valve door, and so none may pass. That is our law and the law of the sun. Hey, Takri, how are you doing? I am about to lock in a few difficult skills. In Memory of Gods, the Barrow Child, a nameless Gaulish adept who joined an organization identified as the Ordo Lamea, writes regretfully of the destruction of the gods who were stone, the hours who preceded humanity. The Barrow Child singles out the scarred Tribune, the Red Grail, and the Forge and the Moth for a special condemnation as murderers of the first gods. We live in the shadow of their crime, she writes, and must evade it or repeat it. The Barrow Child describes how the Grail drained the hour called Tide, how the Moth usurped the wheel from within, stealing its skin, and how the Forge first eclipsed, then shattered flint. Perhaps these are glories, she observes, but then it cannot be that glory is merciful. And The Rose of Nuriel, a volume of collected teachings of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories, but in some was very powerful indeed. This was recorded by Nuriel and dedicated to Saint Tryphon. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Takri. I've never even really seen you cross, so, but I'm sorry to hear that. I know it's yeah, it's frustrating to deal with that, particularly when you feel that you've behaved in a benign way. Maybe you didn't, but I don't know. I try not to be too conflict averse, but it is I do tend to feel bad a bit when things that don't need to go wrong do go wrong like that. So, but I hope it all turns out. Saint Tryphon, Nuriel explains, performed secret miracles in the name of she who bleeds and bears, and she who opens. Thus Saint Tryphon opened the way to the house of the sun. Thus Saint Tryphon underwent the great birth, an ascension to immortality. Saint Tryphon begins his ascension by passing the horn door. Saint Tryphon continued his ascension by learning the invocation Theatic, which Nuriel does not here record on account of its extreme holiness. And Nuriel explains grimly, to achieve the 7 marks of the great birth, Saint Tryphon consumed those whose soul had left them, and even those in whom the soul remained. I am familiar with this. I actually might have encountered something like this within the past 24 hours, so you already know I'm on your side. I'm sorry to do this, but it's actually been bugging me a whole lot that's been there, so I'm just gonna start decorating the... Alright, let's get leveled up. There's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 9. So I'm going to need to make a decision as far as the Shapt is concerned. I think really I just need to see what I get from Reverend Timothy. Is it even possible for me to level this thing up at this point? I don't think so. So I have 2 options available to me. Well, no, I can still preserve the Foresight. So, yeah. Honestly, the best use would be just make money at the Sweet Bones. There's not much on work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. This is actually a chance for me to shout out a streamer who hangs out every once in a while, but stays quiet. Dendrian. I originally found him through Against the Storm. Now, unfortunately, I'm probably going to play less of that overall. But he's a really nice guy. Works in finance, so you can absolutely blame him for every single problem that you've ever had, and you would be correct. But yeah, he is... Okay, so one of the reasons... Sorry to make this a backseating thing, but it's the easiest way for me to talk about this. One of the things that I find, it actually doesn't even frustrate me, it just actually makes me feel very sad for some reason, is that when I hang out in a channel for a game that I know very well, so let's say Book of Hours, for instance, but it could be anything, I will occasionally feel the twinge of, oh, you know, if only they knew this one thing, that would save them that one really frustrating bit. That is actually the one case when it's something that seems to be like getting in the way of them playing or understanding of the game. Those are the times where I actually feel the reflex to say something, but I don't find it hard to sort of suppress it. But for the most part, unless somebody asks, I will, you know, just sit down and watch and see how they play the game. Every once in a while, somebody will actually recognize me, which is a bit of a challenge. It's delightful, but like for the most part, you know, it's a chance to go in as a stranger, see how somebody plays the game, and that's actually quite enjoyable. And then if they ask for help, I'll give it. So it's one of these things where I'm like, you know, if I can do it, surely you can too, right? But then there's another thing where I've found every once in a while. I'll be in a channel. I actually remember this one rather specifically. And somebody had said, they mentioned the East India Company. And it was in a context where, like, there's a pedantic way of saying this, where, like, nobody will like you. But in the context, I felt it was okay to say, it's like, oh, which one? Like being able to detect the ghost probe with probe still in your hand in Outer Wilds. What can I say? I didn't get that. I didn't get the puzzle. I'm kind of oblivious. But yeah, like I'd sort of said, you know, something like which one or whatever. They were very insistent that there was only there was only the East India Company, which, I mean, again, let's be real here. When people are talking about the East India Company, number one, they're probably only referring to Pirates of the Caribbean, and number two, this is referring to the British East India Company, which I believe was the first and certainly the most successful. But it is certainly the case that, like, if someone does the whole, how dare you say otherwise, this is wrong. And when somebody is very aggressive in asserting that there was only one East India Company, and how dare you say otherwise. Random article we found, when we say East India Company, we don't think of the French. Yeah, so the French East India... Okay, that's funny. I was actually going to try off the top of my head, so I'm not going to read the rest of your comment, Nighthawk, but that's really funny because I want to... Let me just see how many I can get, but I guess I'm going to do it in the same order that you did. So yeah, there's the British East India Company, which I believe is generally referred to as the East India Company. Now, I would expect at the very least that someone would appreciate the Dutch East India Company, because otherwise, where does the VOC come from? And I feel like the Dutch East India Company is a reasonably well-known entity. I think it was founded like 2 years or so after the British one. But I mean, then again, I've also run into people who don't know that the Dutch had an empire. So maybe that isn't a common thing that I shouldn't be relying on. The French one, I suspect, was spectacularly unsuccessful. And then there was a Portuguese, I think there was also a Genoese one. And of course, the comment on the Nordic countries. So I would assume that probably the Danes and the Swedes had one. And I think there was a Portuguese one. And I think there's one, maybe two more. But let's take a look what we see here. Random article we found titled, when we say East India Company, we don't think the French East India Company or the Portuguese East India Company or the Dutch East India Company. We certainly don't think of the Nordic people like the Danes and the Swedes having trading outposts in India. Yes. Now, let's take a look at the Wikipedia disambiguation page. East India Company is a general term referring to a number of European trading companies established in the early modern era to establish trade relations and subsequently political control over the Indian subcontinent, the Indonesian archipelago, and the neighboring lands in Southeast Asia. They would include the British East India Company, 1600 to 1874, the Dutch East India Company, 1602 1799. There was a time when I actually thought that the Dutch one was the first one, but it is the British one that was first. Wikipedia told me so. Danish East India Company, 1616 to 1650, re-established 1670 to 1729. Portuguese East India Company, 1628 to 1633. 5 prosperous years, I'm sure. The Genoese East India Company is very funny. 1649 to 1650. So don't like hold me to this, but I believe the story of the Genoese East India Company is basically it was like one fleet and it got captured. French East India Company, 1664 to 1760. That's a long time for a fairly unsuccessful one. Maybe I'm wrong about its lack of success. But 1664 to 1769, reestablished 1785 to 1794. Swedish East India Company, 1731, 1813. And this is surprising to me. The Austrian East India Company, 1776 to 1781. Now look, you can get through life without knowing that there was more than one East India Company. But here's the reason why I tell that story. There are other reasons why I felt this way about this person. But this is a case where, like, not only do I know that I'm right, and not only do I have the receipts, but this person is actually being quite annoying about their wrongness. This is definitely the point where I need to hold my tongue. But it's actually very easy to do so, because there are some people who reveal themselves to be not worth the trouble. It is actually one of my ambitions in life not to be someone like this when it comes to knowledge. It's why I get very nervous when I get touchy about the backseating stuff, except that it really does kill my enjoyment of streaming, and that means I may stop streaming if that happens. But I never want to get to a point where I am so firm in my ignorance that people do not think it's worthwhile for me to gain information. What a terrible way to go through life, right? That you have closed yourself off from gaining an understanding because of the way that you behave when, people present other facts to you. So, the reason why I bring this up is actually to highlight Dendrian, because Dendrian is very unique in the fact that he's very open to that, wants to be corrected, and in fact called me out for not correcting him on one case. So this is back when people were observing that because of Quora's search engine optimization and because of Google's algorithms, the top Google questions response was to "can you melt an egg?" is yes. And this is what is commonly referred to for LLMs as a hallucination. Um, Normal people might call it making things up, but in this case here, the AI was wrong, just flat out wrong. But again, because of search engine optimization, Quora is a horrible site anyway. But because they've sort of put themselves into sort of the top of all of those results, and because Google is now giving their official answers as essentially top search results, Google wound up saying that yes, you can melt an egg. Now, Dendrian took this as being as like, well, yeah, you can create conditions under which you can melt, and like scientific, I actually don't. Yeah, Quora has now corrected. Yeah, well, it's such an embarrassing mistake for both Google and Quora that, that would fix. The thing I don't like about Quora is it seems like some of the dumbest people in the world all telling each other wrong things about the world. Like there have been a couple of questions where it's like, okay, yeah, that's fair enough. But like I find the information transfer anytime I've gone to Quora to be like approximating zero whenever I've gone. I actually go out of my way to avoid those links. Your mileage may vary, but I have never found it to be a good site for getting information, which is the whole reason I'm doing a search. But yeah, so like Dendrian has a nice open mind and was trying to he's kind of exercising the principle of charity, right? Where it's like, well, clearly someone's not thinking, can you like take an egg out of the fridge and put it on the stove and you're going to see this thing like glop out like it's silly putty, right? He's trying to think of conditions under which you could, and I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'm not enough of like a chemist to understand the properties of eggs such that you would like melt. I mean, like maybe you're thinking like defrosting it or something like that. But apparently he felt like kind of put out about, oh my God, an old person spotted. Ask Jeeves. What are you talking about? Never heard of it. I was having this conversation with, so I'm following this really interesting game called Dark Web Streamer, which is very much centered around a certain vintage of internet. And it's actually been this fascinating archaeology process as everybody's kind of talking about, how you doing, Ellen Ripley? Ellen Ripley works in tech, so when you're done berating Dendrian for ruining your life, you can berate Ellen Ripley for telling us that eggs melt. He works. He can say what he works in. I don't want to out him too much, but yeah. So yeah, there's what are some of the sites that've been taught? So Ask Jeeves has come up. GeoCities, Alta Vista. Lycos. Actually, Lycos might have been a telecom conversation I was having at work, because I've also been doing historical stuff for telecoms. I felt I had a lot more like old. Metacrawler is a new one. I haven't heard of Metacrawler. I do know that Google had like a white paper that sort of explained by adding advertising to the system, it would inherently corrupt the whole point for Google existing. Yeah, Netscape. I feel like Netscape should be reasonably well known, because didn't Netscape like open source its stuff? I actually think I can't remember the name, but I think actually Netscape rather famously read The Cathedral and the Bazaar, which kind of feels like Eric Raymond's only like noteworthy thing. Like Eric Raymond, I'm trying to think why Eric Raymond is like a name, because everything I've ever really heard about him is usually very negative, and the only thing I can like point to is like writing The Cathedral and the Bazaar, and even then I think The Cathedral and the Bazaar wound up being regarded as very influential because it was cited as the reason for Netscape open sourcing its stuff, which I believe became Mozilla, which of course became Firefox. Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, what else? Yeah, again, Dark Web Streamer looks really, really interesting. So I used to have all this stuff off the tip of my tongue, but it has actually been a while since I like went through all of it. So how you doing, Locus 101? Yeah, no, just a reference to Netscape open sourcing. Was actually I know Apple and there's a for those of you that like development stuff, Ken Cosienda has a really interesting book, and I actually forget the name. It's a clever name. It's like this book like so he was the one oh, here we go, creative selection inside Apple's design process. And like he was responsible for the keyboard for the first iPhone. So it is a very interesting, very interesting perspective on how sort of development during this like golden age at Apple worked. I know Cosienda has some pretty strong opinions about the current form of Apple, and I definitely believe he had a pretty close relationship with Scott Forstall, who was fairly famously booted out of about Tim Apple's version of Apple. The version I heard is that Forstall was apparently very, very difficult to get along with. But I mean, again, history's written by the winners. Certainly Cosienda feels the wrong person is gone. But yeah, Creative Selection by Ken Cosienda is a very, very interesting read. And particularly because you'll hear a lot of this Google and Amazon stuff of like, A/B testing, 10,000 shades of a color to find the right one. Actually, Google made a fairly embarrassing and easily avoidable statistics mistake on that experiment, but I think people know it now. You'd want to do the Holm-Bonferroni correction at minimum. There may be other ways of handling it, but I learned Holm-Bonferroni. Yeah, anyways, that's why did I even bring that book up? Oh yeah. So there's a fairly interesting there's actually a fairly interesting section in the book where they're trying to develop the Safari web browser and the benefit of like trying to design sort of this thing from first principles versus one guy who sort of made this shim to just make Firefox like work on a Mac and then to sort of build off of that. And like the intention was always to like just completely build a new browser. But the fact that they were actually able to experiment with it and iterate with it. And I sort of felt that there were some parallels to some stories that I've heard about game development that spoke to me. Anyways, I thought it was a good book. I liked it. Generally, I like books if I walk away learning more about it. Yeah, it kind of feels like Chrome and its variants are the dominant. So I know Edge is Chrome now. I think Brave is running some variation of Chromium. I can never remember the I guess Chrome is like the Google product, which is based on Chromium. And so yeah, I think basically everything I'm working with actually is I'm sure I've got Firefox on here. I just don't think I use it. On the other hand, though, like maybe it's at a point where, it's hit its peak, and that the cost of developing an alternative is more than what it's worth. I don't know though. Like I kind of feel like every time someone learns about free and open source software, they kind of go through a phase where it's like, apply it to everything. I'm switching to Godot. I'm gonna use GIMP. I'm gonna use just every single thing that I use is cannot be touched by any company. Well, I mean, if touched by a company, if they're contributing open source, you know what I mean. I kind of grew out of that. There are some programs where I'm like, I am actually very I'm a very happy Mac user, which I know will probably frustrate a number of people. But as a principle, I really like it. And I actually think there's a lot I would probably like to see more of it than less. I've just sort of appreciated that I think like a lot of my frustrations with Linux actually tend to derive from the fact that the projects that are interesting to work on are not necessarily the projects that make for a good user experience. So, yeah, exactly. Like, so, except for your work MacBook Pro. Yeah, so like my day, so streaming, like for PC gaming, clearly I'm going to be using a PC. And I have a virtual machine where I do a bunch of data stuff, but the problem is that I very often want to access the GPU, and the way that the VM is set up is that it does not give me the kind of access to the GPU that really lets the thing sing. But I have really enjoyed playing with Raspberry Pis, and they used to be a Debian variant. I don't know if they've changed for that. So I'm conversant in Linux. The big thing for me though is that like from the Apple side, like it is a Unix OS. So, I get to do the nerdy stuff when I want to do the nerdy stuff, and when I want to go to Disneyland, I can go to Disneyland, and it all just kind of works. But I mean, the productivity article that I put out about gaming, like one of the big factors that has brought about, like the reason why something like Book of Hours exists is the fact, oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I'm actually not going so far with a arcade cabinet, but I would really love to figure out how to make a handheld device using a Pi Zero. Glycan, were you streaming Book of Hours? I was actually trying to think of who I might host today. Were you the other person streaming Book of Hours today? Oh, very nice. I'm sorry if I wasn't spending so much time rambling. I'm sure I would have hosted you. I really appreciate you sending along that raid. I don't believe I've had the pleasure of seeing your broadcast. But how was Book of Hours treating you? And hello, everybody from. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, by the way. Welcome everybody from Glycan's raid. So, Locust 101. Now I know why you showed up when you did. I hope you report all the good things about Glycan. And anybody else who came along, welcome. Thank you very much for hanging out. I am not everyone's cup of tea, so I appreciate you all hanging out and supporting the broadcaster that brought you. But if this is where we part ways, no hard feelings, although I would certainly feel much better if you hang out. How is your run going? What legacy are you running? So I'm currently playing the Twiceborn. Why did you pick that, or did you go for your Elements of the Soul that sort of spoke to you the most? And how far are you? How are you enjoying the game? Everybody's... I'm sorry, it's interrogation when I'm sure you're ready to just wrap up for the day, but I would love... because I don't have a chance to sell your broadcast, do definitely feel free to let everybody know what types of games you are interested in covering, because I know I don't do Book of Hours enough, and I know there's a lot of people looking to play it or to watch it. But definitely please let us know what you're up to, because I would not want to pretend that I've seen your stuff and then do a disingenuous shout out. The Magnate. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. For those of you who are familiar with Book of Hours but not familiar with my stuff, I played the game back in the beta. I've been a long-time fan of Weather Factory's stuff. So much so that when I did the Steam stream, one of the first things I saw in chat was somebody writing, I hope it's not System Shock. And then, I'm leaving as soon as they heard my voice. What a dick. But yeah, this one, so basically I'd spent quite a bit of quality time with Book of Hours. I love this game, by the way. But I'd spent quite a bit of quality time with Book of Hours. And so one of the things that I wanted to do, I started off with this idea of a regret minimization framework, where I would minimize the number of things that I committed to the Tree of Wisdoms. I did commit glass blowing and vessel crafting to Hushery, which did provide me a useful whist, but But I was also kind of hoping that it would at least communicate to people that I knew how to commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms. Oh, we got a bunch of magnates in the rich people in the channel. Oh, very cool. You mean element of the soul or skill? Like you moved one of these things up to level 3? Because I would imagine if you got an element of the soul up to level 3, that would mean you've probably actually made a lot of progress. But yeah, so the way that I've been playing is that I didn't go out deliberately saying I'm not going to commit anything to the Tree of Wisdoms, and technically I have committed something. But I did want to challenge myself to see how far I could get into Hush House without committing something to the Tree of Wisdoms, and well, things got a little out of hand, as you can see. So the good news is that it's hard to make mistakes in this game. There will always be a way to find a way through. I would not necessarily recommend this unless you happen to like trying to work your way through increasingly narrow puzzles. But yeah, I figured I would just get that out of the way at the very top because some people take it very personally that I have not committed skills to the Tree of Wisdoms. But you're super new to the game, just started this earlier this week on your first run, so you didn't get a chance to choose. Yeah, so you never really choose in the game, but you pick elements of the soul. So the Twiceborn is the one that I sort of feel is most in line with. I think it would be fair to say, the people who know me, it's probably closest to my personality stuff. I do consider myself a god. No, just in terms of like the lantern and the knock, I think it's kind of in line with my temperament. I definitely take 45 seconds to talk to, as you probably are getting a bit of an indication, as opposed to the 30-second. Not quite the Cultism experience in terms of... Yes, this is a much more forgiving game, so I'm delighted that you have experienced... I don't necessarily know if you liked Cultist Simulator, but I hope you did. It's... So in this case here, like I know more of the legacies because I've done the intro a whole lot of times, but yeah, I don't think anybody ever chooses. I mean, you choose by experience essentially. The Forge Ascension, very nice. I've actually only ever done the Apostle Obstinate Apostle run. I think I might have gotten a Forge Ascension, but I don't think I did the Apostle run after that. Very nice, very nice. So, yes, I'm not just shouting out Glycan to be nice. I am shouting out Glycan because I think a lot of you would like it if I streamed Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours more. And unfortunately, I do have a life, so I cannot broadcast at all hours. And I know it is nice to run into people, particularly people who in chat, if they endorse... Sorry, not to imply that Glycan does not have a have a life. I realize that's probably the wrong way of putting that. But no, like I do have things that I need to do that are not not streaming, and so it is always a special moment. So one thing I've always run into is, when you host someone, you never know if it's going to be good. Like there may be I love this song. It's always a roll of the dice as to whether or not someone's going to be worthy of the host that you give. So again, I appreciate you taking the chance with me. But on top of that, it's nice when somebody in chat can sort of vouch for someone, because that also means that it's a little bit easier to say to people, hey, you're looking for more Book of Hours? Go tell that guy how to play and stop bothering me. I kid. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Okay, so this is giving us a head start on Bells and Braziers. Yeah. Settle Old Soldier. I am really looking forward to the soundtrack being released. I completely understand, like, the fact that this has gotten so many updates and the fact that the Lucid Tarot is kind of getting into its final form. It's clear to see why the soundtrack has not been made available yet, but so yeah, I have no desire in making, well, not that I could, right? It's not like I write a determination and in all capital letters in the Incastum Terminale of this history. and send it off to the UK. But I would not wish them to be under more pressure than they already are, because I'm delighted that Book of Hours has found the success that it has. But my God, it is still just 2 people. So. Buy the soundtrack in 24-bit FLAC if you could. So I know it's Mary Beth Solomon, Mickey Moore Productions, and so far as I can tell, she does have an Apple Music account. So I'm on Apple Music Plus, so I'll have my subscription through that. I may have the Cultist Simulator soundtrack, so I can give you an idea. Well, maybe you do, but let me just see if I can see the format for the Cultist Simulator soundtrack. Oh, for heaven's sake, come on. Huh. But that's interesting. So it looks like it's MP3s. I always thought there was a higher quality version of this. You may want to take a look at your buying options, because it looks like it's a compressed format for this one. I'm actually genuinely surprised by that. I really thought that these were. Oh, they're waves. Sorry, they are. Wave is an uncompressed format, right? Or lossless, I think is what I mean. I guess as a wave, you can compress it yourself. All right, play all sorts of games, but tend to enjoy management-style games, card-based games, and collection games. So this game hits all of that. Brilliant. It sounds like we have a lot in common with what we're interested in. Big focus on little indie games or story-heavy RPGs, 2 ends of the spectrum. It's actually one I've been looking forward to here. It's more of a card game, but Cobalt Core is coming out by Brace Yourself Games, which I'm very much looking forward to. All right, let's get down to business. So the affair of Apollo and Marsyas. Also, so Locust 101 has already mentioned being Step Librarian, but if anybody in here is new, and I'm not specifically just talking about people from the raid, but if you do have any questions about the game, obviously I'm much later into the game than people who might be arriving at the start. But I am happy to answer questions, even if they're very basic ones, so including what the hell is this game about, but do expect a half-hour answer. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? An upcoming production of an opera with a very ancient pedigree indeed. Cool. I think there's a Next Fest demo. I actually wanted to do Cobalt Core today, but maybe I'll try it on Friday. But Brace Yourself Games is a developer I am personally very fond of. I actually had the great pleasure of meeting them in Vancouver, where they invited me out to a Halloween party a couple of years ago. And it was definitely a so I really like the stuff that they do, right? They've done Crypt of the Necrodancer, they've done Industries of Titan, Phantom Brigade, upcoming Rift of the Necrodancer. Wait, it's snow. Sorry, I was like, oh, I wonder when the weather's going to show up. I'm completely not paying attention. So this is helpful for bells and braziers. But yeah, no. What was wonderful though was I got a chance to put faces to games, and they were every bit as nice and enthusiastic as as they sort of seem on their broadcasts and such. I was obviously very, very sad to hear about the layoffs, but those who I've been able to keep in touch with, I have. I know Demi's actually now at Megacrit, so they are on the FOSS topic. They've switched their forthcoming game. We don't know what it is yet, but they have switched to Godot after the Unity difference of opinion, let us say. And so I know she landed with them. So that's definitely a nice place that she wound up. I think Ben is now working for Epic, and I'd actually kind of like to know where Andy Nguyen and Lulu Kadim. I don't quite know where they wound up, but I know wherever they do wind up, they will be very lucky to have them. Oh yeah, Cadence of Hyrule. Yes, I know the GNU Linux thing. The problem is that the difficulty I have with it is just it is so much easier to say it. Like, it's the same way that people usually abbreviate my first name. So I acknowledge the contribution of the GNU system, but I've been warned. Okay, good. I do know a couple people who take that very, very seriously, and I usually I usually just tell them, it's like, I acknowledge it, but I'm gonna say Linux because it's shorter, and just in case there's gonna be a problem, you should know this ahead of time. So thank you for the clarification. I just bear the scar tissue from from the people who say that seriously. In fairness, though, I don't talk with them as nearly as often as I used to, so. All right, sorry, it's also getting a little late, so I'm definitely hitting the goofy time. So for those of you who might have come here for the game being played, I assure you we will actually get to that. Old words reemerge, yeah. Okay, so the goal here was to deal with bells and braziers because we're dealing with the sort of the top of the difficulty. So now that we've got quenchings and quellings up to a 9, I'm going to move on bells and braziers. The snow is kind of nice in this case because we've already got two memories that we can already apply to bells and braziers. The other thing that's nice about this is that I've got Shapt and 2 FOSS. So if we're lucky, we might even be able to apply, like we might be able to get both of our levels out of that. Let's start by talking with Reverend Timothy, actually, because he's going to be our source of... Yeah, no worries, Glycan. Actually, I kept you a lot longer than I had intended, but it's always delightful to run into a new... Actually, let me give you a follow. Always delightful to run into a new broadcaster who covers the stuff that I like. So, yeah, eat well. I don't know if you're planning on going to bed or not, but again, thank you for the raid. If this is where we part ways, have a good night. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. So, my best bet here is probably to go for songs. Let's find the Wind's Ruin and... well, Wind's Ruin and Peruvian Diaries. And then I'll maybe say this Shakespeare thing I've been threatening, because this is a pretty good day for us. Wound's Ruin. Okay, so again, this is one of these ones which it could be something that I read in beta, so it just simply doesn't exist in my library. It could be something that I've lost in the piles. Actually, here's I shouldn't have talked about the start to the I shouldn't have talked about the start to the Steam stream. What I am curious about, because it might be one of you in chat, leaving you hanging on the Shakespeare thing. I can't get into it now. Let me find The Wind's Ruin, and then I'll rant about this for a little bit. But I am curious if... so I regret to say I do not remember the person who said it, but one moment that thoroughly delighted me during streaming was somebody who is new to the channel. You know, we're having a good time. You know, sometimes you just have those streams where you feel like really happy and it feels like everybody's kind of on the same page. So it was one of those, and it was somebody, you know, having a good time, being active in the chat, you know, and that's always gratifying as a broadcaster. And we got around to talking about the quote-unquote strategy of leaving all of your books on the bridge. And the fact that I wrote that article, which at least until Alexis tagged it as fan work, generated very polarizing responses, although I am slightly horrified by the fact that that actually seems to be a way that people play the game. And my favorite response was somebody writing in all capital letters in chat, "That was you?" Because generally when I troll, I don't think about consequences. I think about the fun. So like, obviously if you're a very small broadcaster, or you know, or on Twitter, or like whatever you do, you know, it is extremely uncommon to encounter people who I don't think I have The Wind's Ruin. So Skeleton Songs it is. I don't, you know, it's rare to run into people who like know your stuff. So, you know, like, of course I'm, oh, did I screw this up? No, we're still good. Okay. I think I'm gonna put those on ice for a little bit until I see what we can get from Reverend Timothy. But yeah, so yeah, you know, again, I mean, like, to me, it's most of the stuff I actually think is really clear. I have heard from people, they say it's like, well, you never put sarcastic like indicators. Like, well, number one, I kind of feel like I don't need to use hieroglyphs to like to handle the obviously silly stuff. But number two, I've actually tried it, and I arguably get more people quote unquote correcting me for the silly stuff that I say when I use emotes. So I've just given up on it, because like people, like, the thing is that I know the mechanism by which that stuff happens. It happens because the one thing you always want to believe on the internet is that you're smarter than someone else, right? You know, when you do it, it's a joke. When someone else does it, they're clearly serious and just some like rock munching dullard who needs to have the world explained to them. So, you know, in that case, like, the answer for me on that one is to embrace the madness. So not that I think people need to go and look at my, you know, 10 greatest trolls, because I don't do it as often as I probably give the impression of. But what you will notice is that very often I will double down and say something even more ridiculous. So a good example of this was on Twitter, when I like commented on something and it was a silly comment, and then somebody gives this unsolicited advice about like drying out my book, but they didn't give a comprehensive answer. So I said, it's like, well, they don't have anything to do with libraries. You might as well tell me that I should go and take the book to the pub if I'm going to dry it out. Like, books don't drink. And then they're like getting really insistent on this stuff. And of course, Alexis intervenes because he's an actual adult. And, you know, says System Shock is a reasonably nice person who has a penchant for trolling. You probably shouldn't take him very seriously. And sure enough, the guy like takes a look and he said, I had no idea you could dry out the book in the pub. And I'm like, yeah, Like, there's a purpose behind this. I'm not just like reflexively mean. Like, I actually don't like it when somebody becomes the punchline. I would rather them enjoy the joke along with the rest of us. But I found, both for satisfaction, but also to try and help people, bring people on the, on the bus, I kind of like to double down to increasingly absurd ends. But again, the problem is that some people, I don't know if it's maybe a confrontation thing or that, but like once people have this idea you're an idiot in their head, it's actually a really good way of finding bullies, I found. But once people have an idea that you're kind of stupid in their head, they're usually not going to sort of like, they're not going to shake that, and as a result, like, the increasingly silly things you say just lead them to believe that you are even dumber than they thought before, and they thought you were really dumb. So I don't know, like, you do what you can, right? But as much as I can, I try and, like, if it feels like somebody's going to be liking something less as a result, I usually like rein it in and try to I usually like break character, but it's fun. Like, sometimes it's just fun to come up with some of this stuff. Like, Demon Souls. Oh my God, From Software should sue them for copying Dark Souls. You have no idea how many people will yell at you for saying that. You talk people in circles the minute they join the Discord or servers they were in. They'd ask you a question half sarcastically, and you completely misinterpret the question and infuriate the crap out of them because they don't know when to walk away. Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, I hope I probably sound like a real jerk talking about this stuff, but where I can, it's if you can, it's nice. It's sometimes like, maybe it's not nice to wind people up. I guess maybe that's the one worry that I have, but it can be sort of fun to to see how far you can go in just sort of making up silly stories. Because, like, obviously when I wrote that Reddit post, it wasn't that I thought there was a bunch of people who were going to take me seriously. I did it so that I could just say something kind of ridiculous and everybody could have a laugh about this idea of like some like imaginary character trying to hit the optimal playthrough of Book of Hours and completely misunderstand. Like, obviously when you get, like, I'm sorry to explain satire. All of you, are perfectly intelligent people and understand how like jokes and satire work, but like, clearly one of the basic ways that those sorts of things work is to like apply perfectly cogent reasoning to an absurd conclusion, right? It's like this is as old as A Modest Proposal, probably older. But again, it's the internet, right? So tone can be difficult to interpret, and if you have a temperament that leads you to want to believe you're smarter than everyone else, then chances are you are going to want to reinforce that belief. That's at least my reading of it. Okay, the Skeleton Songs, and then the Shakespeare stuff, because unfortunately I didn't find the book that I was looking for. So the Skeleton Songs. Poems of greedy delight composed by the possibly pseudonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. In Arbella's introduction, she explains that the book was to be illustrated, but that the Suppression Bureau would not permit it. She hints that the illustration still exists somewhere. The book is dedicated to Sir Parzival of the Red Cup. The 26 delightful fruits, the 7 chastisements, the 9 gardens, the 4 regrets, and a partridge in the pear tree. Now, we read Perugian Diaries before, so let's just level up our bells and braziers. Oh, but first, okay. So some of you may be familiar with a little outfit called FTX, which might have encountered some financial troubles, and it has something of a notorious founder who goes by the name of Sam Bankman-Fried. Yeah. Now, there are a number of things that I have a problem with, let us say. Yeah, the guy who played... Yep. Actually, the thing I am most mad about is that his name's usually abbreviated to SBF, which, like I said earlier in the stream, I think is too similar to SVB, and I think it would be much more courteous of these failing financial stories to have less similar abbreviations. I believe it was Sequoia Capital that he was playing League with. SBF is down 20 points today. Well, based on the testimony, that's probably a good estimation. So Michael Lewis, who I have actually rather enjoyed. Yes, Alameda Research was, so I believe he quote unquote left it and left it in the care of Carolyn Ellison, which he gallantly threw under the bus once the problems came in. But Alameda Research was essentially the trading firm that took the money from FTX and effectively tanked the whole enterprise. But in any case, I'm trying to decide, so the problem that I have with this is that I don't dislike swearing. I do dislike having a stream where it has not involved any foul language and then I'm quoting someone. So I am going to sound impossibly tame here, but I think some context may be helpful here. So here is this man's opinions of reading. I just got to find, there was an Atlantic there's an Atlantic post that had it, but let me just see if I can get the okay, so I think this okay, so I think this might have actually I think this may have actually come from the Sequoia Capital site. Like, they wrote this glowing review of this guy, and then of course it all fell apart, and mysteriously it fell away from their website. I'm sure they'll find the bits in a closet somewhere. But yeah, there was an interview with Adam Fisher, I think was a journalist that he was talking with. But yeah, so this is the journalist speaking. I'm addicted to reading, which explains how I ended up being a writer. Oh yeah, says SBF? I would never read a book. I'm not sure what to say. I've read a book a week for my entire adult life, and I've written 3 of my own. This is Sam Bankman-Fried speaking. I'm very skeptical of books. I don't want to say no book is ever worth reading, but I actually do believe something pretty close to that, explains SBF. I think if you wrote a book, you blanked up, and it should have been a 6-paragraph blog post. I've heard a version of this which also says, and if it was a blog post, it should have been a tweet or whatever. So this gives you an idea of the type of intellect. And like, the thing is, this is not unique to SBF. Like, obviously, Yi, or whatever Kanye West is calling himself, also is, doing the whole I don't read books, I have my own thoughts. And like, the problem is that this is actually the kind of culture that really does seem to have a taste for this kind of nonsense. It's almost like this Emperor's New Clothes kind of approach, but like completely missing the point. But anyways, Michael Lewis, who has actually written a book. So I read Liar's Poker and I rather liked it. I know some of the other stuff that he does is a little too like gee whiz for me. So I can't necessarily say I've followed all of his stuff. But he apparently was following Sam Bankman-Fried and was writing the book when FTX and Alameda Research blew up. And this book has recently come out, and it's a little bit like, Walter Isaacson doing the Elon Musk book. All of us, like, the result of those books lead me to question whether I should have enjoyed their prior books as much as I did. So the bit that I saw from Going Infinite, which is the Michael Lewis book on Sam Bankman-Fried, who doesn't like to read books, this is the quote. Sam Bankman-Fried again. I could go on and on about the failings of Shakespeare, but I really shouldn't need to. The Bayesian priors are pretty damning. About half the people born since 1600 have been born in the past 100 years. It gets much worse than that. When Shakespeare wrote, almost all Europeans were busy farming, and very few people attended university. Few people were even literate, probably as low as 10 million people. By contrast, there are now upwards of 1 billion literate people in the Western sphere. What are the odds that the greatest writer would have been born in 1564? The Bayesian priors aren't very favorable. Now, there's a lot to hate about that. First of all, priors. Okay, Bayesian priors, and repeating it twice. I like that such a nice song is coming on as I'm about to rant on this stuff. Okay, Bayesian priors basically makes you sound like you're trying to put on airs. You can just say priors. It's completely inappropriate in this situation, might I add, right? Like, your prior, in the context that I'm trying to parse this out in a charitable way, and if he's talking about Bayesian priors, effectively what he's trying to say is the distribution you assume prior to testing the thing you're looking at. Where does such a prior come from? Perhaps it has come from SBF's posterior. So it's like, when I read something like that, I'm like, I think what he's saying, if you actually apply the proper interpretation of the statistical terms he's using, is that if I assume the conclusion, literally begging the question, this is what comes out. Now, for some reason, I'm not as annoyed by the fact that he says Western sphere instead of hemisphere. But, I don't know, that's because, like, Euclid doesn't have, like, a Twitter account or something like that. But I think, I emailed this to someone, and I said, like, I'm accustomed to hearing really stupid things in English classes, and I'm accustomed to hearing really stupid things both in statistics classes and derived from statistics. But I don't think I've ever heard a stupid English take, I don't think I've ever really heard a stupid English take that used or abused statistics in order to make a bad point. If he had read a book, and you know what, he doesn't even need to read a book, he can read one of them poem things that isn't book length. Perhaps he might say something like, and like, just so I could be clear, I'm picking something completely random here. Perhaps some mute and glorious Milton here may rest. Which, for those of you who are not familiar, I do want to be inclusive on this. This is Elegy Written in a Country Churchyard by Thomas Gray. This is perhaps something that has been thought before and expressed in better ways. But yeah, like there, I would even say that there are ways that you can make that argument. And I would disagree with it, but I would at least think that someone was exercising some thought. But what annoys me even more, beyond the fact that this illiterate guy is running his mouth and abusing terminology doing it, it leads to this nonsense. This one I'll put the display capture on. Pretty sure if you gave me a year, this is a guy who's like defending, he's actually got a whole article on the SBF quote. Pretty sure if you gave me a year, I could write Shakespeare quality work. Like, if someone hadn't read all of Shakespeare and you randomly gave them me or him, on average they couldn't tell the difference. Of course, without the blind test, people would pretend it wasn't as good. I don't have the time, of course, but if someone wanted to offer enough money and we could do the experiment, I would do it just to prove Shakespeare is fake. We just have to find people who don't know Shakespeare and blindly give them Shakespeare's Hamlet or the Hanania version. Like, I'm sure this person has an infinitely larger follower based than me. And I know it's talking about this stuff that, you know, I know talking about this stuff is exactly what they're trying to do, but my God. And like the thing is, I think what really bugs me is that dumb takes like this actually wind up getting in the way of, you know, thoughtful and enjoyable conversations on these topics. Like, these are people who are obstructing enjoyable and worthwhile conversations on these topics. I'm not even going to say you have to like Shakespeare, but if you're going to rip into Shakespeare like that, like, try and do so on grounds that could be like defensible. Like, okay, here, I say this a lot about like essays and stuff like that. I am convinced that most of the people writing stuff today are not actually trying to persuade anyone. That essentially they are writing to an audience that already agrees with them. At which point I ask, well, why am I even bothering to read the essay at this point, right? Like, I definitely have some friends on political topics because I do try to read somewhat broadly, even though it does, like, I'm sure I've probably like taken a couple of years off of my life from just sheer stress of reading some of this stuff. But, you know, I already kind of know the positions that they're going to hold. But, you know, like, it's not, like, okay, here's the thing that really annoys me about this. If you bothered to read books, you would actually understand the whole idea of whether or not there's like this constant upward trajectory in terms of quality or whatever. This is not a particularly new idea. That is an idea that might be probably not contemporaneous, but maybe, I don't know, if you allow for like a variation of a century or two within the ballpark of the Elizabethan era. I'm trying to think like when that was like a really big idea. But I mean, again, it's like, it's a bunch of people running around convinced that the only thoughts that are important are the ones rattling around inside their head, right? I think there's a certain point where, like, I read that Shakespeare quote, or that quote about Shakespeare. I'm like, this is like a Homeric level of stupidity, and especially because I kind of thought of Elegy in a Country Churchyard as soon as I said that. It's like, I even have poetry that said this. That's not even like, there's a better way of putting it, and you can still like appeal to you can still sort of appeal. I know like Elegy in a Country Churchyard isn't exactly saying that same thing, but yeah, like, the fact that a view like that actually provokes other, you know, talking heads on Twitter to try and muster some kind of a defense, and the fact that it is given any thought at all, just like, it makes me very, very sad. I'm sorry, but I'm just going to be sad about everything for the next little while. Go back to Shakespeare's time and you will get the most verbose burn of all time if you said that. Yeah. I mean, and yeah, I could even invoke, like, if you want to reduce it to comic books, which are fine, by the way, Alan Moore has a take on this. You know, it's, I think probably maybe one of the things that drove me kind of crazy, well, there's a lot of things about it that drove me crazy, but I think maybe one of the other things that I haven't realized about it that kind of really set me on edge is, it is not an original idea that he has stated, and yet he has stated it in a way that somehow makes it even more ignorant than it should be, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, sorry to subject all of you to that. If I'm mad, if I'm mad, you all have to be mad. But hopefully that wasn't. Sophie, I have a feeling that probably that was the biggest letdown to a threat. But that has actually been riding with me for a few days. So I'm glad that I got that out of my system. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. I know it's shocking to all of you that the person playing the library game might have opinions about books. I don't know, like, it is also, I think sometimes this is also a little bit of a reflection of the fact that, like, I do put quite a bit of work into the writing that I do. I'm kind of aware that it doesn't hold up. Like, this is the thing, right? Like, if it was good, it would be read more. You only come here for the hot tub segment? For all you know, I'm in a hot tub right now. Just because I haven't tagged it up. Yeah, I put the effort into the writing, and, people are under no obligation to read it. I would never want someone to feel compelled to read it. But, I do make an effort, and I care enough to, like, there was the follow-up to the productivity article is a good example of this, actually, where it's taking longer than I thought because I wound up blowing out the word count again, and that particular topic is not one that needs the longer treatment like the original productivity essay. So I'm going back and I'm rewriting it. It would be nice if I was a better writer and I could get it right the first time, or it would be nice if I could be more concise in terms of communicating my ideas. But the only way I'm going to get better at doing that is by actually taking the time and practicing that sort of stuff and doing the work, basically. This is a lot saucier than the hot tub stream they did last. But yeah, just to know, it's one of these things where it's like, you put that kind of effort in, but then you also take a look at the sort of things that people associate with wisdom or like an opinion worth having or discussing. And like, I'm not gonna lie, there have been more than a few times I read something like that and just throw up my hands and say, what's the point? I've actually had a time where there was something that I am knowledgeable about. Cree might relate to this because of the dispute. But it is something I'm knowledgeable on, and it was actually somebody in the games industry who very dismissively responded to what I thought was a reasoned and thoughtful perspective to try and maybe add on to something that they had said, and just get this very dismissive, nobody thinks like that. And literally the next day, the company that was being discussed issued a press release that could have been the tweet that I put out. Like the thing that I sent to the guy, like it could not have fit the thing that I said before. And of course there's no, there's no apology. There's no, oh, you know what? I didn't think of it that way. Interesting point. It seems to have anticipated what so said. It's like they never dismissed the point in this really confrontational and rude way. And it doesn't matter. Why? Because that person made a video game that people like, and I'm some guy with, a couple hundred followers, if that. I may not even have 100 followers. I genuinely don't check. I check Twitter somewhat regularly, but I do not pay enough attention. Okay, a couple hundred followers. And it's like, I don't know, it's just, it's hard not to feel a little dispirited at those kinds of priorities because, you know, I for all I know, I might even like that guy's game. You know, it is actually possible to be good at one thing, but perhaps mistaken on another thing. But again, like, it's not going to matter. It's, you know, if I was a more public figure, I'm sure there would be YouTube videos of, like, you know, streamer owned by so on and so forth. Yeah, well, and I mean, again, like, I'm not going to pretend that we're all in all sort of salon. There is the possibility that they just saw me as some guy with opinions on games, you know, coming in on their territory. But, you know, I do feel like, again, it comes back to that thing I said before. You know, you put the time in, you do the work, and you would hope that that is met with a comparable effort, let's say. And that is not a good assumption, let's say. Now let's see if I can hang on to one of these memories, because I've been ranting, but there is a game behind all of this. But on the other hand too, right, like, I also try not to get too despairing about it, because in the end, I do, like, the reason why I write is because I like writing. And like I said, it would be, I would like it if more people read it, because I would feel like that would be a good indicator of success, right? That I have done a better job of communicating the ideas or entertaining, or, you know, whatever the point of that article is, than I maybe previously have before. But what I'm not going to do is sit down and have a dark night of the soul over the fact that there aren't a lot of people reading my stuff, because there is a satisfaction that comes from working through an idea as well as you can, and obviously the natural hope that you get better at doing it through practicing. So yeah, I mean, but on the other hand, like, there are only so many hours in the day, right? Like, obviously with mass communications, and particularly something like Twitter, where, you know, anyone can come in with an opinion on things, you know, I can sort of understand you know, a brusqueness which might not be what may not be like one's natural state. But I tend to agree. Like I said, if somebody puts the time in, hopefully you respond accordingly. Mademoiselle Margot Matutine, socialite, yachtswoman, under the name Morgan Alucite, Elysian. The former means, among other things, that she eats people. The latter means, among other things, that she is not to be taken lightly. On Apollo and Marsyas, I wish to attend a premiere of an opera, one that I have always very much enjoyed. So this is a bit later than I was wanting, but we made some decent progress towards our goals here, so... Persons of some interest to me will attend it also. It is important that I be seen at my best. I am looking for a very particular inspiration. Try a book with as much mystery, Grail, or Sky as their matching interest. It doesn't really matter. Maybe we'll push her to a higher level of Sky at this point. So we should still have a couple of Sky 4s. So I've already given her the Locksmith's Dream. We haven't given her Stolen Reflections, so this is not what I had expected. But if I had, you would not be inspiration. No, thank you, my librarian. So I'm curious if this is her answer when I give her a Grail text. So any old Grail text should work. Choice and rare. Ho ho ho! I had hoped for this exactly. Thank you, my librarian. Interesting. I'm gonna go for this guy. I am actually quite interested. This is kind of almost an ambiguous response. So. This is not what I had expected, but if it had, it would not be inspiration, no? Thank you, my librarian. So the idea here is I'm trying to give myself an out so that I can continue to harvest her for Spintria when the time comes. So yeah, our last goal for tomorrow is sharps, so we're going to have one memory to work with that already. I think it's very unlikely we're going to get hail, so we shouldn't rely on weather. Oh, but we may get clouds, so I shouldn't count out weather helping. Essentially, we just need 2 memories. And it may not even be worth it to try and bring Reverend Timothy in. I think we can afford to give up 2 elements of the soul. Right, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Let's at least see what the weather is. A gale. Wasn't expecting that. Okay, so there are a few things that I want to get through today. Because we're going to be able to level up sharps, it seems to me like I want to think... Actually, tell you what, I'm not going to be streaming for that much longer because I do have to be in the office tomorrow and it is getting late, but I have been streaming for 6 hours. I've been drinking Dawn Lion coffee the whole time. Actually, heck, I switched from a lighter one. The light one was okay, but not quite my cup of warm beverage. So let us see which one you think. This can be the topic to discuss amongst yourselves. Let us go to the pantry and let us see which sounds like a darker roast. There is Dawn Lion coffee from beyond the Great Deserts. So Forge, Lantern, and Scale. And then we have Evening Isles coffee from beyond the Sunset Sea, which has Forge, Lantern, and Rose. So I would have guessed, I kind of was thinking about the Evening Isles, and I'm like, well, maybe that's kind of like the Indonesian, so like a Sumatra, which is usually a bit darker. But then I was sort of thinking, well, Scale. Scale would be like the really earthy kind of... I've never heard of Devil's Mountain Black Label, but that'll be something for me to do a Google search for. Yeah, so maybe yes, let us say that the Dawn Lion is the darker of the two, and then, because I was thinking, there are other islands, and if you think of the Hawaiian, like the Kona coffee is actually really light, so... My god. Anyways, that preposterous aside, I do actually really need to go to the bathroom. The Force is with me, so I'm going to take a small break. If you have been watching this whole time, I actually think it would be a good time for you to take a break as well. Like I said, I'm not going to be here for a really long time, but I am going to do my best to hang out a bit longer. If nothing else, we can try and I don't know. We'll make as much progress as we can, but only after relief. So I'll see you all in a little bit. I didn't deliberately keep the sound on the interior during the gale, but man, that is a nice sound. Welcome back. I feel a little bit of a pain in the tummy, but nothing I can't stream through. It is going to be a little bit of a... we are in probably the closing hour, probably less of the stream, though, just a heads up. So, what are we going to do for the sharps? just going to get 2 memories. So, the next steps for the plan. So, like, again, the overall goal will be to use this pump. Unless I wind up reading a book that kind of gives me a hint that I should be looking at something in the house. I'm not going to be making any progress through the rooms until I use the pump, or at the very least, it's the one I've hypothesized is the most likely to produce the kind of outcome we're looking for. So we're going to work with that. But the thing that I'm really waiting for here is another source of metal. Now, like, if it really comes down to it, I will use the Gervanite. But like, for Nock, 2 Rose, and the fact that it's probably relevant for like the clock up here, I'm really reluctant to or maybe it isn't, because there's no metal. Anyways, I'm kind of reluctant to like use that. Heavy Variety Metal or the Death Kind? Well, if it's a Nock, I guess it's a Nock Forge one. So I feel like Nock Forge is probably closer to heavy metal. Maybe winter metal would be the death metal. But yeah, I don't know. Like, if I could find a way to restore metal, I wasn't expecting that I would have to give up another 2. And I feel like the fact that you are able to use metal as a crafting, like as an input to crafting, makes me think that there is a way to get it that I haven't discovered yet. And so I'd sort of like inputting metal into this to be sort of the last resort, let's say. I'll do it, but if there are other things that I can do, I want to try and do that first. But the thing is that I'm also not going to be able to find or like learn about the alternatives if I don't actually do some exploration. So my ideal would be to go to Cross Sands, to walk the moor, to check out the Gull Colony, to try and do those things that will potentially get me other, like might be a source of getting new things that I might be able to turn into metal or otherwise might provoke a new train of thought. So, so where I can, I guess what I'm trying to say here is that Trist, Health, and Shapt in an ideal circumstance, and actually I probably should be trying to get some blue crown. I guess I have some blue crown, but looking at my options here, the only heart that I have, well, it's heart and scale, is Health. So the only way I can go to the moor is Health. Crowcross Sands has Health, Moon, and Rose. So in this case, it's Trist or Health, and because the Health is used for the moor, that really just means that it's a Trist only option. And then for the Gull Colony, it's Rose, Scale, or Sky. Well, again, we don't have Rose. Scale is already spoken for, so it basically means that Sky is the last of them. However, I can't put all 4 being packed away is kind of ridiculous. So, wait a minute, why is Shapt down here? So first priority, of course, is Sharp. Okay, actually, Sharps needs the Trist, so that's spoken for in a different way. Now, the next step is I want to read these books. So the Burning Woman is one that I know I can achieve just with the raw resources that I already have. So we apply Bells and Braziers is 6, Disciplines of the Hammer is 6. So if we can level up Bells and Braziers, we'll get another level out of that. But, well, of course we'll get another level. What I mean is we will finally be able to overcome my my limitation of 6 Forge at this point. But So with that, we have 6 forge, then we get 5 from the Newman, which brings us up to 11. We add a tool, which brings us to 12. We add a... sorry, hang on. I didn't... This will be easier if I put the book in front of me. Because I worked this out last time. So disciplines and a hammer, shaft. The tool... I don't care what tool, just put it in there. So we're at 8. That's 13. Why did I think that I had it in the bag then? Oh, probably because I thought I had metal rather than shaft. Okay, it's still worth it though. Well, actually, that's the day spoken for, unfortunately. So we'll get a... So we'll get the Merciless Alteration, just because I know some of you have not seen the... some of you have not seen some of the new Newmans that have showed up. Newmans? I think it's the new Newman. Anyways. I was originally interested in this because it was Hyksos, and then I saw the contents and I was like, ooh, no. Don't go to the dark side. Alright, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory, and then let's get another forge from... Bancroft's Diaries. I would aspire to... I would hope to be the kind of person who could become... Franklin Bancroft. I just don't think I have it in me. You know, you might reskin some of the elements of the soul to make the colors a tad closer to the elements. You keep getting caught up on whist not being knock related. Oh, I never even thought of that. It's tricky because, of course, they all have 2. But you're right. I guess it is a little funny that whist... Huh. I always like finding out about stuff like that. Like, you know, it's kind of you always have the assumptions that are running around in the back of your head, like just kind of what you take for granted in the world. And like, it was always very natural to me that whist would be Winter and Lantern. That's what it is. But you're right. Like the health, if you don't think it has heart, I mean, it doesnn't indicate maybe the scale and the nectar, but like, I think you have a reasonable expectation for the heart, and then the Faust, you know, you look at that and you say, okay, Lantern's the primary there. Shapt, likewise, you know, you expect knock relation. Trist, I guess, is a little bit weird, and there isn't, I guess there really isn't a mothy kind of one. Metal, Forge, likewise. Yeah, so I mean, once you point it out, I completely see where you're coming from, and yet I've never questioned it, so neat. Right. So, happy customer, Oriflammes should be following up. Now, if we're up to a gold Spintria, I'm probably not going to be able to get what I want from them. Okay, anyways. I am reading for Forge. So, the health and the Faust get used for... Edge or Moon. Try the Devoured Tantra, maybe? Nope. Maybe Letters from a Fugitive. Again, I'm trying. Or... Sure, why not? don't think I've done Deoris Book 3 for a while. So again, somewhat regrettable that I can't get as many things from... I think I messed this up. Okay, well, no sense crying about it. I'll probably just pay for the new element, or renew the element of the soul. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, let's just let this go through, but I think I'm actually going to be one memory short. No, it's 3. I only need 2. Ugh, this is what happens when it gets late. But yeah, the regret here is that I'm not going to be exploring anything in terms of Crowcross Sands, but on the other hand, being able to read another book is the higher priority for me. These Rose ones are going to be a little bit more of an adventure, but we'll deal with that when we can. Alright, for those of you not familiar with Lord Franklin Bancroft, let us hear the story of a notorious gentleman. Bancroft Diaries. Lord Franklin Bancroft was initiated into the arts of the flower maker by the Rose Witch Fiona Ayrshire. He rose to become a society provider of occult services and secret pleasures before his abrupt disappearance in 1790. Bancroft seems to have been a talented adept, but devoted his energies to frustratingly whimsical projects, arranging grape-fetching races between Mansis spirits, teaching percussagants to juggle, and conjuring storms of imaginary blossoms for the Rose Witch Ayrshire, who resolutely refused ever to couple with him. Bancroft spends 20 pages bemoaning this last. I feel you. The mantra here recorded is a high and exacting magic which can be used to pledge one's spirit to the Watchman, beginning an ascent to the house. Bancroft boasts of his ability to recite it when in his cups. He also had it set to music for a performance with fireworks at Vauxhall Gardens. Maybe you need a human car battery or of a coffee. Helps me think of the cost of your soul at like $20 for a pound of it. Yeah. I definitely don't get the cheapest coffee that I can. But the catch is that I tend to buy a lot of it in like batches when there's a special deal going on. So I spread out my coffee expenses through these intense and eye-watering expenditures. All right, A Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons. Once upon a time, a very bad man encoded very bad secrets into the charming illustrations of a book of charming stories. Wake the pictures and you will see. Lord Jacob Gristwood, surgeon, ethnologist, philanthropist. There is no proof he ever kept children in hutches beneath his bed. There is no proof he vivisected cats at dinner with his penknife. The Suppression Bureau keeps it secrets. Here's your paint, whispered the wolf to the pale girl. Here is your knife for scraping. Here is your face. And this produces the Newman merciless altercation, the fundamental flaw, the irresistible shortcut, the haste that heats, the change that mars, the scar that opens. These are the foulest histories. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the artist and the archaeologist can win a particular victory. Now, I am going to have to be in a very, very dark place to go for that ending. I somewhat recoil at that description, so don't expect to see that one from me, but I am a man of many moods, so I'm also not going to promise that I'll never do it. Okay. Go to the governor's desk, and we will learn ourselves some forge, hopefully. Burning Woman, a transcript of the play by Menander the Victor, possibly the dramatist of that name into Frisian with commentaries. You know, it might actually make sense. This is going to seem weird. No, it doesn't. So I was going to say, maybe I should leave this intense memory to save it for, like, if it doesn't turn out. The thing is that I don't necessarily need just a memory for this to work. I could also use a tool. So I'm a little annoyed at myself for miscounting. But I'll get over it. Forge a wavering spark? Perhaps. You've provided forge, but not enough to match mystery forge. If you are lucky, you might still succeed. And we're still reading for the interest. Another coffee you enjoy is Café Tres Generaciones. I actually got to visit the plantation they grow the coffee at while you were in Costa Rica. First of all, that sounds like a really cool trip. And I've always kind of wanted to see an operation like that. I've seen photos, but... Oh, darn it! I wanted to actually read the text for that. Diaries Volume 3, in Latin, a 19th century reprint by the indefatigable Nathaniel Darcy Evers of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. This is usually described as the third volume of De Oris, but Darcy Evers' foreword argues persuasively that it's a substantial reworking by the original author. The Lionsmith makes monsters, the Colonel has his scars, but the De Oris now insists that neither can truly defeat the other, that they must at some level understand these limits in their strategies, and that their enmity is an eternal engine of the world. Okay. Sharps. Contradiction. Founding parable. Intuition. Tryst. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. And essentially the rest of the day is spent hoping that it either asks us for a forge memory or a forge thing or something forge. I only ask that it doesn't ask for an element of the soul. And in fact, it can ask for one element of the soul. It could maybe even ask for two. But just don't ask for 3 elements of the soul. Or like 2 elements of the soul in winter and weather or something. Anyways, the skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. You get a decent discount if you visit a plantation because of the added cost of shipping, for sure. And if you visit while the beans are being harvested, you get incredibly fresh beans. Yeah, so I mean, I know, like, I guess Starbucks has the patent on this for, like, the sealing for the bags and things like that. But I've always kind of accepted when I have, like, a bag of coffee beans that I'm... Okay, cool. So we have our choice of solutions. I'll use the foresight. I don't see any reason to keep it around, but I kind of accept, like, I have like a little Tupperware container. I try and make sure that it's, you know, it's hidden from light. Like it's the usual things, you know, air, light, moisture. Those are the sorts of things that are gonna take the flavor out of beans. But I always just kind of accept that I'm never gonna have it as good as when, you know, as like a dedicated service, like whether it's you know, a coffee shop or, you know, you know, a roaster or something like that. As long as it's not like a year old, usually. Yeah, I mean, like for the longest, I remember people used to ask me like, oh, where do you like getting your coffee? And I'm like, honestly, I'll take gas station coffee. Don't care much for Tim Hortons, if I'm honest, but usually pretty easy to please as long as the price is right. Like if I'm paying up for coffee, I usually want something that will, you know, transport me to another world. But you know, so long as you're, you know, like I'll happily pay my rent on a table at a coffee shop. I'm not going to be cheap about it, but if you are getting up there in terms of the price, I am going to have comparable expectations. Yeah, for the most part, like I said, for the longest time, I think the majority of coffee that I drank came from some kind of gas station, just because it was on my way to work. There's a nice place now. It's like a combination bakery and coffee shop, so I usually go there now. All right, that's It's the last of our Forge books. A transcription of play by Menander the Victor, possibly the dramatist of that name, into Frisian with commentaries. The play describes a pilgrimage of smiths and adepts following the trail of the burning woman, who has appeared in all their dreams and given each each a wound and a word. The smiths and adepts give up on finding the burning woman and resolve to build their own kingdom, where our strength will be sufficient to shatter the world. So we got transformations and liberations out of that, so that's another project and a foresight. For those of you keeping score, my book list now has 186 entries in it. Cheap, quick, support your local Shell. I believe on my way there's a Petrocan. There's probably a Shell. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it's all the same company. I know in the case of Canada, it's Esso rather than Exxon. But other than that, I think we have the same. I think we have the same stuff everybody else does. Okay, so transformations and liberations is a little bit like sharps in the sense that it's nice that I have the option of leveling it up, but it's not necessarily going to get me access to something that I couldn't already. I'm gonna have to find new places for all this stuff soon. Vanguard Master, long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Transformations and liberations. Oh, wow. Well, I'm definitely paying up for the shaft. We call this a suppance. Yeah, no, I completely understand. Completely understand why I'm actually stepping into your territory. I have discovered the joy of Pico 8. But I hope that is going well, by the way, because I know you're I don't know, you're working for yourself, and I have to assume that creates a certain kind of pressure. But I hope it's going well for you. I always know there's like every story I've ever heard of development is that there's like this valley of death where everybody's convinced the project's going to fall apart. Oh, nice. Congratulations. Yes, I do know that. Actually, there's also a really good game called Slipways, which was made from Pico 8, but I noticed doesn't quite get the same attention that Celeste did. And I actually have to admit, I've not played that much of Celeste. But Pico 8, there's a local developer who goes by Sparse Game Dev, and he has done a really impressive little roguelike in Pico 8, which caught my attention. And I'm very impressed at the stuff that people are making with it. Fair. I'm sorry to chuckle at that, but I get it. Good luck. I certainly know. All right, Locus, I'm gonna have to just give me a quick second here. I will find the site. Oh, it's called Into Ruins. I definitely recommend you check out his other stuff. But the thing that, like, I like Eric a lot. I'm genuinely impressed by all of the stuff that he does. But it is completely maddening to know that this was his first Pico 8 game. I was like, it is not fair that there are people this talented. You know, we need a communism of talent so that people like me can have a hope of making something that other people will want to play. Let's Harrison Berger on this. But no, that is Sparse Game Dev's first Pico 8 game. It is very well done, I think, and to a point that I am slightly mad that I'm never going to be able to make something like that. But no, it is really good, and I do recommend, if you can, check out Slipways, both the game but also the Pico 8 version. I definitely prefer the full version to the Pico 8 one, but it is actually, I think, really neat that somebody was able to prototype something in Pico 8 and realize it in a more full way. And I think they use Unity for it. But anyways, there's always more to learn, so this will be a pretty straightforward one for us to level up when the time comes. Move spices and save. No, sorry. Megafeed Mystery's over. And with that in mind, I don't think it'll be too hard to get our hands on it's Forge or Moth. So I still want to use the Tryst for... Okay, so Tryst... Skill is now level 2. So I'm thinking, for the Tryst down here, the health, one of the Faust. We'll use the Shapt to level up Transformations and Liberations, which means the Faust and the Whist get used to... okay. So that works right up to the point that I can't read one of those Rose books. I'm still going to divide it this way, but if you're able to install Linux on your brain. Yeah. It is interesting to examine my reasons for that, but I've definitely felt the kind of brain-computer interface is definitely one of those lines which I find it a little difficult to get to grips with. And it's funny because I'm actually not very... I think all the Neoplatonism I was talking about before can probably suggest that I'm maybe not somebody who is all that into his body. But yeah, that is definitely one that I've had a hard time working out in my head, the circumstances under which I would actually follow through on something like that. Okay, Transformations and Liberations doesn't work with Hail. I'm not even going to try to make it work. Let's just find ourselves a couple of Forge or Moth memories and get this thing leveled up. In the Mallory, if we can find that. ITM. I think I have difficulty finding the books I'm looking for. Like I have a much better organization system in the YouTube series, but I already struggle to make this work, even when I'm not tired. Oh, I should have done the amalgam of Red Rose, actually. Okay. I'd specifically like to find Asite Supplications because I'm curious if it's going to tell me anything about the altar down below. In fact, I would have liked to have learned about what skill came out of that. But I don't think I have a way of... Yeah, prayers addressed to the Horned Axe by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. So I'm looking for something rather specific out of this. Okay, now, I have a bit of a... This is going to be a little bit of a tricky one for me to deal with. So, I've got 314 rose texts. One of them's an Ericapean, but Ericapean is Lantern and Winter, so that doesn't add anything to the challenge. Slightly more standards if we reach that point, having the perspective. Yeah, for sure. Like I didn't take the genuinely too literally, but I think I get what you're saying. But yeah, I mean, again, it kind of depends. I suspect, as with most things, it sort of depends on what capabilities you can get. So, like, for instance, for a very long time, I could not conceive of a situation in which I would wear some kind of a digital watch. This sounds so Douglas Adams, right? I'm talking specifically about a smartwatch. I just didn't see the point. And it actually took me seeing a couple of my friends in Vancouver who had the smartwatches. And what really caught my attention was not any of the individual features of the watch itself, although I think those are really cool, and it is kind of nice to be able to quantify a few things, like, just how much I walk during a day, and, if I do actually notice that I'm a little more regular in exercise because I have something to kind of keep track of that. Again, I'm not gonna lie. If you let me measure something, I will probably wind up doing it. That's usually my big thing. That is certainly how that worked with writing. But by far, I actually really like it as an augment to my smartphone. Like, the idea of the thing being able to unlock because I'm close to my watch, and just the different interactions that it has with it are remarkably convenient. So I'll probably always wind up getting the cheapest one that I can. But it's definitely gone from a point where I could not imagine having it to wondering why it took me so long to use one. And I have a feeling that is probably how I would respond to that kind of tech as well, which is that I would sort of need to see, like any product, right? You kind of need to see the benefit. I have to use my special film cloth tape measure. Okay. So, I have a delicate operation here with the history of inks. So, I think I'd said before that Path and Pilgrim was my best rose. So that's a primary. So unless we have a 5 that has a higher level, which I don't think, well, preliminary meter, but it's a secondary, so. The film, the Focus Pullers, the Focus Pullers tape measure could probably mummify a tailor with the amount of distance that it covers. Okay, so here's what I'm looking at. So I don't have FET, so I can't rely on any rows to bear. I can't bring any rows to bear in terms of my elements of the soul. But we do still have a we do still have a fighting chance when it comes to History of Inks for the following reason. We take where is it? We'll use preliminary meter just for the sake of the argument. So we have 6 once I add the the lunar globe. So I have a Newman with Rose, so that will bring us up to 11, which means we're 3 short. Now, I could try and make a special Rose, but as it happens, there is a sneaky thing I can do to try and get the Newman into play again. And essentially what I'll do is I will read... Amaryllis Spitella, I think. I'll read it once for the Newman, and then I'll read it again for the second one. Now this one we're really relying on getting the memory to trigger, so it's less likely that that's going to work, but it's definitely worth taking a shot for. Now this does mean I'm not going to be able to do all of the collecting that I wanted, but I'll sort of prioritize. We'll maybe go like Faust first, then Health, and Trist, or we'll work out some kind of a system. But the tricky part here is I do need to pay attention, because if I am slow on the trigger, I'm going to wind up overwriting the Newman, and I basically waste the element of the soul. So, and I also need to make sure that I bring Fusine along for the ride. So, a fragment of an iron alloy meteorite, carefully inscribed and polished. This object houses a Newman, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. So, it's worth noting, I'm going to try and do this 3 times. There are definitely going to be times when this doesn't work. But the good news is that I don't need to dedicate every element of the soul. Like, the reason why I'm dedicating so much attention to this right now is I'm also trying to level up transformations and liberations. I'd play it if I wouldn't wind up with the VOD muted. Although I am tempted to play the Cosley theme song again. Alright, who gave us fire? Who gave us steel? What is the sound of dusk? Of what alloy is wind forged? Esoteric secrets of metallurgy and resonance are revealed, including directions towards the creation of a terrible bell. I know you like lore stuff, Kree, so... Oh, you've got to head to bed. Got another full day tomorrow. Good luck, Vanguard. I hope you... I mean, you don't need me to tell you to keep it together, but... people have been through the situation you're in before. I do not envy the task ahead of you, but you'll get it. Like, I know you have it in, like, I know your temperament is such that you are not going to let it get past you. But yeah, like I definitely understand the state where you're in right now. So good luck, as much as that counts. All right, but yeah, I know Kree like lore, so if you're around, the bells of Ys, Ys by your hearts, found the strike tone that shakes the hours. For this reason, among many, the hours discourage traffic with Ys, but a bell cast with this secret could spark the Ys note. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and to complete the game, but the prodigal and the revolutionary can win a particular victory. And Essite Supplications, prayers addressed to the Horned Axe by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. If we should pass not, let our enemies pass unto their deserved end. One prayer describes how sufficient moon aspect can be used with Tridisma Hyra with almost any egg to hatch the stone's children, the sky's daughter, and the sea's sons. So interesting, but not quite what I was looking for. Oh, sorry to hear that. I'll understand if you need a couple minutes off of Twitch to enjoy enjoy your tunes. All right, let's clear out our leveling up queue. Okay, I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve this skill to level 3. So, the next thing that I want to do, so I've used up the Faust. I will use health next. Okay, good. That was also kind of tongue-in-cheek because my general feeling is that people do not need to be given permission to leave the stream. You know, it is entertainment and it is free entertainment, so... And last I checked, I mean, people try to make it like an airport where they announce their departures, but you know, it's not the orchestra, right? You're not gonna ruin people's enjoyment by coming in and out as you please. But yeah, so the idea here, I can actually just go ahead and read the Secret Histories text as it is, but I figure I'll give it a little bit of, I'll give it a little bit of distance. And, oh, actually, you know what? Even attempting to read this, I can't even use the Trist. Okay, that's a shame. So, Trist... meter. Bells of Ease. Well, there you go. Now we know Enduring Reflection. I don't even know if I ever checked that recipe. Alright. History of Inks. And the Lunar Globe. So, kind of like we were expecting, we've got 11 out of 14. It's possible with Enduring Reflection we would be able to apply it, but in this case here, it's just as easy for me to read the book that gives me that Newman. Yeah, that is true, Locust 101, and like I do try to lean into that, right? Because I don't have the camera, and like I can afford to have the individual attention to people, but like I've never really it's been a few years, but like I've never really forgotten that early time in Twitch where it wasn't even guaranteed that anybody would be watching at all. So it's, you know, I am lucky enough that I'm at a point now where, you know, I can't just stream anything, but provided I'm not doing anything too radical, it's fair for me to guess that there will be a presence in the channel at some point. But yeah, like I said, I've never really kind of lost sight of those times when it wasn't like that, and I sort of feel, you know, sometimes to my detriment, but the job is to provide, you know, provide something no matter what. Like I have been in channels where it's really obvious that the person sort of expects people to show up and then they'll like be switched on. And the thing is that you're not demonstrating anything that's worth interacting with when you do that. So it's a little weird when it's a quiet chat. I'll admit that. But for the most part, I actually feel reasonably comfortable with an empty chat. Yes. But yeah, no, I totally get it. I mean, like, to be honest, it's nice to be able to wish people, like, you know, it's just from a pure, like, politeness and friendliness point of view, like, it's nice to be able to wish people a good night. But I certainly haven't felt compelled in my own case to say it. But yeah, sometimes, you know, it is always fun to see people who feel, I don't know, absolve people of leaving. How could you miss all this action that's going on here? Anyways, so the idea behind this is I've 28 seconds before I get the next Newman that's got 14 rows. In 60 seconds, I'm going to have 3 challenges, one of which may be a memory. If it's anything but a memory, Well, I guess maybe there's like 2 things, but for the most part, if it's anything but a memory, I'm not going to succeed, but if it is a memory, I'm going to have a 5 rose memory to work with it. And the good news is, if it doesn't work out, I have a Newman sitting in my inventory for the next day. So even though I didn't wind up doing the collection that I wanted to, it still puts me ahead. And essentially, unless I want to try and work the pump tomorrow, it's pretty much work the tomes day for the next couple of days. So, Rose wandering, perhaps. You provided Rose, but not enough to match Mystery Rose. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. The funny thing is actually the more disruptive result for me is if I succeed in this Rose text, because presumably it's going to involve, well, there's 2 things. Either one, it's going to be one of my lower level roses and then I'm going to be sad. Or it's going to be one of my higher level roses and I actually really need to put the effort into leveling it up. So, oh, this is interesting. So, 2 soul, and then Ubi Sunt. Where are my kindred? Where is the giver of treasure? Where are the benches to bear us? So it would be nice if I can write down what I get with Ubi Sunt. 5, 5, 6, 2, 2, 11. I don't know if I'll remember that, but... this is definitely one of the draws that isn't in my favor. Just give me a second here. Now that's interesting. So where are my kindred? Where is the giver of treasure? Where are the benches to bear us? Joys of the hall to bring us together. I don't see any changes yet. Maybe it'll be after the 10 seconds? Oh, there we go. But it only gives 2, it looks like, so that's 2 edge. Oh, come on. Sorry, I'm fighting with my tablet. So, 2 edge. 2 scale. 2 winter. Yeah, so it didn't turn out, not the end of the world, but it does mean today was a little bit of a bust. Well, it's a little bit of a bust, but not too bad. But yeah, so the way that the next few days are going to wind up working, says Mystery has defeated me for now. You can always try again later. We've got a hindsight. Don't really see any need to use that there. So let's take a look here. It would be nice if I could find an alternative Rose desk. So Nona doesn't help me. I could get away with a knock or a scale. Scale's pretty rare for desks. If it's the governor's desk, I am just gonna... Okay, good. Like, the governor's desk has wound up being like a go-to for just about every weird problem I have to deal with. The vagabond desk, surely. Okay, good. So we're gonna shift this around. So Trist, Health, and Faust will be dedicated to collecting. We're gonna have 1 run on a Rose text, and in that case, what's gonna happen is we will we'll use Shapt with the Vagabond desk to make that happen. And then Faust and Whist will just be... I mean, maybe what I can start doing is I can start investigating all of the different things in the house. I could use it to make make stuff, but like maybe the time has come for me to actually spend some time investigating the house while we're enjoying while we're enjoying a little bit of downtime. I wonder if there's going to be DLC. There definitely, I can 100% say for sure there will be DLC for Book of Hours. But yeah, I mean, they're already adding stuff with the updates, but it's the same as Cultist Simulator. So like the thing is that they did the Perpetual Edition, and it's a good idea because, you know, it helps them accelerate the sales at the beginning of the game, and you know that's an important time for Steam and such. But the problem with offering something like that is that people, it's like a Kickstarter, right? If people think that you're not going to commit to actually delivering the project, they're not going to back you, even though what you are doing on paper sounds really cool. So the way Weather Factory deals with that is they commit, like this was true for Cultist Simulator, this is also true for Book of Hours, is that because they are doing a perpetual edition, even if the game does not sell well, they committed to doing a certain amount of DLC. Now, the things they didn't commit to ahead of time was what languages they would translate into, whether or not there would be a mobile edition, whether or not there would be a Switch edition. You know, all of these are things that cost money, they cost time, and there has to be, you know, it would, I can actually, I can't tell you how I know this, but I have seen evidence for sure that there are, well, I mean, also, the way that they get around that is that there is like the Ultimate Edition or whatever they wind up calling it. So yeah, I mean, it is. I suspect that probably if they go with Playdigious again, I think Playdigious probably has their work cut out for them to make this all work, because it is a fairly demanding game. But on the other hand, you probably also don't have quite the same scope in terms of like zooming in and out for mobile devices. So there may be some optimizations just in terms of how much needs to be like present on the screen. I don't know. Like this is the thing, right? There are paid professionals that deal with these problems. I just enjoy the game. So, but yeah, like, and I have no doubt that like asking the question, like, does this thing even work on mobile? Is a question in terms of whether or not you put the time and money into something like that. You have to zoom in like a Mandelbrot set. Yeah. I mean, I was pleasantly surprised that Cultist Simulator worked, but yeah, it's a very different kind of game for sure. For mobile, I mean. But yeah, like the one thing that they have been very clear on for those perpetual editions of the games is that they're gonna do the DLC even if the game doesn't turn out. So like like I said, there are some there is definitely evidence that even if it is a game that was originally intended for a Western audience, there have actually been cases that I have seen where a game is much bigger in a different region. And I think I can explain why, and I think that's unique to that particular developer, but it's not impossible. On the other hand, from a sheer business decision, like, would you put the time and effort into something that hasn't demonstrated its commercial viability on the chance that you're that outlier? Like, I just don't see how a company like Weather Factory could justify it. Because again, it's two people, right? Two people and contractors, but still. So I can see those decisions being held back based on the financial success of the game, but I have to imagine, ideas are pretty easy to come up with for games, so I have to imagine that the people who develop good games are also bursting with ideas. I suspect that is the one thing that they're not short on. And so I have to imagine, I don't think they have firm plans for DLC yet, because also with Cultist Simulator, some of the stuff they were talking about I know never ultimately got implemented. But yeah, I mean, I am already favorably disposed to these developers, clearly, but when they say they're committing to doing DLC, I have absolutely no worries along those lines. But I will admit, like, I was kind of nervous for them when the game came out. There's no reason for me to be, because it was a wonderful game, and I knew it was a wonderful game when it was coming out. But I don't know, like, you I think deep down, one of the things that's nice about these games is that you kind of secretly believe you're the only person who's going to like it. And it just happens to be that there's like thousands of people like you who also feel that, you know, secretly deep down they're the only one who likes it. So I will confess, is it Rebarber Slaps? Sorry if I mispronounced that. I did notice how often they were updating and the times they seemed to be tweeting that I was actually feeling a little worried about them. But again, they're adults. They know how to live their lives. You know, they don't need me nannying them. But yeah, like, it was a little... It does feel like they were running really hot for a while. And I am kind of hoping that they get a chance to take some well-deserved rest because, you know, I don't know where, if nothing else, I have a selfish reason for this, just because I don't know where else these games come from if they stop. So, but yeah. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I was surprised when they first did the demo. I'm going to get back to playing the game, by the way. I need a little bit of a break myself. What was I going to say? Actually, no, I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, I lost it. Something about sleep and time and getting this stuff done. Oh yeah, no, when the demo came up, I felt that the release date was a bit aggressive. I don't think they'd committed. I think they had like a rough idea of when it would be released. And I think it did wind up pushed a little bit. But even then, what they pushed it back to was like, are they really going to have enough time? And they absolutely did. Like the game was in really great shape in time for that final release. But it is really astonishing in some cases in terms of just the level of productivity when it comes to some of the stuff that they've done. Because it's easy for people to look at this stuff and say, oh, it's just text. But it's like, have you ever tried to write something like this? This is hard. Like, and I haven't tried to emulate this style. I don't really, I would kind of like to write a little more fiction, but I think those skills have sort of atrophied a bit. So I know I'm going to need, like, if I want to do that seriously, I would actually need to sit down and do the, like, put in the work. But yeah, like, they I don't know if it's just like a lot of rewriting or if they, you know, they have a talent. I know for the reason why I'm focusing on the writing is I know for the art you do get to see the different stages that it's in. So that one I can kind of wrap my head around a little bit easier, I guess. But still, it's really impressive stuff. Oh, the Foundry? Yeah, so I'm going to cheat a little bit. Not really cheat. I just want to, because I've got the Newman here, I'd like to, if I can, get a little, get some of those recipes locked in. So I want the Zenthod. No, Iotic Essence. All right. So forge. Oh yeah, sorry. Locus. To the. Sorry, I just wanted to see how they did Cultist Simulator. So this sort of came up in the interview that I did with Weather Factory, but this idea of like the people who feel like, so they're kind of conscious of the fact that there's a group of people who would buy the Perpetual Edition if they were aware of it. But of course, every independent game is always going to have more people who've never heard of it than have. So, but one of the things that they pointed out, which I didn't actually appreciate at the time, but I think they're absolutely right for. So there is the Anthology Edition, Cultist Simulator Anthology Edition. And that comes with a 15% discount. And the other thing that's nice about it is that it's one of those bundles in Steam where, like, if you have, like, let's say 2 of the DLC and then a third one gets released, you can still buy the Anthology Edition and it applies the discount for you. So in that particular case, now the thing is that there is no Book of Hours Anthology Edition yet, but presumably at some point in the future there will be. And that's kind of their way of making it up to the Perpetual Edition people. Like, they want the Perpetual Edition to be something of value for people because, you know, like, they do actually need to sell the game. And if you sell the game well, if the game sells well at the start, Steam's going to give it a boost. It's going to, you know, do those recommendations and such. But they are people too, right? Like, I don't think they got into gaming to become rich. I think they got into gaming for, you know, a love of what can be done with it. I don't know. I'm stumbling over the right way to put it, but it's yeah, I don't know. It's I think it's a decent way of being able to navigate those waters where you can basically give people a discount if they want the whole thing, but they you know, there's still, like, to someone like me who wants to get the Perpetual Edition. And again, in fairness, I was given a copy of this game for promotional purposes. I did, however, Kickstarter back Cultist Simulator, so I think it's a I think it's about as good of a system as they can put together, given the confines of our storefronts. You got the GOG copy. Okay, I actually don't remember if they. I don't remember if GOG has a similar system. Anyways, yeah. So, oh, that's an interesting one. The Orpiment Exultant. Transform the essence of the Incastum Terminal into the Incastum Terminale. Orpiment Exultant. Oh, we found something very interesting here. Wow. Okay. So that's probably the forging. I'm adding this to my spreadsheet. Yeah, I've been keeping this spreadsheet since beta, so even though there's this nice craftable menu, which is the reason why I'm doing this, I'm still committed to maintaining my. Oh, interesting. I'm really tempted to build this, but I need to keep my eyes on the prize. Also, my apologies for not saying hello before, but I think that's Rin Mandarina. Thank you for stopping by. This is actually really great. So this is one thing I've liked a lot about Cultist Simulator and now Book of Hours is like I said, there's that secret belief that, you know, you're the only one who appreciates the game. You're the only one who likes it. But there's so many people who come in who are not just into the game, but they are like, they want to know about the developers. You know, what are their plans or what's coming up? What are, you know, how are they ever going to do this? Are they getting enough sleep? And that's not something you can always count on for certain games. So now home from work, and you can see. Oh, I hope you didn't miss out the Shakespeare rant. If so, I will lose everyone if I go on that again. But I think most people will tell you you didn't miss much if you. All right, Embery and Lapidary. I don't know if I want to do this for every aspect in the... Okay, that's interesting. But I definitely want to do this for the Forge stuff. Because that is one of my underdeveloped sort of recipes. I'd love to be able to make the orichalcum wire, but I'd love to be able to make the orichalcum wire without using wire. So in these cases, Bells and Braziers with Scholar level plus metal creates wire orichalcum. So the hope here is to try and find a way of generating metal without without already having metal. Oh, this is something that's really helpful. So the fact that you can now choose between your recipes helps a lot. Oh, you didn't know the Book of Hours had come out already? That's really interesting. Yeah, so it's been out, I guess, a month now. Oh, that is very gratifying to hear. So, yeah, depending on how far back you want to go, there should be VODs of this whole playthrough, but there should actually also be VODs of me playing the beta as well. So, the beta is not continuous up to this one on here, but there is a fair amount of Book of Hours. I think they're actually talking about the first DLC at this point. I think those conversations sort of begin in earnest at the end of the year. I don't think this should be interpreted as the DLC will be coming out at the end of the year, but I would not be surprised if you know, if there's a little bit more information about what's coming down the pike with Book of Hours. I probably should be mixing together liquids for Edge. But yeah, thank you. Actually, that's one thing I really appreciate about the YouTube stuff. I love it when people come by and mention that they found the channel through YouTube. I don't know why. It's really nice to know that that's how people found it. Okay, this might get a little tricky. Yeah, I need memories or elements of the soul. What about the practice room? Still short the edge. Interesting. Well, sorry, that may not be true. I may just need to craft something in it. Either way, it doesn't help me. Maybe governors? I don't feel this is going to tell me a whole lot that I don't already know, though. So, for the sake of the argument, I'll put all the stuff together, but I'm not expecting miracles here. Actually, chancel. So that lets me put edge stuff in. Now I can put an animal. I can't remember if. See, if I had a Canada Goose, I know that would give me edge, but I do not have any edge but the dog. Okay, and for remembrance, I don't think there are edge... No, sorry, there is an edge light. Okay. So again, I'm not expecting miracles here, but let's see where it can go through. I might check them out. I'm spoiling yourself a bit here watching you play, but I figured you're so far ahead in the game that I'll have forgotten about it when I actually get around to playing yourself, and therefore, by the same logic, you can watch. Yeah, that's completely fair. So to set your mind at ease as well, so the game has changed a little bit in this regard, and yet I feel that people who want to play this way will still have the rewards. So my outlier opinion for this game would be that it's a big, interesting house full of, you know, interesting and mysterious things to examine and interact with. And more importantly, the very large number of endings to this game should create a situation in which someone has a fairly unique journey through Hush House. It's something that sort of means something to them. So whether that's, you know, the story that you tell yourself going through it, or maybe those individual moments. And I always sort of felt that one of the things that would be neat about the game is that people would kind of be talking about, so like when I interviewed them, they were pretty clear that they didn't necessarily feel that the game was very replayable. And so it creates to me this image of a game where you go through and you might have a specific playthrough that was true for you, and when you talk with someone else, you know, they talk about different things that happened to them in the house, and that becomes an interesting source of conversation. And that's still available to people. But one of the ways that was enforced in the game was that if you wanted to get a certain ending, you would commit your ending, and once you do, that save was done. So far as I could tell, that save was deleted. So you'd have like an archive of your endings, but you would not be able to then take your previous save and then like load up an alternative ending. And that has been changed. It is now possible to basically sort of reload and try a different ending and so on and so forth. And I personally think that's a little bit of a shame because, like, I don't feel like this is the kind of game that you gorge yourself on, right? Like, you go through it, you take your time, you smell the roses. And I really like this idea of being able to say that each playthrough of Book of Hours was something special. It was something that will be unique to a particular time in my life, and you know the way that that I was feeling at the time that I played it, and that I can make peace with the fact that there will be other versions of the game that I play, or that I could have played but never will. Right? There are choices, and so there will always be regrets. That's an actual line in the game very early on. And so, like I said, where I can, want to try and advocate for that sort of attitude towards the game, because it is a really special and enjoyable one. But I can also understand people wanting to see all the stuff, right? You have people that data mine the game, you have people who want to, like, snatch up every last bit of lore that they get. But one of the things that makes it very straightforward for me in terms of broadcasting is that unless you plan on following like the way that I play the game in lockstep, there might be individual things that happen, but I can tell you for sure that there are actions that I've taken, and I found out after reading a book that was not the only action that I could have taken at a certain point. And so, there's a potential book that I might have gotten, which I can't get now because I chose one path rather than another one. And the fact that I now know that those exist every single time something happens to me, I have to wonder, is there this forking path where things might have turned out differently? So, yeah. I mean, again, like they're not purists about. I feel like Cultist Simulator, they would have been a little bit more strict in terms of preserving that sort of thing. But you know, the thing is that you want to make people, and particularly if you're selling a game, but like, you know, in this case, the game was designed to be a bit more relaxing. So if people want to go in and do their own thing, like again, I don't ever want to create the impression that I'm, you know, I'm really, you know, I'm gonna wrap people's knuckles with a rumor. Oh, thank you very much for the sub, Ellen Ripley. You are very kindly. Let me let the art finish its thing. Yeah, you know, I thank you very much for continuing to support not just the channel, but also people's continued enjoyment of the channel. So thank you very much for that, Ellen. Thank you. I appreciate the thought as well. I'm glad that you were rewarded in advance, Locust. But yeah, no, it's you know, again, like people should be able to play the games the way that they want, and you know, sometimes that means that they may be sort of potentially lessening the experience for themselves, and they just, you know, won't necessarily be convinced otherwise. So like I said, where I can, I try to advocate for what I think is a rewarding way of playing the game, but I never want it to be sort of a, you know, a kind of thou shalt sort of a thing. Yeah, as expected, the Bells of Ys didn't quite do the trick there. But there is one last thing I want to work with. Now, I'm curious if I do the same trick with Rose, but then if I do that with Rose, I'm not going to be able to use... Yeah, I got to think this through. First of all, I need to find... What Rose was I looking for? Wouldn't be the alter the knot. I can't see there would be Rose in this altar. Was it really the Rowanarium? Okay, for those of you that don't like nasty sounds. Oh, that's quite different from what that used to be. So I kind of already know what the secret is on this one, though, so it's a little... Well, it doesn't really matter. So... Are Stimfling? Nope. There may not be a Rose-oriented... I don't think this is the right... Oh, hang on. No, because this doesn't count as a pigment. Why is this so difficult? For those of you looking for a little late night ASMR. Speaking of 3M, it's been an hour and a half roughly since you mentioned the hour wrap-up call. Oh, that really? That's funny. Yeah, I do need to wrap up. But you're bracing yourself for that sound, so that was a neat surprise. Have they changed the death box and hail as well? No. I'll be sure as a nice Christmas present to give 10 hours of oubliette for relaxing sleep. All right. I think I'm stuck with the Vagabond desk. So But I figure I can at least... With Porphyrion, I can at least get some basics down. So I don't think I'm going to get any special special recipes, but we can at least... I don't know, we can at least get some of the... Have I done Enduring Reflection? I don't think I have. In fact, I don't even have an entry for Sky Stories. So that is a Sky Rose. So I would love to know what that does, but it's not the intended use. But given that I learned one thing, okay, I feel like I already know this. Oh, right. Oh, but it doesn't allow for a mark. I was thinking maybe I could use the salt sign in... God, I don't even remember where I put it. There we go. But yeah, as a mark... Huh. Alright, sorry for the Rowanarium troll there. Try that again. I probably shouldn't... I don't need to go over this with a fine-tooth comb, honestly. It's enough to just get a rough idea about what I can do with some of this stuff. So, and as it happens, Forge and Rose were somewhat elusive. Good news is I don't have that many Rose skills, so... looks like... This one is actually something of a real breakthrough. So that's Path of Pilgrim. Now, I'm sure if I were to put the Enduring Reflection in, I would also be able to find out what some of these other things will do, but I don't think I'm quite ready to... Like, again, I'm not trying to, like, really sit down and completely crack crafting here. What I'm really trying to do... do I have Curious Hunch already? I do. But yeah, the aim here really more was just to try and find some of that low-hanging fruit that's now been enabled by the... Well, in this case, it's actually a double... it's a double advantage. It's the fact that I've got the Newman, but also that I've got the Porphyrion. So... Okay, well that's a start. So let's get back to the priorities. So I want to be reading the book with the Newman, and I want to read the book with the Newman so that I can get a memory to put into the history of inks. So my options for that are Shapt, Faust, and Whist. Excuse me. I will... It frankly does not matter which one I do. so let's go whist, because I'm going to need less winter stuff, all told. Yeah, so we'll read, which is it? This one. Okay, so again, I can kind of start reading. I guess I could read the book right away, now that I think of it. And we will add the... I mean, the globe's not really going to make or break it, but I figure it's always good to stuff as much rose as you can. So, Rose Wandering, perhaps you've provided Rose, but not enough to match Mystery Rose. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So the reason why I feel secure in the reason I feel secure in doing that is that there's going to be a waiting period between me starting to read that book and when it's going to ask me for memories. And it takes a minute to get to that stage anyway, so we know that there's going to be more than a minute to generate that new Newman. Now, it seems to me like there's not a whole lot else for me to do. Like, I don't need to wait for anything else, so let's go do the beachcombing now. So, gather in winter. Then we will walk the moor. Rhyme rims the moor tarns. And we'll take our chances with the gulls. Steal eggs from the seabirds or find what the seabirds have stolen. Alright, sky. I feel like I should have a better sky. Nope. Wind is bitter today. Okay, so, I guess I can't... I was thinking I would try and do something with the, maybe with the eggs. Well, hang on. I do have this viper egg. And I don't think I can use lantern in the servant's kitchen, but I think I can use it in the jail kitchen. So it might be a little late for me to do this, but hatch the egg. The oven's warmth can stir this egg to life, but it'll take a full day. So I probably just consign that Faust to being tied up in the following morning, but that's life. Okay, now I do need to pay attention to the book, so let's see what's happening here. We have art, it's educational, stuff, also things, and comfort relevant furniture. I think I might actually luck into... Oh man, it is gonna be... It's gonna be tight, but we might actually be able to pull this off. Alright, stretch my legs and change my point of view. So, best thing for me to do is highlight the... Now the other thing I should remember is that comfort takes different forms. So like art is not a comfort. Neither is the poacher's bow. Weirdly enough, food isn't a comfort. I beg to differ, but like animals are. Now, I'll confess, I'm a little surprised that there isn't a rose chair. I kind of would have thought that's like a minimum. But it would appear I am wrong about that. In fact, it is looking fairly clear. Nope. The Owl of Spirals is a thing, but it is not a comfort. In fairness, it's kind of hard to see anything in the Dawn of the Dawn areas as being any kind of definition of comfort. So I'm not exactly outraged by this idea. It does kind of put a lot on the stuff also things to a point that I might not be willing to invest too much in recovering this run. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that comfort is not a no-go. It's in this case. Or hang on. Let's double check. No. Yeah, so stuff also things needs to make up the difference. Otherwise, this is just not happening. There's still a chance. So if I put a consumable in here, it's gone. So I know I've got one for art. So really what I'm looking for here is I'm looking for a 2-rows thing. Basically everything counts as a thing. Ideally, it would be... So does this... No, it doesn't have rows. The hope is that it's permanent, whatever I find. But let's... So like one option I have would be Lenten Rose, which provides 2, but that's not permanent. Now I could say, well, what about good old Musgrave? Well, unfortunately Musgrave only offers 1, and that's true for most of the art. So if I'm going to sacrifice something, Lenten Rose is not exactly the sort of thing that I'm gonna lose any sleep over. Honeyscar scented candle along with Aglaophotis scented candles are not quite... Yeah, you know what? There's no point in... First of all, this is taking up space. Second of all, why would I throw away an opportunity to read a complicated book? So, right, fiddle with something here. Increase relevant aspects by using a thing. So as one does, you just whack a book about inks with a flower, and you get what you need. All right, animal bones. What remains? So that's something for essential price, I think. Okay, more sand. And another gull's egg. So I am going to make an effort to... I'm going to try and make a living relic with one of these things again, but I'm not hopeful. Running out of egg space. Yes, as much as I'd love to put more sand on this table, I think it's full. So secondary sand storage. More bones. Sand into glass arc is your favorite media trope. Alright. I believe it is described as such, for the benefit of those not familiar with the game. An hourglass, of course, is sand contained by sand. There's still a chance. So we will use No, we can't use Musgrave because he is a thing. I do need to use wall art. I don't think this one is... Oh, nope, Dr. Serena Blackwood. No one is in the picture, only an empty garden. Take a moment to look at something else. So, 14 rows when all is said and done. It was a bit of a bumpy ride, but I am happy we delivered. Okay, so The History of Inks, a legendary grimoire of exotic ink-making lore. The cover and some of the pages, unfortunately, are stained and crusted with something more like mucus than ink. The Encasta Maricat is refined from the liquor named Lethe in the presence of nectar aspect. The priestess of the knot have also learned to brew Maricat in this wise, yet for the nature of their arts, their task may be easier. So this is a neat one. So this suggests, in fact, I may have found this recipe. Let me just take a second. Sorry, I think it's Maricat. I think of it. Apparently I haven't, but I feel like this is an indication that there should be a way that I can actually make Maricat. Yeah, so priestesses of the knot have also learnt to brew Maricat in this wise, yet for the nature of their arts, their task may be easier. So I'm thinking if I can find something related to the Sisters of the Knot, and I believe we've already exhausted Tradisma Hyra, so that I wouldn't be counting on. But if I can find some kind of connection between the Sisterhood of the Knot and what this is talking about, I may actually have a cheaper source of another Encastum. The history concludes with the admission that the Encastum named Orpiment Exultant, which we just learned how to make, was once drawn from the veins of Forgelong. Thankfully, it seems, it can also be refined from iodic essence using the techniques in this book, or with transformations and the jewel science. So that's actually kind of fun. We learned the knowledge that we got sort of through brute forcing at exactly the time we needed. So I feel a little bit better about doing that now. I don't think we have space on the shelf for this book, though. Nope. Okay. I'm going to start kicking things out. So help me. Sorry, I forgot to write this down. Okay, 2 Inks of Power. I don't think that's going to move the needle. Yeah. Although, there's a good argument for bringing my health back. Because I can combine the Newman. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. So I'm thinking what we do here, I'll take advantage of the intuition and the bells of ease. And then, that may mean I don't get a chance to take another crack at another high-level secret or Rose book, but that's fine because we're just making some progress on some useful. We do have a lack of forged lung blood donors around, so iodic essence of this. Oh, maybe now we've got an answer in terms of what the DLC is. I'm still waiting for the Corvality Battle Royale. I mean, if any game... I mean, so look, I don't know how many of you have tried the Red Death mode, but Battle Royale works surprisingly well for Civilization 6. Like, apparently that started as a joke in the office, but man, like, they did a really good job with that. So, I'm thinking if Civilization gets its Battle Royale mode, what could be more... Like, it seems to me that the obvious genre that the Secret Histories needs to touch next is the Battle Royale. Because, effectively, once you do the Corvality, every other Battle Royale is an imitation of this concept. All right, that nonsense out of the way. We will put you beside Sharps. Yeah, it feels a little wrong to do. Actually, you know what? I'll use the Earth side. It is literally the same effort. I guess the one difference here is I don't need to translate Wrapped in the King, so maybe that's the justification, though. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve the skill to level 3. Yeah, I think what'll happen is tomorrow is going to be dedicated to leveling up Eggs of Power, and then the day following that we'll probably go back to reading the 2 remaining Rose texts. Now, if I'm completely honest here, I don't like the idea of running out the clock with these 2 texts. Like, that's it when I'm done. There truly is no other text for me to read. Whoa. Sorry, something just... I've lost my ability to play Book of Hours, but the game is still running. Here we go. Something just made everything go to the foreground. Okay, we're good. But yeah. Yeah, like, unless I get another language, and the way I've been doing it, like, I really do want to sort of fulfill the jobs for people, or the tasks that they set out. So like, these aren't going to be easy, but I would sort of think at some point I kind of make my peace with giving up metal and work, work the pump so that I can start focusing on these rooms again. I guess after winter's done, we'll probably get another offer from Oriflammes, but given that Oriflammes is probably going to want to charge a 5 tally value for whatever book, I think it's likely I'm going to have to say no. I don't know, something for me to think about later. I'm not repeating it. I will not kill you for saying it. I will just ask you to imagine a very disappointed face. Which of these St. Melisandre is watching? Man, look at what Abbot Thomas did. Abbot Thomas gouged out his eyes after seeing that. Abbot Jeffrey, look at that. That is a man who has read what you read what you wrote. I would zoom in closer if I could. Actually, I believe I can. Oh, nope, that was terrible. You didn't see anything. Actually, I don't think there was anything. Yeah, it's just that was just the Cultist Simulator folder, so no big deal. Actually, about that face, one of my favorite comments... I don't talk on the phone that much anymore, but again, my trollish tendencies do come up every now and again. I feel like I'm missing an element of the soul. Like there's a Faust floating around somewhere unaccounted for. Oh no, because we're hatching an egg. So again, that may not have been the smartest thing I could have done, but what's done is done. So I've got a Gale to work with. You can't make a Tomlet without breaking a few Gregs. Okay, so Ink of Power, Scale, and Rose. If I do that, I need to use my health, which means I can't go to the moor. And you know what? It's still worth it. So I'm not going to go to... As much as I'd love to read the text again, I am actually sort of running out of steam here. So I'm going to go for my old favorites. So 108 for Confounding Parable. Exorcism for Girls, I think, would be sufficient for Fear. That gives me some scale. I could just give up the Newman, but feels kind of wrong. Yeah, we'll give up the Faust because I have to give up the health already. Oh, Wrapped in the King. That's an easy one. Yeah, that's the other thing I can be I didn't even think of this for Elements of the Soul. I could be... oh, but I will use the Trist Crowcross. Yeah, I can also be generating some more permanent memories with my free Elements of the Soul. Alright. New life. A wild viper. Don't make any sudden moves. Well, I think nature will take its course. The snake beside the... snake beside the cat. Alright, well, the gull got its own. Right by the stairs. That's exactly where you want to put a wild viper. Okay, last round with Inks of Power. I am told that apparently the snake sounds were very aggressive in the earlier version of the game. I am rather sorry I didn't get to hear that. But if I can, I would kind of like to get one of each animal. I do want my beloved living relic. I think it is a great shame that I don't have one yet. I wonder what the... I also like his little face. Like, look at that. How could you not like that? Yeah, presumably it eats eggs and remains. Okay. Probably we'll probably feed it a gull egg, but we don't have the Ava's Locks. All right. Yeah, I don't think we have the souls for it. It's not that big of a priority right now. I still have a orphan chest. Oh yeah, actually, there you go. Not quite what I had in mind, but Ava's Locks is starting to overrun the place. I'm just going to keep that in the inventory until I can find a better place for it. I mean, I suppose in theory, if I'm going to be doing things with Rose, it'll come up sooner rather than later. But I think this is actually not a bad place for me to wrap this up. So I'm gonna let the timer run down just because I don't have a whole lot to do, and I figure the next time we play, it'd be nice to just kind of get into the day. But the overall plan is this. So we're going to do the same routine with Isaac of Karth's History of the Shadowless Kings and a novel method for Invocation and Contrition. Frankly, unless it gives me a preliminary meter or Path and Pilgrim, it's not going to make it any easier to read these. However, if one of them does improve either of those, we should have to rely on Good Fortune less. After that, like I said, I don't know, like, clearly it's too much to wait like a year to see whether or not I can get metal from Crowcross Sands or whatever. And the penalty for testing that stuff that may not exist is I just get a whole bunch of crap filling up the house. And like, again, don't get me wrong. I completely understand that you can dump stuff at the sea's edge or wherever, right? Like, it's because I'm a hoarder that I'm not doing that more. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I think maybe it would be better for me to just deal with it, understand that the game's not going to put me in a situation where I can't I'm not able to create something. In fact, if I recall correctly, there was a recipe. I'm pretty sure I ran into a recipe in the game that allowed me to make Gervinite. Let me just take a second. So I found two. Now, both of them require metal. But we have also had situations where we've been able to make... So, like, there's the... we thought we needed glass finger toxin in order to be able to make the sacrament acite, and that turned out not to be true. So perhaps what I want to do... So I guess the question here is, do I keep flogging my knock, thinking that... I might find a cheap way of making this metal that I need, or do I pursue other avenues? I actually don't have a good answer for that yet. I'll need to think about that. But yeah, so essentially, unless something dramatic happens, I have two more books that I can read, and then that is it as far as skills are concerned. The only other way that I'm going to be able to get more more progress will be by getting languages, and sort of Mandaic is a high priority just in terms of the number of books that I have. Crack Track is a really big priority, given there's so many Newman texts that involve the language. This is the VAC library, so similarly to Mandaic. So Mandaic, we got Deep Mandaic, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 texts. VAC, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, these are different. The other thing that's important to remember is that, so I don't believe we have any 18s in this room. We do, however, have like a 16 knock and 18 rose, 18 sky. Like, these VAC ones are not kidding around. Like, that's going to require a lot of effort for me to be able to read them. Kernbeck is not that... We don't have that many. Tripled Heart, Ramsund. I do like the description of Ramsund, so a lively... Oh, no, sorry. It's the actual written description, but it winds up basically being chicken scratch, which I thought was very amusing. But yeah, so you kind of see where we're at, right? for the power that we get from these books, Crack Track is the priority. For the volume of things that will improve my skills, Deep Man Dayak is the priority. For the power of, or sorry, not power of books, but like the ambitious books, let's say, are Vac. And then, there's the also rans. I don't know if On the Winding Stair, The Turquoise Hand, The Most Sorrowful End of Lady Nona, and The Tripled Heart. I honestly can't tell you whether or not these are going to be things that like blow open the session for me or not. But, I want all the languages at some point. Just the way that I'm playing has made it rather difficult for me to achieve that goal. I will probably wind up sacrificing an event at some point just so I can make that happen. Because like the way that it's set up right now is that I need to be between incidents, and the visitor that arrives has to have the language that I'm interested in. So that's, something that happens once a season. First of all, somebody arrives. I don't know if there's a fixed number of visitors for each event, but suffice to say that takes quite a bit. And then in addition, then there's like Numa, but Numa, that's even rarer, so let's not count on that. But yeah, I think probably what I would do is that, the sort of person who I'm willing to, for one reason or another, we say, maybe it's better that they don't participate in this thing. That would maybe be the one that I sort of break the rule for. But the thing to remember here is that one of the other reasons, it's not just that I want to be a helpful librarian who like lets everyone, achieve everything they're looking for. It's also a money question, because I've been able to like buy books, and books are very expensive with my Spintra. So, the choice to buy a language can sometimes prevent me from buying a book. And for a while, buying the book was the better option. In this case here, it may be that the language is what I need, depending on what the language is. So those are not like tomorrow considerations, but for, like medium-term thinking and stuff like that, these are going to be some of the ideas that are kicking in the back of my head. Like, it'd be nice if I can pick up at least one of those languages in between events, like, after the affair of Apollo and Marsyas is done. But we'll see where it goes. And yeah, I suspect I will be doing Cyberpunk on Friday, so I will probably see you Monday for the next Book of Hours. But I am rather looking forward to seeing what happens. So I guess the big thing that I'm a little wary about is that once we drain this, we have 3 more rooms and that's it. So if there's not a whole lot in these rooms, we may be waiting a while to get the relevant texts. But that's just an opportunity for me to start exploring the various rooms, and then I can like start messing around with these altars and such as well. So there actually isn't a shortage of things that we'll do, but it does mean that the people who don't like me like it when I read stuff will probably be getting a bit disappointed. But the plan is I'm actually going to go through as many rooms as I can, studying things and taking notes, like learning about the environment, because there are extra details you get by considering things like paintings. And I have a feeling that once I start like looking at the stuff for the busts, it's probably going to like, so first of all, I could probably do Fraser. I have a feeling like if you forced me to, I would probably be able to put the busts where they need to be. But like I said, I'd like to have some verification before I make the move. But yeah, we're going to go, like, just to give you an idea of the plan, like, we are going to be going through the house, examining all of the items and seeing if that's going to provide some relevance towards, oh, hey, maybe I should try this with the dummy, or hey, did I consider, doing something with the sarcophagus? And then I'm really, really wary about this little delight. But I I am preserving the option, let's say. But yeah, I did promise you I would wrap up. So it is October the 12th, but I started on the 11th. So thank you everyone for hanging out. There's actually a fair number of you still kicking around. I'm sure a few of you are asleep at your keyboards. But let's take a look and see who... Oh dear, there's nobody currently streaming Cultist Simulator. Or sorry, Book of Hours. So let's see if somebody's doing Cultist Simulator. No luck there. So what about Cobalt Core? No luck there. Well, I think then I'm going to hand you off to Revived Snow. I don't know that much about the Hunter Call of the Wild, but they have kind of an interesting site. So they're both a... they're a VTuber, but they are also a like a text-to-speech broadcaster. I've never actually quite seen a channel like this. And they do actually tend to play some games I haven't really seen before. So, like, I mean, there's some that are a little more popular. So they've done this Beat Saber, but there's actually a couple of games I've never even really heard of that I've checked out. So, I will confess, I don't mean to speak ill of Revive Snow, but I know the text-to-speech, like, I know some people don't care for VTubers full stop, but I also know some people, like, really get turned off by the text-to-speech thing. But it's interesting, and I think I found them originally through Phantom Brigade, so I definitely like showing some support to broadcasters like that. But one way or another, I hope you have a good time. Again, thank you everybody for watching, and I will be back Friday, most likely with Cyberpunk. For those of you who are looking for some more Book of Hours, we'll be back with that on Monday. And then after next week, Wednesday, I'm going to be gone at the local game dev meetup. But following that, I am actually going to be doing full weeks again, and I appreciate all of you putting up with my lumpy schedule as of late. But until then, take care. Mandarina, I'm going to lose time on this, but thank you again for stopping by and letting me know you were a YouTuber, or at least YouTube viewer. Anyways, take care, everyone. Have a good one. Bye.